Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect those? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said. We are live.
Okay, we're live. Sheb, what's that link that I pinned in the live chat?
That is to my new OnlyFans account that I just made. I'm starting with feet pics, but we're gonna work our way up slowly but surely. Gene's my first supporter on there, so join Gene, guys, and become.
Well, do you want to tell them what it actually is?
Oh, that's for the meetup. Everyone needs to help us finish the meetup goal. The Airbnb is expensive, guys. We need the funds.
Yeah, the Airbnb, $300 per person. So we got what do we have on the goal so far? Like 1,600.
14.
So every cent counts, and then we're going to go to the zoo, the National Zoo. Everyone needs their passes for that. So all the people who are interested in coming to the zoo with us, and we're going to pet all the animals and so forth, go to the DC meetup. And Sheb said that he's only coming for the zoo.
Yeah, I want to see monkeys.
Right, Sheb? Well, anyways, did you add everyone in the Discords?
No, I could do it soon here. Why'd Timmy
soon? No, you got to do it now. Why Timmy leave? I don't know. But Dirt and Crow's supposed to be here later, but for now, let's get into a bunch of dumbasses sharing their take on Trump.
And I'm a veteran, and I can't stand a punk president backing down, letting China, all these other countries take advantage of us.
China.
Then,
which president's doing that?
Excuse me?
Which president is doing that?
Biden. President Biden. So, I'm about America strong. So this right here, all these people here, they letting all these immigrants here, these murders and everything. I got to think about my grandkids.
God, I mean, it's if you ask him, how many of these words are your words, and how much of this stuff are you just regurgitating from the hearsay political grapevine?
Yeah, how much of this is based on facts too? You can see statistically that since Biden became president, there's way more crime. It's just rampant. When Trump was president, everybody was peaceful and loving, and there wasn't any murder. You could just see this obvious jump.
And it's like when they did the fact check during the debate, there were so many things that Trump said that it's like you could easily just Google the statistics. Like he talked about the GDP, how the GDP is just plummeted with Biden. You can see how it's been on a steady rise. And if anything, you could argue that it plummeted when he was president during the quarantine. But I'm honest enough where I don't do the stupid political football game. I think any president who was in office was going to deal with that dive in the GDP, because no shit, the quarantine happened. But it's just I like how people like this, they don't really consider, why do I think this? Where did I get this information from? Have I ever taken the time to thoroughly evaluate this and do my homework? No. But then it's like the Dunning-Kruger effect. The least competent people think they're the most competent. The people who have the greatest level of ignorance on subjects tend to be the worst at recognizing their own lack of knowledge on the topic. And it's just, I don't get it. When people look at me like, oh, you're arrogant for thinking that so many people across the nation are fucking stupid. Well, just look at any of these videos. I don't think it's a small sample size. I mean, a fifth of Americans believe in ghost sightings and haunted houses. A fifth of Americans believe that the Bible is the literal word of God. A fifth of Americans take the QAnon conspiracy theory seriously. Over half of Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level, but I'm an arrogant piece of shit for thinking that a large chunk of people fail at tests or a large amount of people fail at critical thinking. Well, the thing is, it's something like 4 in 5 American adults fail at tests that measure critical thinking. They fail at to recognize affirming the consequent. Do you know what that is?
Heard it. Don't remember.
Okay, so it's X could be the reason for Y, therefore it is, even though A or B or C could also be the reason for Y. It's also known as the fallacy of the single cause. So most people, when they're given tests, they're bad at even considering for a moment that there could be more than one input for this output. Most people tend to jump to the first conclusion that pops in their head first, and it could be this, therefore it is this, and then what they do is they engage in the special pleading fallacy. So do you know what that is?
Explain it.
It's like with religion, where it's like, well, you can't disprove God. Well, so everything needs a beginning. Well, what's God's beginning? God doesn't need a beginning. So it's like that kind of logic where, hey, this conclusion, X is the first thing that popped in my head. It could be this, therefore it is this. Well, you have to disprove X, though. Even though A, B, and C have plenty of data behind it and they're more plausible, and it's a matter of possibility versus plausibility, well, you can't, like, disprove, and it's like, well, you can't disprove the other thing, so why aren't we just randomly, like, jumping to all these other possibilities? And they're too stupid to see that just because that possibility popped in their head first doesn't give it any special priority over the others. So the first explanation that pops in their head, that's the one that needs to be absolutely disproven. And all the other ones, even if they're more plausible and have more data, well, they have to be absolutely proven. And this is like a pattern of thought that most people have, but most people don't even recognize that they fall into that sort of like trap, or that sort of like logical trap. And it is just... it's something like 4 in 5 Americans, when they're tested in this area, they fail to recognize that they're succumbing to the special pleading fallacy and the fallacy of the single cause when evaluating data. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I'm such a unpatriotic fucker. I'm over here just thinking about the flag burning. I don't know. That's the only thing running through my brain right now.
I'm describing myself, Bill Hicks. So do I engage in the fallacy of a single cause on a regular basis?
Yeah.
My kids. And so, that's why I'm with Trump right now.
Let me ask you just quickly about the importance of the issue of immigration to you and how important that is to your vote in this election.
It's a checks and balances. It helps them. To be an illegal immigrant here, it holds you down. You don't get a job because you're scared. You don't get health care because you're scared. So we have to have...
So this is something that they're always bringing up. It is such a fucking boogeyman. So one of the things that they'll argue for when you're talking about illegal immigration, it's like, here's some examples of some illegal immigrants that have killed people, committed crimes. It's like, well, all demographics, anywhere where you can create groups, in-groups, out-groups of different people, you can see that all demographics commit crimes. The question is this demographic committing more crimes than any other demographic? Natural-born citizens or, like, legal immigrants? And you look at it and it's like, no, illegal immigrants are not committing any notable level of crimes compared to the other two demographics. So this is something where it's like, hey, we got to ban all left-handed people because here's a story of a left-handed person that robbed the bank. The left-handed people commit crimes. And it's just, you look at the data, how it affects the economy. And we've gone over this time and time again. We've shown the maps of like Texas is the only non-blue state that borders the Mexican-American border. And Texas is like 55% of their viewers are blue. It's a fairly blue state. It's more blue than people think. But there's a lot of gerrymandering. And you look at all the more heavily populated municipalities that are on the border, and there are all these blue municipalities that don't tend to have positive views towards like illegal immigration. And it's just, I understand that, okay, it's like they are breaking the law technically. There are negative elements that come with it, where it's like they have to live off the grid, and there are dangers that come with living off the grid. But out of all the issues to be concerned with, like, what about our privatized prison system? What about the fact that we incarcerate, like, we have less than 5% of the world's population, but we incarcerate like 15%, or we have 15% of all the world's prisoners. And it's just, look at how much of a drain that is. Like, having people in prison is fucking expensive. We send people to prison much longer than other countries. Like, that's just one issue I can think of. Our healthcare system, it is fucking abysmal. So you have all of these issues that, like, if you're going to create a list of the top 50, the like most significant problems like that are affecting the country, I don't think illegal immigration would even make that list. So out of all the things to worry about, why does this get the attention it does? And it's a boogeyman. It's a red herring. It's just idiots that live in their landlocked states, or that live in states in the middle of the country that have small populations where the amount of immigrants and illegal immigrants living in the country is very small. They seem to be the states that care the most about this. It's like, oh, we got to stop all these people coming across the border. It's like, where do you live? Kentucky? It's like Montana, and it's like, how many illegal immigrants are living in your fucking state? How many jobs are like being stolen from you? It's like, how come the people, like, you look at the territories in our country, the municipalities where most of the illegal immigrants are living, well, how come if you interview like the natural born like citizens in those parts of the country, they don't seem to have negative views towards illegal immigrants, and they're not complaining about them taking their jobs? And these are people that their jobs aren't being taken. They're concerned about this hypothetical group of people in some like very distant part of the country because they have their jobs taken. It's like, are their jobs being taken, or are you just making that assumption because you haven't taken the time to really thoroughly research it? I don't know. These people drive me insane.
We have to have accountability. It's not being punitive. It's not being racist. It's giving them the best opportunity they have. You send someone to a country and they have to hide. We have to have checks and balances. We have to have a census. We can't overpopulation in a country is a horrible thing.
We're not dealing with okay, so much of the world's developed countries are dealing with underpopulation. We have an aging population. So Americans, when it comes to birth rates, aren't replacing themselves. So I think that it was something like, it was like 1.2, 1.3 kids per household when I was a kid. I think the numbers have gone down. So it's like, we are not like producing more children than there are, like in the end, it's less than 2 kids per couple. So we're going to deal with a similar problem. It's not going to be the same extreme of like China and Japan, where they're not having kids. So their older generation, so they're retiring, their like retirement age generation is older than any other like age demographic. So in demography, you got 4 main like age demographics that are really important to look at when it comes to economics. You have your like your children that, or your like younger population. So that's like newborns to like kids in high school, and that's because they don't really produce any work, and it's your dependents. They're completely dependent on other people. Then you have your borrowers, and that's like 15, 16 when you're of working age up to like the age of 30. So that's when people usually are in like early employment, they're in education, they're in training, they're borrowing certain money from like others and stuff, but they're also contributing somewhat to the economy. Then there's the like golden like age, the golden generation, and that's like from the age of 30 to retirement age is 65, and that's where you're an experienced worker, you're committed to your job, the 9-to-5 grind, you're working 40 hours a week, and that is the most lucrative like age group to have in your country. And then there's your retiring generation, or your senior generation, and it is very problematic where there's a displacement where either you're dependent or your retiring generations like outnumber the borrowers or the working class generations. You definitely like you kind of want an even divide or an even ratio, or The most ideal scenario is you have more working class adults that fall into those two like mid demographics compared to the other demographics that are to the farther ends. And that's what we're dealing with in America. And it just shows how ill-informed they are. Oh, it's overpopulation. We're not dealing with overpopulation. We're dealing with the exact opposite. These people are so fucking stupid and misinformed. They get all their information from one fucking news source. And it's just, if they did a little bit of fucking homework, they would find out that, no, unless you're living in a developing country, overpopulation is not something that is negatively affecting the developed world.
There has to be protocol. That's not being anti-immigrant at all.
I'm not saying you are. Do you support what the Biden administration has done recently, the steps they've taken to say we're going to close the border entirely when there are too many crossings that are illegal?
I don't believe anything the Biden administration has done.
That administration, they're all stupid in every way. They're dishonest, but the Trump administration is honest because political football. And it's like, yeah, I hate fucking Biden. I think politicians, usually they are dishonest. One of the things you see is they constantly promise that they're going to follow through with like all of these different things that they never fucking follow through with. Obama barely followed through with anything. The Bush administration didn't follow through with anything. The Trump administration, the Biden administration, like in the end, the president of the United States, they're the head of the executive branch. The executive branch does not really have the power or the authority to really change like any sort of internal policies. If anything, it's like the Supreme Court and in Congress have more control in those areas. Like, the Supreme Court can interpret the Constitution however they want and drastically change or make drastic changes in terms of what is or isn't constitutional. And then Congress, that's the branch of the government where they can ratify new amendments and they actually pass laws. So if you want reform when it comes to laws, or how the Constitution's interpreted, you should be looking at the Supreme Court and Congress. Those are the two branches that have more influence over internal affairs. The president deals mostly with things that are happening externally in the country. They're the commander-in-chief. They deal with most of the international trade agreements and treaties with other countries, and they are the face of our country. So most of what the federal departments deal with are more foreign external affairs. And this is just another example of it's like, hey, I wouldn't trust what the Biden administration says. Well, yeah, they're promising that they're going to do a bunch of shit that they're not going to follow through with. Just like the Trump administration, he promised that he'd build a wall across the border, and he didn't. But when their administration doesn't follow through or their side doesn't follow through with something, it's because the other side wouldn't let them do it. But yeah, and then the other side's going to make the same argument.
Friends with Dan Crenshaw. I know him. He's a distant relative. He's done nothing to check on those people. The people that have come into this border, they're treated like animals. It's disgusting. It's all propaganda to get votes for him. He's a disgusting human
Illegal immigrants can't vote.
being.
Don't you think they're letting all these illegal immigrants into the country so they can get votes?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
The president is, you're saying?
President Biden's disgusting. Hi, President Biden. You're the most disgusting animal in the world. He's brought them here in squalor, absolutely horrific conditions, and he wants their vote. That's all he wants, just like the black people. He is enslaving the black people by telling them that they're being...
Okay, so it's like, I don't mind if you say that Biden's disgusting. And we've criticized him heavily over what's going on in Israel. I think he's deplorable, the fact that he can't just call out Netanyahu and he's going to be a shill for the system. So I think he is a president that just, again, is a shill for the system, doesn't really have his own moral compass. But what about Trump and Bush? It's just, these are grown adults, all above the age of 30. Most of them look like they're in their 40s, their 50s. And it's just the level of black and white thinking, no fucking nuance. And I'm sure if you asked her to go into detail and explain why Biden's such a disgusting person, she wouldn't be able to. It's just he supports the opposing party, therefore he's Hitler. And the other side does the same thing. And it's just more of the stupid fucking in-group, out-group political football game.
being held down. They believe it. It's disgusting. You should go to hell.
We got to get Biden out.
Why?
Why? Because he's got dementia. He has no idea what he's doing. He's bringing...
Okay, I can kind of agree with that.
All these people over from from other countries that are destroying our country.
So he's bringing them over, you're saying?
Yeah, he's bringing them all over, and it's ridiculous.
In what way? Can you be specific about that?
They're coming through the border because the border's not protected like Trump did it.
Immigrant.
Yeah, Trump needs to build his wall because in Israel, they had a wall across the Gaza, Israel-Gaza border. Don't you think that wall really helped keeping Hamas out? Yeah.
Yeah. Don't you think my idea that I said a long time ago for them to try to keep illegal immigrants out would be to go after the businesses that hire illegal immigrants, make it a big
but they don't want to do that.
Yeah, but wouldn't that make way more sense than building a stupid wall? You actually systematically if they made a huge law where your business just fucking got fined $50,000 or something for every illegal immigrant you hired or whatever, they'd be like,
it would make more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that would probably be easier to enforce than just building a fucking wall. And the thing is, it's that's like fucking Looney Tunes building a wall across the border. It's just the fact that so many people are supporting something that seems like it should be in a cartoon parody. And when Trump had control, or when the Republicans had control of all three branches, Paul Ryan was the Speaker of the House at the time. He was you could see him interviews with him and Trump, and he's just don't think that's something that's on our list of priorities because it's so fucking stupid. So even the Republicans in office did not support the fucking wall. He wasn't able to get the policy pushed through Congress when the Republicans had control of Congress. And then when the Democrats ended up taking control of Congress again, halfway through his term, they were blaming the Democrats on obstructing things. And again, what about when he had, and Obama did the same thing, where Obama for a decent amount of his presidency, the Democrats had control of Congress. He had the popular vote, but then once it shifted, it's the Republicans that won't let him do anything. And it's why don't people actually start thinking critically and hold the president to the level of accountability that he can hold them to? And it's okay, I understand that the other party is obstructing things, but that's kind of what's meant to happen. I don't care if people have abortions. And when it comes to Republicans obstructing policy to make abortions more available for people, or having less strict policies on abortion, I wouldn't mind that. It doesn't mean that their views are ethical, but in terms of politics, that's just how it works. It's they're voting for one policy, the other side's voting for their policies. It's not like they're doing something illegal by voting against left-leaning policies when they're right-leaning and vice versa. But when you talk to people, they're acting like the Democrats are doing something sleazy and I guess something illegal by obstructing the Trump from building a fucking Looney Tunes wall across the border. And then the Democrats do the same thing. When I criticized Obama for not really doing anything, they're well, the Republicans won't let him do anything. And then when I talk to them, it's that's how Congress works. You have all the representatives, all the congressmen, they vote yay or nay for a proposed bill. Why would you think a bunch of Republican politicians are going to vote for a very left-leaning liberal bill? And they're yeah, but even they're still doing something that's a no-no. It's okay, you can disagree with their ethics and their principles, but it's when you talk to these people, did you vote for your local congressman? Or do you only vote for the president? Do you even pay attention to that branch of the fucking government? Because if you want changes to happen and that side of politics, that's the branch you got to pay attention to. But instead, they act like the president is the government. They expect the president to enforce things that they don't have the fucking power or authority to do, to do so. And then it's they clearly don't understand how the political system works.
Immigration. How do you feel about that?
I feel like that's a very, very touchy topic. Only because me personally, I like immigrants. I feel like a lot of people that come into this country are immigrants, and a lot of them do good. A lot of people.
What do you think of Trump's policy on immigration?
back in 2020 when he, I'm sorry, back in I believe it was 2016 when he first got in office, he like signed a bill and ICE was kicking in doors. I feel like I like that. I feel like if you're going to target the ones that's here illegally, that's doing the wrong and stuff like that, then yeah, I feel like his policy is better.
What about the Muslim ban?
Say that one more time.
The Muslim ban.
That's crazy because I have a Muslim sister, so I feel like.
What, does she know you're voting for Trump?
Yeah, she does. And my mom and my brother, they're Democrats, so I'm fine with that.
So you cancel the vote out?
Yeah.
But are you worried that you're putting your sister in any kind of peril by supporting this candidate?
No.
Okay, so I don't think the Trump administration is going to go that far. Where this is TYT, so they're probably being a bit obnoxious here. So when he's talking about like ban all Muslims, yeah, I think it's xenophobic. I think it's more fear mongering, like with illegal immigration. It's like using it as a boogeyman. You look at statistics, and it's something like less than 1% of all terrorist attacks in America are from Islamic terrorists. And then you look at things like school shootings or mass shootings, which are much more prevalent. They're much more ubiquitous. It's like in America, if you're a minor, that's the number one cause of death for minors is school shootings. Yeah.
Have you heard, Gene? Have you heard of Project 2025?
No.
So, I've learned very little about it so far, but from what I understand, it's something that Trump is trying to do, trying to make happen. And one of the things in it is to make pornography illegal.
Oh, I wonder how he's going to do that. Like,
and I'd like you to fact check that. That's what, from what I understand, that's part of it. You can maybe fact check that for me here, whatever. But yeah, as well as some other really weird stuff. But that's one of the many things in it.
If conservatives are going to support that, it just shows how absent-minded they are, because they're all about freedom of speech. But then it shows how we're a Christian nation. Like, it's not okay to make fun of like Christian material, but it's okay to shit on like other religions. And then it's these antiquated, backwards, like early 20th century sort of ideologies and ethics of like, oh, porn is evil and terrible. It's like, why? It's just in movies, it's like violence is treated as if it's like less, like I guess significant or less taboo than sexual content. And it's like violence, at least I can understand, because it's like, okay, outside the realm of fiction, violence is unethical. You shouldn't be killing people and punching people in the face. But with sexual content, it's like, if people want to have fucking sex, who cares? Why is that such a, like, I was at a party and I was watching the movie Watchmen. Remember we watched that?
Sounds familiar.
Well, in the middle of the film, there's like there are multiple sexual scenes, but there's one scene where it's like they put on their costumes for the first time in a while, and it's like, fuck it, the world could be destroyed any moment. And then it plays the one song, like All of You, I can't pronounce it, but and it's a very poignant sort of scene, and they're having sex. And there's people that are acting like, I don't know, that I'm watching a video of like a puppy getting butchered. And it's like, Who the fuck cares that they're having sex? It's part of reality. It's part of life. So they're acting like there's something really like distasteful and everything. And it's like, you're a moron who doesn't know how to think critically. So you're the kind of person where it's like, let's get offended over people cursing, because we're told at a young age that cursing is bad, and they never consider, why are these words even considered bad words just because.
So according to BBC, this is part of it, tech and education. Under the proposals, pornography would be banned, and tech and telecoms companies that facilitate access to such content would be shut down. The documents calls for school choice and parental control over schools, and takes aim at what it calls woke propaganda.
Is it just for schools?
That not some of the woke stuff that's through this to try to like get rid of kind of woke ideas, what they would call and stuff. Seems to be not just about schools, but this specifically is talking just about schools. Looks like proposes to eliminate long list of terms from all laws and federal regulations, including sexual orientation, diversity, equity, inclusion, gender equality, abortion, and reproductive rights. They want to remove those words from all laws and federal regulations. All those laws I just said. Or all those words I just said. Sexual
Aren't they for freedom of speech? So it's like if the Supreme Court decides that this goes against the First Amendment, I wonder how they're gonna. And it just shows the mental gymnastics, the cognitive dissonance. It's like you like I support freedom of speech just as long as you don't say anything that I disagree with. And there's probably a lot of Trumpsters that are going to support that kind of policy of like, yeah, ban that stuff. That stuff sucks. And then it's just they want to make fun of people on the far left. And you know what? I hate SJWs. I think they're some of the most annoying people. Where let's take humor, things that are like when humor is subjective, and here are things that you're not allowed to joke about. And you should be like fired from your job because you made a joke, even if it's in good faith, because they've decided that they're the arbiter of what one can and cannot joke about. Yeah, and now Republicans are gonna look at people like that, like this is the problem with all this wokeness, but what they're doing is even worse.
Now,
it's like,
yeah, now Trump's trying to he's disavowing the project now, acting like he had, didn't want nothing to do with it. Former President Donald Trump tried to distance himself on Friday from the conservative group's sweeping plan for the next Republican presidency, days after its leader claimed a second American Revolution was underway and would remain bloodless.
Are you going to fight the revolution, Shad?
Yeah. The Republican presidential candidate renounced any connection with Project 2025, a plan Democrats have been attacking to highlight what they say is Trump's extreme policy agenda for the second term should he beat President Joe Biden in the November 5th election. Let's see.
I don't know. Like when people think that he's going to follow through with all this shit, he was claiming he was going to do stuff like this during his first election cycle, his first term, and he wasn't able to really follow through with anything. So it's just my thing is, if he becomes president again, I don't want him to be president. I think it's an embarrassment to the country. Same thing with Biden, but I think he's kind of like all talk, no play. I think that he's just not going to be able, it's going to be the same thing. He's promising to do all this fucked up unethical things, but he's not going to really have the capacity to follow through with all of these fucked up things.
Yeah.
No, because
maybe find a video on it and then we could play that in a little bit.
It's weird because like we're talking about Muslims, right? And we're talking about Philadelphia Muslims. A lot of like the Muslims here, they garb up for like a couple months and then they're not garbed up. So I feel like she's wishy-washy with it, so no, I'm not putting her in any danger.
Let's go to immigration. I want to talk about that as an issue. Is that a big issue for you in this election?
Yes, it's one
this guy looks like Chad.
of the top issues. I mean, Trump had immigration under control when he was president, and Biden completely got rid of it, and now our border is a mess, and we have millions of illegal immigrants that should not be here. People are coming across the border now with Biden shirts on, right?
Now, this is the kind of dude where, again, if you quiz him, oh, and look, his shirt's Jesus, and you ask him, like, where'd you get this information from? Now, like, when you're talking about illegal immigrants, millions of them crossing the borders and everything, like, is it to any major, extreme compared to other presidents like Trump? And he's like, yeah, it is, because it is. I'm sure that outside of Fox News, that's the only source of information that he relies on. And it's just, if you ask him, have you ever sat down, gone on Google, gone to a few websites and stuff, tried to look at data statistics from government sources, journalistic sources, academic sources? No, it's just one journalistic source.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Sorry, Gene, but who's the Heritage Foundation? I've heard of that before. That's who came up with this idea. And they're some sort of think tank for
Yeah.
for Trump. And what does that mean for them to be a think tank? Does that
So
mean
the
they
Pew
work for him?
Research Center is a think tank, and what think tanks do is they're not universities, but their job is to pretty much kind of like a lot of it is mostly polling and surveying. That's what the Pew Research Center does. And most think tanks, it's usually based on like sociology, like socioeconomic, sort of data. But think of it like usually scientific research and studies take place at universities. These are kind of like private research centers.
Does Trump
that
own
aren't
it?
affiliated? I believe
Or
so.
does he hire them?
I think it's a right-leaning think tank, and I believe that he has funded it. I don't know if he like owns it exactly. But one sec. What's the chat saying? What's the chat saying?
They said you're gay. Yeah. Guys, subscribe for the gay guy. Right there, the gay guy up there. But yeah, Heritage Foundation is a right-wing conservative group.
Well, here, let me answer your question on a think tank or policy institute. It's a research institute that performs research and advocacy concerning topics such as social policy, political strategy, economics, military technology, and culture. Most think tanks are non-governmental organizations, but some are semi-autonomous agencies within government, and some are associated with particular political parties, businesses, and the military. Think tanks are often funded by individual donations, with many also accepting government grants. So there you go. I guess I kind of went over all that.
Yeah. Trying to see what kind of relation they have with Donald Trump exactly.
Being told to come here, try to register to vote, and to vote for Biden. That's completely unacceptable to me.
I think we need to focus on our borders. I mean, it's like a Trojan horse. We have so many illegals in here. It's just a matter of time, before we're sitting ducks.
The Biden administration recently said we're closing the borders when the numbers, the crossings get to a certain number, and that's actually an airtight closing of the borders. And they've also recently said that if you're here illegally but you're married to an American citizen, you get a green card after 10 years. Trump is now saying on immigration that if you graduate from college, even if you're illegal, you get citizenship here. If you graduate from college in another country and you come here, you get citizenship. How do you feel about both of their positions on immigration?
I have not heard that, and I think every day the border is open is a further. For it should have been closed immediately. Once we see all these murders, all the numbers, all this.
Okay, so all these murders, again, this if you ask her what her sources are, what are the murder rates when it comes to murders from illegal immigrants versus legal immigrants, she wouldn't be able to tell you.
It's you got to stop the bleeding. He says he's going to stop, but he doesn't close it, and that's just more days, more numbers, people that leave us vulnerable as a nation. There's been Americans that have died for this freedom. And no, it's not being. Our borders need to be closed.
What would you like to see Trump do on day one if he's reelected?
Immediately close the borders.
So do you oppose the initiative to give citizenship or green cards to the spouses, illegal immigrants who marry to U.S. citizens?
If they are illegal, they shouldn't be here. Neither should a partner.
Even after 10 years, if they're married? No, for example, let's say I meet a woman from Argentina who's here illegally. She marries me. I'm an American citizen. After 10 years, she gets a green card.
Why would you go about the right way while she's here?
This is a cringy couple here. Mr. Roids and plastic here.
Well, he can beat you up if you disagree with him. That's how you know he knows what he's talking about.
I don't doubt that he would.
Well, I bet you never won a fist fight, Chab, and he probably did, and that's how you know that you know what you're talking about when it comes to numbers and hard data.
He
thinks 2 + 2 = 5. You think it equals 4. He kicks your ass. Well, clearly you don't know anything when you think 2 + 2 = 4. Well, so here we go. So it gives uniquely to data, the Department of Public Safety and illegal immigrants and native-born U.S. citizens between 2012 2018. We find that undocumented immigrants have subsequently lower crime rates than native-born citizens and legal immigrants across a range of felony offenses. Relative to undocumented immigrants, U.S.-born citizens are over 2 times more likely to be arrested for violent crimes, 2.5 times more likely to be arrested for drug crimes, and over 4 times more likely to be arrested for property crimes. In addition, the proportion of arrests involving undocumented immigrants in Texas was relatively stable or decreasing over this period. The differences between U.S.-born citizens and undocumented immigrants are robust to using alternative estimates of the broader undocumented population, alternative classifications of those counted as undocumented and arrest and substituting misdemeanors or convictions as measures of crime. So this in Texas, but still, they commit less crimes, maybe because they want to live off the grid, and when you're trying to live off the grid, you kind of don't want to be arrested, because then that guarantees that you'll probably be deported.
Yeah,
so
exactly. They're hiding.
Yeah, so it's just, but hey, I guess all this is fake news. Any source that tells you that illegal immigrants commit less crimes overall, yeah, they don't know. And they'll show, it shows piss poor critical thinking. It's selection bias. It's like, here's an example of somebody who's an illegal immigrant and they did something bad. Well, let's ban all natural-born citizens, because look at all these natural-born citizens committing crimes.
I could just hear them being like, oh, yeah, they're already criminals anyways. Why do they care about committing more crimes? You know?
She isn't. I'm just saying that this is...
Why wait 10 years when you can get done sooner?
But you know...
Yeah, get things done right away. It's not like, again, every single administration promises that they're going to do all these things that see very little, like, progression throughout the span of 4 or 8 years. You know why? Because that's kind of how modern politics works. It's checks and balances. That you got so many cogs and like screws in the machine, and usually it is something that bureaucracy causes it to just gradually inch along. You could say that that's a negative thing, but it shows how much of a dumb fuck this guy is, because it's just, yeah, I'm Mr. Backwards manga cap wearing like white douchebag, and yeah, like, why don't they just do it now? I clearly know how the political system works.
And what about the administration closing the border, which...
Biden's about time. They went back on his word and supported what he went against with Trump.
Are you? Does that sort of make you think, okay, Biden's okay because he's doing what we wanted him to do?
Well, he's starting to see the problem in America. He finally opened his eyes. I mean, it's there. We all see it. It's not hidden.
Yeah. And is there anything Trump could do to lose your support?
No, because it's so freaking bad out there. You know, wide open borders, letting all these murders in. You know, I believe we're going.
Letting all the okay again. This is the one thing that can easily be. This is just statistics. It's not that hard to look up the crime statistics. And I guess, like, and this data is, like, not just coming from, so again, government sources, academic sources, journalistic sources. You look at sources from, like, academic sources like we just saw, and it shows that, yeah, the crime rates are lower. But then you look at sources coming from, like, the FBI or other, like state, like, sort of police agencies or local agencies, and if they arrest somebody and they have no social security number and everything, it's going to be revealed that they're an illegal immigrant. And I don't think illegal immigrants are any better at, I guess, hiding murder or something like that than your average Joe. So it's just, the point is, are all of these, like, state governments and is the federal government, are they all lying when it comes to the crime data that they're presenting to the public? Because then this is where it gets into crazy conspiracy mode, where it's like all these academic institutions are lying and all these government institutions are lying. And the thing is, who benefits? It's I don't get it.
We want to get a terrorist attack on our own
land. You know, the president and his administration anyway.
I put a link in the chat for this Discord call for some chick talking about the Project 2025, I guess, some Congress chick or something. I don't know who she'd be.
Fair. We'll watch that right after this.
They have closed the borders when the illegal crossings get to a certain number, which is no president has done that before.
Well, it should have never been open. Should have never signed.
Draco in the chat says, "Who cares if they are committing crimes? They are here without any accountability." So we're not making the argument that you should just let anybody come in and like reside here. The problem is that there's a difference between being like, hey, they're breaking the law by crossing the border illegally, and then claiming that they're all murdering a bunch of people. And then, okay, you can make the argument that laws are being broken, so we should do something about it. But you can't really address everything at once. And it's like what I said before. Out of all of the most significant issues going on in our country, like when it comes to things like people not being paid a livable wage and so forth, and all of these things that have a very notable impact on the day-to-day life of like most Americans. This is definitely not one of those things. Like this, I would say, is not in the top 50, top 100 major issues, and this is all they fucking care about. So you watch any like right-leaning source, and it's probably like a third of like all the shit that they talk about is illegal immigration. Like all these Trump voters, and it's just, this is something, whether you think it should be like unaddressed, like not enforced or whatever, it doesn't change the fact that, you know what, maybe the amount of time and money and attention that they're devoting to this is unnecessary and excessive. And it also shows that the people that are obsessing over this, they don't know how to think for themselves. Why the fuck do they care about it? Because Fox News talks about it. And they don't know how to think outside of like what the Fox News man's telling them.
Everything when he first got into office and let everybody come in. You know what I mean? Now you're going to...
Did he flip off the camera?
Well, it's way past it. You know what I mean? You got all these people...
Maybe. I love it.
Too late.
That was funny.
What about legally? Is there anything Trump could do that would lose your support? I mean, the felony didn't, the conviction didn't, but is there anything you could...
He came big timer. You know what I mean? Millionaire, billionaire, whatever. He didn't have to get into politics, but he was tired. And back in the day, in the early 80s, he was talking about it. Didn't want to get involved with it because he knew it was...
That's funny. That's funny.
You know, Mr. Hamilton, I don't want you to feel left out of this conversation. So I'm going to make sure I ask you some questions. Let me know if you're having problems answering them, because they really should be yes or no. Let's see. You're the executive director for the America First Legal, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And America First Legal is a member of Project 2025, which is dedicated to creating the playbook for the next conservative administration and what it calls the Project Pillars, correct?
We are proud contributors to Project
46 minutes in, and we already got 248 views.
Yeah, we're the greatest.
Okay. And are you familiar with Project 2025's mandate for leadership?
In fact, I am.
Okay. And in fact, you wrote some of the sections of this mandate related to the DOJ, correct?
Sure did.
And the mandate outlines policy priorities for the next conservative president. Is that correct?
It does.
You've done a great job. I just want to let you know. All right, so let's walk through some of the provisions of the mandate. It calls for eliminating the Department of Education, eliminating the Department of Commerce, deploying the military for the use of domestic law enforcement against protesters under the Insurrection Act of 1807. It also has the repealing of schedule.
When it comes to eliminating the Department of Education, now, the Department of Commerce, I don't agree with that. I do know the federal, the Department of Education doesn't really do a whole lot. So apparently they have very little jurisdiction, very little oversight over education per state. So I do know that when it comes to our educational system, that's one of the areas where the federal government does have one of the most minimal level of involvement with. So it is something that states have a lot of autonomy there. So I mean, it wouldn't shock me if they just got rid of it, because they doesn't really do much. But I don't think they should get rid of it. I think if anything, it's they should probably try to give them more responsibilities and probably try to give them a little bit more oversight over the states.
F status for thousands of federal employees to allow a president to replace career civil servants with unqualified.
Dude, Byron's here we go, Gene hates teachers rant. Mm-hmm. Did I criticize teachers at all? I just said that they should give more responsibilities to that particular department.
Partisan loyalists. That's probably my favorite of it. It also prohibits the FBI from combating the spread of misinformation and disinformation, like Russia and China, who are actively trying to interfere with American elections. I don't know why or how anybody can support.
So when it comes to spreading misinformation, now I can understand with the government saying that it's just propaganda. Hey, Far East Asia has always been at war with Oceania, that kind of 1984 sort of rhetoric. I can somewhat support, maybe the government shouldn't be allowed to be spreading propaganda, but the problem is, how the fuck do you enforce that? It's sort of hey, not everyone should vote. People need to be, well-educated to vote, and people should know who they're voting for. It's okay, I can somewhat get behind that, but the problem is, how do you create a test that's fair and unbiased? It's sort of when people talk about things being offensive. It's there is no litmus test. There is no universally accepted standard for what is or isn't offensive. So people that support this shit are just, again, failures at critical thinking. They don't know how to separate fact from opinion. To them, like, what's annoying is just as, like, concrete as, like, what the weight of an object is. Like, what is, I don't know, what's inaccurate to them, or I guess what's propaganda to them is just as black and white. It's just as unequivocal as how many protons are in like a carbon atom. And there are a lot of dumbasses that think that way, where it's just they don't know how to separate subjective schema from objective truth.
Project 2025. And I know that there was allegedly a joke about dictators and whether or not that's funny, but in the United States of America, dictatorships are never funny. And Project 2025 is giving the playbook for authoritarianism as well as the next dictator to come in. And I know that you are doing your jobs here by making sure that hopefully some juror turns on and finds some viral moment of you spewing more of the nonsense as it relates to the president. But as practicing lawyers or licensed attorneys, I hope that we can all agree that no one gets indicted because someone says so. There takes a grand jury, and the grand jury is comprised of American citizens that sit down and review evidence, and they make the determination. And when and if Trump is convicted, it will be a jury of his peers, and it won't be the president of the United States.
Fan base is pioneering a new era of
What do you think, Shab? Do you agree with her?
I like her.
I don't know. She's saying that everyone should have like a fair trial. So I think if people say stupid stuff I don't agree with, they should go to like an internment camp. You don't agree?
Let's make a camp. Then we can go to it for a meetup, guys. You know, let's take a shower together.
Well, anyway. Ukraine calls them meat casualties. Russia's brutal plan to take ground.
What?
So, on the front lines, Ukrainian soldiers use a graphic term to describe the Russian tactics they face daily. They call them meat assaults. Wave of Russian soldiers coming at their defensive positions, sometimes nearly a dozen times in a day. Lieutenant Colonel Anton Bayev of the Qatari brigade of Ukraine's National Guard says wave after wave can arrive in just a few hours at frontline positions north of Kharkiv. The Russians use these units in most cases purely to see where our fighting equipment is located and to constantly exhaust our units, he said. Our guys stand in positions and fight, and when 4 or 5 waves of the enemy come at you in a day, which you have to destroy without an end, it is very difficult, not only physically, but also psychologically. The tactic has led to staggering Russian casualties since Moscow launched its latest offensive 2 months ago. Around 1,200 Russian soldiers were being killed or wounded every day in May and June, the highest rate since the beginning of the war, according to Western officials. Those attacking are normally quickly spotted by drones above the Russian. The Russians leave their dead and wounded on the battlefield. Lieutenant Colonel Bayev says their main task is simply meat assaults and our total exhaustion. The tactic is a sign that Russia is seeking to make the most of its key advantage, numbers. In however you pronounce that, in the Donetsk region, Captain Ivan Sakak, or however you pronounce his name, from Ukraine's 110th Brigade, compares what he sees to conveyor belts bringing Russians to be killed, although still allowing them to push forward slowly. Russia benefits from a significantly larger population than Ukraine. Some of those in the assaults are former prisoners. But Russia is also able to recruit through making one-off payments, sometimes thousands of dollars. So Russia does have one of the larger economies on the planet. They have a much larger GDP than the Ukraine. So it's like not only are they like relying on conscripted soldiers or penal sort of soldiers, they're also relying on like enlisting like a notable quantity of mercenaries. Plus, they just have more like a larger population, so they have more people to draft. And Ukraine's dealing with a troop shortage, so this is something causing notable like issues for Ukraine. But Russia benefits from a significantly larger population than Ukraine. Some of those in the assaults are former prisoner, but Russia also is able to recruit. And there have been complaints from the Russian side about crippled regiments in which wounded soldiers are forced back into fighting. One video shows dozens of men, some on crutches, appealing to their commanders because they say they are wounded and require hospital treatment, but instead are being sent back into combat. All of this, Western officials say, means Moscow can keep throwing soldiers, even if poorly trained, straight on the front lines at the same rate they are being killed or wounded. So this is like Ukraine does, like, they're not perfect when it comes to abiding by war crimes. No country is. But there's a basic level of, I guess, ethics and civility where it's like, yeah, we're not going to throw somebody in the front lines without proper training. There's like a minimal amount of training that they're going to receive. Like there's that basic level of like utilitarianism and professionalism. And you see that level of like bureaucracy like in the US. They're not going to throw some untrained soldier in the middle of in Afghanistan or whatever. And if you take a bullet to like the leg or whatever, like you got shot in the foot, they're going to make sure that you're fully, like, you fully recover before they send you back out there. So this is where, like, Russia, because it's run by Putin and it's, like, it's oligarchy and everything, they don't really have any sort of checks and balances. They don't have any sort of, like, reliable sort of bureaucracy. So Putin can just do whatever he wants. And Putin, because he doesn't have to worry about term limits, he can invest in as long of a plan as he wants. He doesn't have to deal with any checks and balances, so he can just, like, throw prisoners, throw untrained soldiers, like, wounded soldiers out in the middle of the battlefield, and it's like, there's no one to say no. He doesn't, like, there's no other party there to veto any of these policies. So that's something with, like, the United States, like, our president, like, all these political officials in NATO, they have to abide by some somewhat established political system, and they can't just do whatever they want, and they have their hands tied by other parties, and they can only commit to like 4 or 5 year plans. And then there have been complaints on Russia's side about crippled regiments, comments being attacked in combat. All this, Western officials say, means Moscow can keep throwing soldiers even if it's poorly trained, straight on. Ukraine could not match the Russian tactics even if it had the numbers, partly due to a different attitude towards casualties. So there you go, I went over that. A senior general was removed in recent weeks after complaints he was using what are often called Soviet tactics, throwing people at the front lines. And when I've talked about, how Russia, they've always been really bad at logistics. And they've always been known for being really shitty when it comes to, like, their sort of, like, preemptive, like, or preemptive, like, strikes. One thing they're known for is they tend to do well in wars of attrition. Where even though they tend to follow through with notable blunders at the beginning. So, like, in World War II, you had the battle against, like, Finland. They went in and they annexed a decent chunk of land from Finland, but they suffered major casualties, and they heavily outgunned and outnumbered the Finnish forces. But their strategy was terrible. They did things where the Finnish soldiers would, like, shoot the ice that the tanks were driving across, and it would cause the ice to, like, shatter, and all the tanks would end up being submerged underwater. So that's kind of what happened with Ukraine. Like, the initial invasion of Ukraine was poorly executed, and, like, the logistics were terrible when it came to inventory, making sure all these tanks were operational and so forth. But now they've just refused to withdraw. They're taking advantage of the fact that, like, the Russian government doesn't really look at their citizens as actual human beings, and that they're disposable. They found a way to stabilize their economy even with the sanctions. So one of the things they've done is they've been giving stimulus pay to anyone serving in the military, and their federal reserves allowed them to do this for like 30 years. And then, like, Iran and China are backing them, so they found other countries that are willing to, like, go against the proposed sanctions. And they because of that, it's similar to like the stimulus pay with COVID, where people had all this money to spend, so it actually benefited the economy because people were spending all the extra cash they had. So they're giving notable like stimulus pay to the families of anybody serving the military, and that's really kept their economy afloat. So that was one thing people were pointing to, is that the ruble was like, it went down to like 1/10 or 1/100th the value of a penny. And I guess it's improved a bit there. But another thing is their Air Force. There's like the Air Force enigma that a lot of like, that's what it was coined by a lot of tacticians. And a lot of like notable like military generals and tacticians like across the globe are wondering like, okay, Russia has one of the strongest air forces on the planet. It's second to the United States. So they've been relying heavily on their like army, their tanks and so forth. So why haven't they really been utilizing their Air Force? And initially they didn't really utilize it in the initial invasion. And the big reason was they probably thought that they were going to take control of the Ukraine very quickly. They tried to blitzkrieg them, and that didn't work. So then after that, I think the theory is that because they were dealing with that kind of like lower level corruption of like privates and soldiers taking parts from the tanks and selling them on the black market, and they didn't have the amount of tanks they thought they did, I think they didn't want to repeat the same blunder they did with their army. So I think they were thoroughly looking over things and making sure that everything's in check with their Air Force before they actually decide to deploy it and utilize it for certain like types of offenses. And I think that's what they started doing. And now within the last few months, they've started really utilizing their Air Force, airstriking notable cities. They're starting to take back land. So and they're not dealing with the troop shortage. So things are really starting to shift in the favor of Russia now. So in the area around Kharkiv, Russian advances have been stopped. But in the east, Russia's attritional approach is making slow but steady advances. Unfortunately, there are a lot of Russians, and they are trying to conduct this rolling operation, centimeter by centimeter, inch by inch, 100 meter per day, 200 meter per day. And unfortunately, it's successful for them, says Stupak or Stupake.
Tupac?
I don't know. Look up how to pronounce it online.
Oh, it's like stupid Puck.
I think it's Stupake.
I'm Tupac. Sorry.
Look it up.
I'm
okay.
Tupac.
There's frustration in
Kiev
about the pace of Western support. One senior official, and I mean, out of all the wars we're supporting, I would much rather support Ukraine than Israel. I don't think Israel deserves support. I don't like the fact that my taxpayer money is going to supporting a genocide. And here it's like, you know what? I think it's really shitty that we cut support for the Ukraine, where this is definitely a more noble fight compared to the fight that Israel's going about. So help, not enough to make. Western officials acknowledge 2024 has been a tough year for Ukraine, with delays in the arrival of U.S. military aid creating a major strain on defenses, which has cost territory and lives. It seems like so-called incremental approach, whatever their name is, chair of Ukraine's Parliamentary Foreign Affairs Committee, told the BBC. We receive little by little, and I get the impression that our Western allies give a little bit of weaponry, and they see what happens next, if they're afraid of what they refer to as escalation. The lifting of restrictions on using U.S. weapons over the border into Russia has made a difference and helped stall Moscow's assault on Kharkiv. Now, Putin came out recently, and he's like, we blame America for this attack. So for a while, they had an agreement where they were not allowed, they could use this weaponry within Ukraine borders to defend, but they're not allowed any of the missiles, any of the like munitions and stuff given to them by like any of their NATO allies. They can't use these on Russian soil, so they can't strike tanks or Russian units that are on the Russian borders. Now they've lifted that policy, so now Putin's getting pissed and he's making a lot of threats. If we have to fight with our hands tied behind our back, we'll be only bleeding to death, says Mr. Whatever his name is. That's why it's crucially important to be allowed to use long-range missiles in the territory of Russia, and we already have results. But a Ukrainian official said that the use of longer-range strikes into Russia had only been a palliative and was not fundamentally altering the dynamic of the war. We're driving towards stalemate. Former security service, I'd say it was a stalemate for a while. Now the stalemate's kind of they conducted a counteroffensive several months back, and that didn't go as planned. And now things have started to inch in the favor of Russia because Russia has been taking back territory. So Russia started to break the stalemate of some form of negotiation during the visit to Kiev this week. Hungarian Prime Minister, whatever his name is, suggested a ceasefire first to hasten negotiations, a position that officials in Kiev are wary of. We are not ready to go to the compromise for the very important things and values. Chief of Staff of Ukraine's President Zelensky told reporters in Washington, Ukrainians fear without hard security guarantees, such as NATO membership, rather than vague talk of a bridge to such status, Russia may simply regroup and attack again in the future. Vladimir Putin is counting on wearing down Ukraine on the battlefield and outlasting the West's resolve to provide support, as well as launching guided aerial bombs against frontline positions and civilians in Kharkiv. Moscow has also targeted energy infrastructure, so now they were doing this before, but now they're really starting to go at it again, bombing civilian infrastructure, factories, and like I mentioned earlier, they're relying more on airstrikes now, leading to increasingly frequent power blackouts and concerns over what winter might bring, and that's another element of a war against attrition. Attack enemy infrastructure, starve them out. But they've already been doing this for a while. November's U.S. election and another layer of uncertainty, along with a question mark as to whether the European Union could realistically pick up any slack. For Lieutenant Colonel Anton Bayev on the front line near Kharkiv, the ability to strike into Russia may have been vital, but he now sees his enemy adapting its tactics and not just with meat assaults. His losses now come from mortars and glide bombs, while the Ukraine forces remain short of ammunition. So they're having issues with ammunition shortages and troop shortages. And one of the things they're doing is that they're not allowing military-aged men to leave the country. And just recently, they've started conscripting prisoners. So I'm okay with that, where it's like, we did that in Vietnam, where it's like, hey, you have a choice. You can fight in the war or you can go to prison, as long as it's optional. And I believe they're giving them the option. In Russia, I believe they're forced to fight in the war. They don't have a choice. We need everything, and there's always a lack, he says. The boys are holding on. We're all hanging on. It's hard, but everyone knows the price and why it's all being done. Okay. So let's get into some videos about the meat assaults.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay, stop.
Sorry.
So, what would you do, Shab, if you were conscripted in the military? You're like 19, 20, maybe the same age you are now, and you're sent out on the front lines, and you know it's going to be like you're going to be part of a meat assault. They just charge at the enemy, get gunned down, while the other brigade, the other battalion is charging in at the other end. You could be one of the ones that's destined to be gunned down, or you could be one that's overwhelming the trenches.
I will sacrifice myself for my country, Russia. I love
this
Russia.
Is what they did in World War I. So World War I, it was trench warfare, and in order to overwhelm the enemy, because it's like, okay, they have like at the time of World War I, offensive weapons were pretty limited. It was like bolt action weapons. But when it came to defensive weapons, they had things like sniper rifles. They had things like your mounted heavy machine guns, your Maxim machine guns, artillery shells. So it was very easy to like prevent any assault, but it was very difficult to follow through with any assault. So one of the tactics they would use is it's like, hey, this area, like when it comes to the logistics, the amount of bullets they have, they might not be able to fire off enough rounds per minute, rounds per second to eliminate this entire like battalion or platoon. So I like how Shab's getting up right when I'm explaining something to him. Yeah, so they might not be able to eliminate them all. So they might be able to overrun them, but we're going to have hundreds, thousands of people die in the process. So this many thousand people will die, but this many thousand people will get through and take the trench. If you're a general, do you think you'd be comfortable playing around with people's lives like that?
Oh yeah, I'd be. It wouldn't bother me. Let me get something.
Where's Nerd and Crow? Where are you, Crow? Crow's late for work. And I picked this video so it could give a little rundown for Shab and stuff, and then he decides to get up because he sucks.
Baby boo, calm down. I'm trying to. I was gonna tell.
It says here around 1,200 Russian soldiers were killed or wounded daily in May and June. So I do believe so in Gaza, the civilian casualties I think have hit the 10K mark. So that right there, that's like 1,200 dead just in one assault.
This beat's breaking down, dude. Whoa. Oh, it's getting crazy.
Analysts say Moscow can keep sending soldiers to the front lines for months.
Fucking scared the shit out of me.
From breaking news, detailed analysis.
Dude, the dark mode, you can barely see the...
Yeah. Yeah, babe.
Or are protected by the Geneva Convention, which Russia has abandoned since 2019. The Ukrainian government adheres to the rules of the international look at them, virtue signaling. All POWs gave their consent for filming, and their faces have been hidden for the purpose of safety. This video is for informative purposes only.
Я даю добровольное согласие на видеосъемку. Толкачев Павел Владимирович.
I give my consent to the video recording. Толкачев Pavel, born on 11th July 1975, a native of Lugansk region, city of Ruminki.
Все мины. Моего, то, что на глазах оставили лиса, ранили.
All the mines began to fly. I saw how one of our soldiers was wounded. He was hurt very badly. From the backside, 2 legs below, the mid flew out and fracture of the left leg.
Ввел антибиотик, все бинты потратил. Кричал, что он 300-й.
I bandaged him, injected an antibiotic, and spent all the bandages. I shouted that he was wounded a few times, hardly. They said to wait, and that's it. Help didn't come.
Через 2 квадратных метра миномет, танк, ТУР.
Then at night, mortar, tank, ATGM began. In the morning, they came around me. If you want to leave, drop your weapons. I dropped my weapon, never shot all the mags, and surrendered. I realized that I was just waiting for another mine, and that's it.
Я понял, что я тут дождусь только очередной мины, и все.
Do you think the Ukraine, they tortured him and forced him to say the stuff just to make Russia look bad?
I think he's a crisis actor. Gene.
Try to remember when.
I want you to announce something to everyone watching.
What's that?
Okay, people can tip through the link that's pinned at the top of the chat. Okay, and you can get me to drink. All right, but you got to help us with the meetup goal down there. We need to accomplish the meetup goal.
Yeah,
the Airbnb is expensive. It's so expensive. It's in the air. It's a floating house. Okay, we paid for the really fancy one.
Dirt and Crow, and tell them to get in here because they're late for work. I'm gonna have to fire them.
I'll get in here soon.
When that thought came to your mind.
But yeah, make me drink, guys.
I thought I had made a very big mistake in my life that went to the mobilization. I could hide. Calm down. And I'm a fool because I didn't. I think Putin's Russian world is to blame for this.
Dude, look, he's just not patriotic. You're supposed to be a shill for your country, and if you're born within a set of borders, you're supposed to be like a giant shill for that particular nation.
How are they?
How can we trust this man when he's a deserter? Would you trust somebody, Shab, who deserts from the military?
Heck no.
Yeah.
Heck no.
To blame. What do you mean? What exactly did they do? We lived in Ukraine, a good country. Everything was fine. I worked in a mine. I have a loving wife, son, and then they took it and destroyed it at the end of life. I had 3 years until retirement.
Dude, he looks pretty young for somebody who's close to retirement.
My whole life was broken, and not only mine, but all Ukrainians. When there was mobilization, they said that for 2 weeks for training camps and that's it. At work, the staff was cut. I could no longer work, earn money for the...
Oh, look who's here, Crow. Why are you late?
Look who decided to drag their ass through the carpet or whatever you did. Look at you, buddy. Did you miss us, drunken bird?
Sure.
What do you mean, sure?
That's a yes.
Better. Tell him, Gene.
Oh, here, Crow, we're watching a video of a crisis actor telling us how bad Russia is. We're watching a bunch of Western NATOist propaganda.
The family. My mother is sick. The wife after a stroke also doesn't work. My son is studying.
What did he say about his wife?
At work, the staff was cut. I could no longer work, earn money for the family. My mother is sick. The wife after a stroke also doesn't work. My son is studying.
Taking care of his mother and his wife, who's a stroke victim. See, you could be those of you who are complaining about your internet going out and stuff like that, your phone not working. You could be some like Russian prisoner of war who hasn't had contact with your family, and you're the only thing providing for your wife who's a stroke victim and your elderly mother, and now you're stuck in foreign borders after dealing with PTSD from watching your bloodied fucking companion on the ground with his limb, missing his limb and so forth. You could be this guy. So those of you living in the United States and you got your clean drinking water and air conditioning and stuff, record-breaking heat, and you get to turn on the AC and watch Netflix at night, look at yourself like you're a spoiled shit for complaining about your first world problems. I'm just joking.
Damn. Gene's a jerk, guys.
There's propaganda on TV that here's all the Nazis, that they should execute people, cut off heads, and so on. But here it isn't so. I've been here, it's not like that. I was treated with respect and fed. Tell us how your impression of the...
Oh, so the Ukrainians are treating him with respect and are feeding him and stuff. Do you think this is propaganda?
Yeah.
Ukrainian army has
crisis
changed.
actor
What was,
is a
what
good
became.
Next, you're going to tell me that the Israelis are not treating their prisoners of war like shit.
When I gave up, I dropped the machine gun 5 mags. I said, shoot me. They said, why is it needed? Come with us, you will live. I was very impressed. I thought I would be shot or tortured.
Oh, they did the Terminator. Come with us if you want to live.
Or cut off limbs. They didn't do anything like that. This is the first thing that changed my mind. Then I thought they would bring me somewhere, they would cut off my ear, or something to ask. I don't know. I told what I knew, I showed everything. In fact, they didn't cut anything. This is the second time I was surprised. Then all the time they were given water fed, treated differently than we are
Dude, he was afraid that they were going to cut him up and cut his ears.
told on TV.
Do you think he was being fed propaganda?
Yeah.
Do you think that's what Russia does? Some of their POWs? They cut them up?
Probably.
I mean, do you think people in the chat that were being biased? Because, I mean, I don't know. Like, you look at all the fucked up things Israel's doing, and we've been cutting, like, funding to, like, Ukraine, and it kind of seems like Ukraine at least abides by the laws of war. I mean, you can find examples of war crimes being broken and stuff, because it usually always happens to some extent, but it's like what I said. There's that basic level of, I guess, professionalism, bureaucracy, and stuff, where they are abiding by the Geneva Convention, where it's like they're going to guarantee that their troops are trained before sending them out. They're not going to send out wounded soldiers because they abide by that basic level of, like, modern age sort of, like, fucking etiquette. And Russia, because they're run by an oligarch, they just do whatever. Cut up their prisoners, throw, like, wounded, untrained soldiers out on the front lines. So, I don't know, but maybe we're brainwashed. So, I'm gaming and food for you. So they said they raped one guy. The Russians or the Ukrainians?
Our propaganda, which is in the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics. For 6 months, they didn't pay salaries, so our wives went to the military registration and enlistment office. There was no information even where we were. And on TV, they said that we were paid well, that we would be paid some kind of material assistance. There was none of this. Only then, 6 months later, they began to pay money slowly. The money was paid not by those numbers which said on TV. There were 26,000 rubles at first, but then they paid 15,000 each.
Все время по телевизору говорят 176 тысяч, 200 тысяч. Я получил один раз 176 тысяч, последнюю зарплату тоже 176.
That's it. Then only at the end of September they began to add wages. All the time they say on TV that 176,000, 200,000 rubles. I once received 176,000. I also didn't receive the last salary of 176,000 because they said you have to go and fight and after that you will receive your salary. I didn't get anything for the wound either. They didn't give me any documents. I don't know the procedure.
Well, he's a traitor. Why would they pay him?
Discharged from the local medical unit and everything is in order. I feel like I've been lied to and I'm not the only one, 99%. Yes, there were such situations, people also do not receive money. And for a very long time these issues are resolved and no one is paid, neither 176,000 nor 200,000. Only if you have been...
But I noticed something. So when he's talking, when his lips are moving, it's not matching the dialogue in the video.
Yep, that's obvious propaganda.
Yeah.
See, you could tell by that exactly.
He's really saying, help me, the Ukrainians. They've cut off, like, all my fingers. I don't have much time.
Look, this guy obviously has makeup on. Okay?
Yeah.
Anyone can see that.
There for a long time, which is very physically, I believe, impossible.
Dude, he's probably, like, blinking a message to his fellow Russians, like that one POW from Vietnam. Did you know that, Chad? There's a famous story of, like, an American POW in Vietnam where he blinked a message in Morse code that they like encrypted or decrypted on like from the TV interview, where he actually like communicated all the human rights violations that were taking place inside the prison.
Mm-hmm.
And he did it while giving the interview and stuff. So he was telling them what they wanted him to say while communicating through Morse code what they were actually doing. And maybe he's doing that.
Yeah.
So they wait until you will be killed, right? Until later, and then you will be killed and they don't need to pay anything. Yes, it turns out that this money is promised to everyone, but only 1% of these people receive it in the end. They still haven't even issued a salary card or a military ID. In a year and a half, right? Yes, I had a temporary Ukrainian document because of the loss back in 1998 as issued. How they made out that I served, and that's it. And so I kept saying, make a military ID. No one did anything. We will do it later, they said. I think that is done on purpose, to send people preliminary from Donetsk and Lugansk regions like a cannon fodder to grind us all. And locals were released for dismissal, let's say from Donetsk or Makivka. And they were detained there. They were tied to a chain. You will sit in the basement for 3 days and go in the first 5 to combat to take positions. They could beat you in case of inappropriate answer. We were sent for meat for slaughter like a death conveyor. All these groups are changing. You want...
There we go. So you weren't there. Were you there when we were describing that in the chat, Crow?
Describing what?
Their like meat assault tactics.
Yeah, basically just fucking throw as many people as you can to a certain Yeah,
so he was saying that they're just like meat on a conveyor belt. That's what he's describing here.
5-10% maximum, the new ones remain. Commanders walk around all this time and they're junior overhears, so that we couldn't chat among ourselves and we didn't spread panic. Everyone understands that we are going as cannon fodder. Phones are also taken away and recorded in a journal so that you speak in time.
Командиры все время ходят и их младшие подслушивают, чтобы много не болтал между собой, не разводил панику. Все понимают, что мы идем на мясо. Телефоны тоже забирают и это записываются в журнал, чтобы...
If you say something wrong on the phone, then they bring the commander sheet with a wiretap. What did you say that you are either not fed there or beaten or something else? This has happened to some of your fellow soldiers before, hasn't it? Yes, the angry commander came at 9 and said that you are writing on...
So they're doing like... See? Do you think Ukrainian sergeants aren't beating the shit out of their soldiers? Don't you think this is just a bunch of Ukraine propaganda?
Telegram, and your wives write that you are not fed for food. That we do not give you a salary. We had 5 people there. He lined them all up and hit each one. It turned out that someone gave the phones to other. He called his wife. Wife shared it on Telegram. After that, all phones were taken away.
So, opinion, Crow. Do you think the Russian commanders beat the shit out of their privates?
Their privates?
Not in public, though.
Do you know what a private is, Shab, in war?
No.
It's like usually the basic, like the introductory sort of position. So a private soldier is usually one that is like your basic ground troop right out of training. It's the like lowest level tier.
Did anybody help with the goal? And I didn't notice.
I don't know.
Gotta try to pay attention here.
Другим телефон. И тут звонил жинкам, а жены рассказали об этом в Телеграме. После этого все телефоны под запрет позабирали все.
How did they get access?
Не знаю. И такую телефонную розмову из Телеграм. Хлопцы прячьтесь, тікайте.
I don't know. They listened to the phones and social networks. Guys ran away. It's all propaganda. In fact, everything is exactly the opposite. What is shown on TV is a lie. We all go as cannon fodder. Putin and the Russian world are to blame for this.
В этом виноват Путин и русский мир.
Why should they believe you? Because I'm here and I'm alive.
Oh, well, it said Timmy tipped 3 hours ago.
Oh. 3 hours ago. We haven't even been streaming for 3
Yeah. Well, he tipped when we were in the chat with him because he's tipping for his share of the B&B.
Oh.
Okay, so let's take a little like palate cleanser from all the carnage and stuff. So I want Crow here for this. So I wanted your opinion. So who do we currently have in the chat?
Who do we have in the chat?
Singapore.
Everybody. What the fuck is this? Oh.
You got 3 in my bubble.
Well, I need to take that city, Kazan, to get to Singapore.
You don't need to take it. You need to go through it.
I think I could use an extra city.
Okay.
I'm sorry, bro. You're a more backwards people. I have 30 science. You only have 14 science. I need to bring your people into modernity.
Not sorry, Gene.
What the?
I mean, Carl. He's manipulating you. First this is on. First is on. Next is all your other cities.
I just need that one city. You can have like your other cities, Crow. It's okay.
My other cities. You only took over one, so give me La Venta.
Nah, I need that.
Yeah, then that's a no-go.
Dang. Just can't seem to come to an agreement.
I mean, Kazan has fucking nothing, but it was just in your way, so you took it over. La Venta, also nothing, so...
Not sorry, Gene. I mean, Crow, he's...
I like how they only let you make clips that are like a minute in length.
No, but it's fucking stupid. Like, we all, both you, me, and JLV were like, oh, fucking Singapore is, you know, is fucking with us, so let's go after Singapore. No, you were just like, oh, these other two people want to go after Singapore. That means I can go after those other two people. And then you made a deal with JLV, and then you fucked me over for one goddamn settlement.
What else am I supposed to do?
Play Crusader Kings with me so I can fuck you over.
Okay.
It's more fucking, there's more, fuck, what's it called?
Well, I just took Singapore.
Oh, good.
Well, you said Singapore. You said Singapore was causing problems, and if you stayed in the game, I would have taken them over, and...
No, Singapore wasn't fucking with me, but I had No, but it's fucking stupid. Like, we all... No, you said you needed... Yeah, you said you needed, because... Yep. You took over...
See, this is why you should play Tropico with me.
You said you needed it, so what the fuck are you saying?
Drunken crowd.
Why are you in my fucking area?
Well, you are in my area.
Kazan was mine. And I even told you that, and you were like, oh, yeah, I need to take that. Okay, so, okay.
Crow, join the alliance.
Join
It's
the
me, Timmy,
alliance.
unspecified. We're going up against Gene. But don't tell him, though.
What are you doing here in my city, Singapore?
Oh, that was me talking to JLV. JLV was encroaching too. I had to take him over.
God, you have so much.
No, it's the same thing as the first time I fucking played with you. Like, oh, I'm dealing with a whole bunch of barbarians, and you're just like,
Pro,
well, I'm gonna take you over then anyway. Oh, you're dealing with all the barbarians. Well, I'm not.
If you play the single player on like deity to harder difficulties, that's how it is. If they, like, if you're dealing with barbarians, they just come in and take your city. It's like part of the game. You gotta learn to. Part of the game is defending your territory. Like Nicholas Rosa has done the same thing, where he's bum rushed me when I'm dealing with other stuff. You gotta. Part of the game is adapting to that.
Okay, well, Civ 6 is not as no. I'm gonna say this. No, it's the same thing as the first time I played with you.
Oh, it cuts off right when he was about to say the N-word. Right when he was about to say the N-word.
Both you and JLB said you were gonna fuck with Singapore, and I was just like, oh yeah, I'll jump on the bandwagon, but oh no, your one city is in the way. And then you fucking took it over for no fucking reason. And then you're like, oh, I'm at war with someone. Oh, why is it Crow? Because you already fucking took over one of my goddamn settlements.
I'm sorry, Crow. At least now that you're gone, it will be easier to take over Russia.
This guy.
Don't worry, Crow. When I win the game, I'm gonna make sure that Gene feels the pain.
See, like, any defense, Crow.
Of what?
You rage quit when we were playing Civ because I took over one of your cities.
And
you should have played Tropico instead, Drunken Crow.
Well, I'm just saying, like I said, you were backwards people. I was bringing you guys into modernity. I was helping you guys out.
That was my newest city. So you're like, oh, it doesn't have walls. Of course it doesn't have walls.
Yeah,
right?
and I took it over and gave it walls. Yeah, I gave it a granary. I was able to improve all the tiles and add multiple districts.
Awesome.
And I did it within a quarter of the amount of time it would have taken you to do that.
Sounds good.
Why don't you have your camera on?
But we are thinking of doing a Civ game where it's everyone versus Gene. I need a challenge, so we're going to have the next game that we play. Everyone's going to be on one team, and then I'm going to... All the AIs are going to be, like, independent, and then I'm going to be independent. So it's going to be everyone versus Gene.
We need to do Tropico, Gene.
Tropico sucks.
No.
Everyone press 1 in the chat if Tropico takes far less skill than Civ 6. Yeah, Tropico is just kind of like a watered-down version of SimCity. And SimCity probably, like, based on what I've seen, SimCity would take more skill than Tropico, and Civ takes more skill than SimCity. That's why Shad likes Tropico, because it's so much easier. Okay, so let's get back to all the Russian, like, private meat shields.
It's very topical today, but very important to keep and save our own positions. We're driving to meet troopers only a couple days before they're working on Ukrainian position, and it's 50 meters close to Russian positions.
In this footage taken by Ukrainian aerial reconnaissance, you can see the ground is literally strewn with the dead bodies of Russian invaders. This is the result of why all the enemy's attempts to break through the defenses of the Ukrainian defenders in the Bakhmut region. The enemy diverting attention on one flank began to attack from the other.
They climbed, in the literal sense of the word, on their bellies to the left of the landing. We worked them out. This was very good teamwork. Aerial reconnaissance worked. They had constant communication with us by walkie-talkie. We were constantly guarded where the enemy was. It was direct contact, 3-4 meters to the nearest enemy. We stopped it. Then we had to go out and sweep it up a bit.
The number of Russian soldiers at the time of that assault significantly exceeded the number of infantrymen defending their positions. The result, the loss of enemy manpower and the rescue of a wounded.
Look at all these, like, they're not bullet
soldiers at
holes,
the time of
they're
that assault
like,
significantly exceeded the number of infantrymen
like mortar craters.
defending their positions.
Kind of like when you see, like, a window or a car that's littered in, like, bullet holes. It's like that, except it's, like, several acres. Just littered with, like, several foot, like, wide, like, craters.
The result, the loss of enemy manpower and the rescue of a wounded tanker who drove on a field mined by Russians covering the work of the Ukrainian soldiers. The fellow was saved by a serviceman with the hero call sign.
They were blown up by an anti-tank mine, and they started to get off the tank, then went around 3 more mines without running into them. I left the hideout and began to shell the Russians so that ours would come up to us. I covered them. They couldn't move on their own. A command was received to go and pull them out. It didn't take much time for me to think about it, so I went and did it.
The bodies of the killed Russian soldiers are still lying at the place of death, but at the same time, the Russian occupiers do not stop storming again.
They periodically assault us. We do our job. They also do theirs. Many of their drones fly around, figure out our equipment, and hit it.
Do they use strike drones?
They do. They have a lot of these drones.
There can be no more than a few tens of meters between the combat positions of Ukrainian and Russian soldiers. The military can hear each other, often offers to the enemy to surrender, bring results, the Ukrainian defenders say.
The enemy is usually 50 to 100 meters away from us. Sometimes we contact them, shout our chants. We shout in order to demoralize them, so that they do not have a desire to fight, so that they surrender, and often this helps.
Ukrainian troops continue to return the Russian-occupied territories of the Bakhmut region under their shelling around the clock, held in the defense of previously occupied positions. According to the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, the Ukrainian armed forces are successfully advancing on the southern flank of the outskirts of Bakhmut. Reported by Diana Kolesnik, Olena Hramova, UATV News.
Russian troops launched an offensive on Avdiivka on October 10th. The city was attacked simultaneously from several directions with a massive use of aircraft, artillery, and armored vehicles. The Ukrainian armed forces responded by massively destroying the enemy's equipment. The New York Times writes the battles for Avdiivka have become the most expensive for Russia in a full-scale war. The Ukrainian armed forces are using artillery to destroy columns of Russian armored vehicles and infantry, even on the approaches to the city.
Recently, the enemy has lost 6,000 soldiers just near Avdiivka, and the fact that they are changing their tactics is due to heavy losses in armored vehicles. The units that were thrown into the assault on Avdiivka were actually thrown to death.
The huge losses of the Russian army near Avdiivka have been reported both by the Ukrainian Armed Forces Command and by Russian military itself. According to the Institute of the Study of War, the Russians used Storm Z infantry units for the meat assaults on Avdiivka, destroying their personnel by 40 to 70% in a matter of days.
What do you think of that name, meat assaults?
The dead Russian military personnel are being taken to the morgue at the military clinical hospital in Rostov.
Something sexual, you know, like something I'm gonna do to you at the meetup.
Crow, don't you think that one good tactic in Civ 6 would be like maybe a meat assault? You can throw all your warriors my way, one by one.
No, you
try to overrun.
You just run at them, you jump, you pull out your meat, and boom, slap them in the fucking face. That's a meat assault.
Exactly.
There are so many of them that
knock
relatives of
them
death
out with
complain
your
that
cock.
staff cannot find a body. At the identification, people are pressured and forced to admit that the body of a stranger is their relative. DNA tests are refused.
In the Rostov morgue, nobody cares. They just say, I give you the body, so take it. What else do you want from me? And if you don't want to take it, then your relative will be labeled as meat instead of dead, so you won't get your compensation. Yes, that's what the attitude is like. But let's imagine for a minute that there is someone concussed and lost his memory. He doesn't remember who he is and will lie in the hospital bed until he dies. And no one will find out who he actually is. This is the attitude to people, and that's how the Russian state treats people.
Payments, however, are not all that simple either. The Russian authorities regularly report on the financial support of the Russian military and their families, but the mobilized contract servicemen and their relatives often complain about long delays and bureaucracy.
It is clear that there will be problems with payments because the Russian economy is not doing well, and it is not a coincidence that at the end of last week the central bank raised the refinancing rate by 2% points. Yes, it shows that there is a lot of inflation in Russia. There is not enough money. It's not being printed, so of course payments are not regular.
Most experts say that even if they sign a contract directly with the Ministry of Defense, participants in the so-called special military operation are not immune from problems. Their families have to fight through the courts for the benefits
Get her complaining that she's got to wait a little bit longer to get her free money.
and payments they are entitled to, and given the scale of current losses in the Russian army, there will be many more such cases in the court. Reported by Anastasia Tarnavska, Yulia Bil, UATV News.
Good afternoon. You are a serviceman of the 1009th Regiment. I am Valatov Evgeny. This is my brother.
Oh, so this is something. So in the article, they also mentioned this, that there are plenty of like units, regiments that are like stuck in the middle of nowhere, where they've just been battered down by artilleries and bullets, and they have so many wounded, and they're kind of stuck. And Russia just doesn't give a fuck. They're just like leaving them out there, like whatever, you're on your own. And that happened with Wagner. Wagner, with that mercenary group, was pissed that they were sent out on the front lines and they were not well armed, well supplied. So they ended up like retreating, and they ended up attacking Moscow.
Valatov Igor, yesterday. We went to storm Volchanskaya yesterday, but the assault was ineffective. Everyone got
Drunken
injured.
Crow.
Some fled. I do not know what became.
What?
You're not mad, are you?
No.
It was funny. It was funny watching that. It's funny watching people get mad.
Yeah.
And Gene did the same shit when I played with him, even though I didn't know how to play at all. He was just like, "Yeah, I'm gonna take your shit. Yeah, whatever."
No, the first time I played you and on the PlayStation, you and Timmy tried attacking me.
I remember you being a douche though at some point.
No, maybe one of the later ones, but the first game that I played with you guys, you just decided to attack me, and you spent the entire game attacking one city, as I just built up all my settlements on half of the map.
I did good.
You guys, I was sim-citying on like most of the continent, and you guys spent your entire time just sending units to the slaughter at that one city. And then
we don't know how to play.
I decided, okay, I'm bored. So then I just took all my tanks and modern units, and you still had a bunch of horsemen and like warriors with clubs. And then I just steamrolled you and took over your 6 cities. Because you spent all your resources just pumping out units to be killed off, trying to take one city.
You're just mad because I'm better than you at Tropico.
Maybe they're injured. Maybe they were killed. My brother and I
Now
got
I want to
injured.
play Civ.
All the wounded were able to perform
Now I want to
first
play
aid on
Tropico.
themselves and
That's
get
my heroine.
to the forest.
Yeah, Tropico's my hero.
Our commander tells us we have to go and assault the building tomorrow again. How can we go when everything hurts, we're all injured, and we simply don't have the strength? I'm appealing to the military prosecutor's office and the Russian Federation president. Please intervene.
What are you gonna
Please address
do?
this issue. Why send
You should be asking Trump for help.
people like this, all injured and drained, into battle? It's like sending them to their deaths.
What do you think of that question he had at the end?
Good after deaths.
So
This issue. Why? I'm appealing to the military prosecutor's office and the Russian Federation president. Please intervene. Please address this
issue.
Why send people like this, all injured and drained, into battle? It's like sending them to their deaths.
It's like sending them to their deaths. So why do you think they're doing that? Sending people that are injured and drained into battle in bulk. Do you think Putin's a nice dude?
I think it costs less to let them die than to help them.
And it's also that they're like disposable. They have a large amount of troops and they're taking advantage of the numbers.
This was one of the first sights we had of Russian prisoners being recruited to fight in Ukraine. The late Yevgeny Prigozhin, founder of the Wagner mercenary group, and himself a...
Did I skip a video?
Former convict, giving these prisoners a choice. Join up, fight in Ukraine, and if you survive for 6 months, you'll be pardoned and go home. It was actually a better deal than many of the regular Russian soldiers got, and of course there were plenty of takers. Russia has 400,000 prison inmates, one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. The Ukrainian authorities say Biden recruited more than 38,000 convicts, many of whom found themselves in these Storm VP units. These were thrown into battles like Bakhmut with very little training, the meat in the so-called meat grinder, and the Ukrainians say more than 70% of them were killed. But some did return home, and some of them went on to reoffend and even commit some pretty grisly murders. Now, up to now, Ukraine
of them were killed. So imagine that, like, they're talking about like how 1,200 soldiers died in just like one battle. Imagine what the aftermath looks like.
Imagine what it smells like.
Well, I mean, imagine you're there staring at, because it's one thing when there's like airstrikes and stuff, and usually people are so mangled and stuff, they're unidentifiable and they're usually trapped under debris. In a situation like this where it's like hundreds of men are all just gunned down running to take over some kind of position, imagine seeing just like hundreds of corpses littered with bullets.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's a pleasant sight?
Through a mix of conscription and by men and women just volunteering.
Remember All Quiet on the Western Front?
Which one's that?
That's the one that takes place in World War I. It's in the perspective of a German soldier. It's all about the trench warfare.
Let me see.
A population 3.5 times smaller than Russia, it's struggling. Volodymyr Zelensky has lowered the draft age from 27 to 25, and he said in December that he planned to recruit an additional 500,000 Ukrainians into the armed forces. Meanwhile,
yeah, it's where there was a bunch of teenagers and they were all happy to go to war.
Yeah, and then they regret it.
Moscow claims 1,500.
Or it's like Saving Private Ryan, the beginning scene, the Battle of D-Day, or the invasion of Normandy Beach, where they're all just getting gunned down, and then like the ocean shores are just like have this like dark red taint and or they're tinted, and it's just you see the bodies all over the fucking beach.
Yeah.
100 recruits are signing up every day. So now it seems Kyiv is taking a page out of
Says Gene, I thought you were supposed to be smart. What do you mean supposed to be smart?
Yeah, he's dumb. Don't you know that, Bill Hicks?
To its
He's an idiot.
Prisoner population. There are now reports that a new mobilization bill passed last month means more than 3,000 prisoners have been released on parole and assigned to military units, what they're calling volunteer assault battalions. The Ukrainian Justice Ministry says 27,000 prisoners are eligible for this scheme. Now, unlike in Russia, prisoners convicted of sex offences, multiple murders or crimes against national security aren't eligible. And the Ukrainians say there's no meat grinder for these men. They'll be integrated into regular frontline units. So what did you...
Well, there's no meat grinder for them because they're actually... Or wait. Here, I'm looking at my phone. Are they talking about Ukrainian soldiers? Yeah.
3,000 prisoners have been released on parole and assigned to military units, what they're calling volunteer assault battalions. The Ukrainian Justice Ministry says 27,000 prisoners are eligible for this scheme. Now, unlike in Russia, prisoners convicted of sex offences, multiple murders or crimes against national security aren't eligible. And the Ukrainians say there's no meat grinder for these men. They'll be integrated into regular frontline units. So what did Ukrainian convicts get from this? Well, apart from parole, they say it's the chance to return home a hero, not just an ex-prisoner. And they'll be hoping the Ukrainian authorities are better at keeping their word than the Russians, because their prisoners found out they don't actually get a pardon at all. And instead of going home early, they now have to fight and survive until the end of the war. Now, this scheme isn't going to solve Ukraine's bigger recruitment problem. The Justice Ministry says it'll probably amount to around 5,000 prisoner recruits in total.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it. So it's like 30,000 people have died in Gaza so far, civilians. And that's it's been 8-9 months. So when you look at like those battles where they're saying just in one battle 1,200 men died, that's like over like 1/30th of the amount of casualties in the span of 9 months just in one battle. So that kind of puts things in perspective. So 9/11, like 3,000 people died. So you think about that just in one battle, throwing all of those soldiers to the meat grinder. That's 1,200 lives that Putin just wasn't, that were deployed, not abiding by the Geneva Convention, throwing all of these like wounded and drained soldiers in the front lines, just 1,200 dead, one battle.
But these are still criminals. So what about the Ukrainian soldiers that come here to be trained in the UK on Op Interflex? What safeguards will there be about the backgrounds of those soldiers? Well, we asked the MOD that question, and it told us that the British Army isn't responsible for security vetting. The Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian military look at their backgrounds before they join a course here. And training is delivered in the UK under what they say is their backgrounds.
I know this is training, but you look at these kind of trenches and imagine being on the front lines, crouched down here, where it's like at any moment a bullet could just whiz over your head or just nick you in the head. The person in front of you, imagine you're like crouched down one of these trenches and the person right in front of you is nicked in the head with a bullet. And then their corpse is in front of you and you can't really, there's not enough space to move around them. If you try to go over them, then that's going to expose you. Like it's going to make up that like 6-inch difference. That's going to result in your death. Imagine what it's like being in that situation.
Yeah, you could probably just bend down a little bit more here, but still, yeah, you gotta walk over their dead bodies.
And imagine what that's like after the war. You're in one of these trenches, you see your comrade in front of you get nicked in the head with a bullet, and then it's like any moment you could be shot. When's that time coming? Then you have to go over their body, and it's like, because of that, it puts you at this great risk, you know, that you have to deal with managing that, like, in the back of your head, while also managing, like, keeping yourself lowered where you don't get hit in the head as well. And then imagine surviving that. Do you think that's going to fuck with somebody mentally for the rest of their life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll be fine. Vetting the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian military look at their backgrounds before they join a course here. And training is delivered in the UK under what they say is their trusted assurance. However, defence sources tell me that no one released on parole under this scheme in Ukraine will come to the UK to train. Thanks for watching. For more.
Thanks for watching, Gene.
Ended up fighting for Ukraine. This isn't too weird, bud.
Прилетает на вертолете Пригожин со своей охраной. Наша зона была перекрыта где-то в 3 кольца спецназа. Дошел Пригожин уже, заехал Пазик со спецназом, с охраной заложен. Нас построили всех на плацу. Там было около 1200 человек где-то. Пригожин начал речь говорить, что у меня есть возможность забрать судьбу любого, желательно с большими сроками за тяжкие преступления.
They'd prefer those with longer sentences. Maybe that's because like they're promising them 6 months of service and they get a pardon. So maybe the reason why they want people with longer services is because like if you're only serving like, I don't know, a year, half your sentence might not seem that like that significant. They want people that are in prison for like 8 or 10 years. And I mean, Russia probably doesn't have the most fair judicial system, but still, the fact that there's probably people that are going to get a pardon for some pretty fucked up things that they probably shouldn't get a pardon for.
А насколько вообще боеспособное подразделение Штормзет? Это не боеспособное подразделение. Это подразделение, предназначенное для разведки боя. То есть людей отправляют для того, чтобы узнать, сколько...
And yep, they mentioned this in the article. People are sent out just to find what kind of enemy forces there are. Yeah, why use surveillance drones when you can just use like young men to do it?
Оппонента, ну, какое есть вооружение, как они отбиваются.
Yeah, and they're criminals?
Oh, yeah, but
in trouble.
Like I said, it's Russia, so they could be criminals for criticizing the government. Like we did stories where there was this one woman who she owned a grocery store and she put statistics on like all the like what is it, price tags. So when people were shopping, it said, "Did you know in the first day this many people died?" And they sent her away for like a decade. So some of these people could just be charged for like acts of sedition, and so just because they're in prison doesn't really mean, and it's like that with any country. I mean, there's always going to be stupid laws. Like there's were people in prison for marijuana in America for quite a while. But some of them, I don't know, maybe it's like minor petty crimes. So we don't know what kind of charges they are.
Просто 20 тысяч человек отправили, там 5 вернулось, они рассказывают. Ну все, дальше уже информация там передается военным, другим там кадрам.
Yeah, and I mean, the United States, how we treat our prisoners, like a lot of U.S. prisons, it's like there are more male rape victims than female victims because of prison, like grape alone. And when it comes to just how we subject people to slave labor, we have this attitude of, like, let's not separate violent criminals from non-violent criminals. There's prisons where it's like 23-hour lockdown, regardless of what you go to prison for. So you get like 1 hour to exercise and like eat and like shower, and then you're confined to a dark room for 23 hours. And it's just, people have this attitude of like, well, don't go to prison. It's like, yeah, because people deserve to be tortured because they're no longer human once they go to prison.
Все, у нас не было шага назад, потому что за невыполнение приказа ты ноль, отступишь ты ноль. Ну, ноль это убьют тебя. А у нас было 2 дезертира, которые отказались выполнять приказ. И за то, что он не выполнил приказ, он просто вернулся когда на базу, окопался в могилу, его убили. Одного из бойцов, тоже который с нашей группы, он был 300 тяжелый. На протяжении 2 суток он находился там. Во время оказания ему медпомощи, я ему накалывал жгуты, меня просто окружили с двух сторон.
То есть вы не сдавались до последнего?
Я не сдавался до последней помощи, с нашей группы был жгуты, меня просто окружили с
Do you know what that word is, Shab?
Tourniquets.
То есть вы не
Tourniquets.
сдавались
What's a
до последнего?
tourniquet?
Я не сдавался до последнего.
I think that's what you like put around
Yeah,
something to stop the blood. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So like if somebody got their leg chopped off, they'd put a tourniquet on it.
I'm surprised I didn't know that.
Я знал правила Вагнера, просто в случае сдачи.
I don't know how a tourniquet goes on though, so don't take that seriously what I just
Если
did.
среди вас есть желающие вступить в русский добровольческий корпус, сейчас последний шанс. Есть такие?
У меня история в этом плане индивидуальная, потому что я сразу же, грубо говоря, с фронта, что сдаться, воевать в Украину, сдался я в плен 27 июня. 22 августа я уже в составе русского добровольческого корпуса.
Content may contain graphic and violent imagery.
Yay! That's what we were looking
CNN's
for.
Fred Pleitgen shows us now the costly lengths to which Russia is willing to go to destroy Ukraine. We must warn you, some of the images we're about to show you are disturbing.
It's a sight Ukrainian troops in Avdiivka see all too often, a massive Russian armored assault force coming right at them. The Russian infantry moves with virtually no cover. The Ukrainians call these meat assaults because the Russian troops have virtually no chance of survival as Ukrainian drones hunt them down. They assault with a large number of personnel, the head of both, as Ukraine have virtually no cover. The Ukrainians call these meat assaults because the Russian troops have virtually no chance of survival as Ukrainian drones hunt them down.
Just imagine that being your...
They assault with a large number of personnel, survival as Ukrainian drones hunt them down.
Like, I wonder if they're even aware of the drone, but imagine... Are you watching, Chad?
Yeah.
Imagine being one of the 2 soldiers there right outside of blast radius.
Ooh, yeah.
They assault with a large number of personnel, the head of the drone.
And you just see them all die, and they're aware that this is going on. They're aware that they're probably part of, like, one of these, like, meat assaults. And it's like, oh, they all dead. It's my moment. Like any moment, it's my time.
Unit that filmed the videos tells them. Assault after assault, non-stop. If we kill 40 to 70 of them with drones in a day, the next day they renew their forces and continue to attack. It's been going on for several months as Russian President Vladimir Putin seems hell-bent on taking Avdiivka. Russian vehicles under artillery fire as they get close to Ukrainian positions. The ground littered with dead and dying Russian soldiers trying to overwhelm the Ukrainian defenses here. The Ukrainians say they're holding back most of the assaults, but are outgunned and outmanned. We need more people, more military, more equipment. We need more ammunition, more drones, he says. Unfortunately, we don't have the amount needed to win. We need a lot. And the Russians, not facing the same shortages, are dropping massive amounts of ordnance on the Ukrainians. Everything from artillery to heavy guided aerial bombs. One of the key defense points, a massive coke plant at the edge of town. And that's where these guys are setting up their defenses. Under constant fire, elite snipers from Ukraine's Omega Special Forces. Here, they have the cover to hit advancing Russian soldiers. Their anger visible in the hoodies they wear for our interview.
Jesus Christ. So I know Russia is just... You look at this on both sides. So you're Ukrainian. There's a troop shortage. You're running out of bullets. These drones are just barely holding them back. And they're just sending swarms and swarms of, like, troops your way. And it's like they're also, like, just shelling indiscriminately dumb bombs and, like, airstrikes, artillery strikes all throughout the region. So you're holding the ground. You're in your, like, little trench bunker trying to, like, pilot these drones, keeping everyone back, bombs flying over your head. If you aren't able to keep them back, then like a few hundred can get through and gun you down. So, but then on the side of the Russians, it's like you're just being thrown to the slaughter. Like this one drone drops a bomb, you see like your comrades die in front of you. You know that you're like one of the 4 like units that's pretty much destined to die. You're the ones that make it. You get to the location, you hear sniper fire going on around you. You got to locate where they are. How do you think you'd fare in these situations, Shab?
I'm sure I could be of some sort of use to them, but I don't know about all. I don't think I can handle all that.
We have at distances up to 1,300 meters, the effectiveness of our work is 90%, he says. For that kind of precision, they need to keep their weapons in pristine condition all the time, they say. At the beginning, it seemed the Russians could encircle Avdiivka very quickly, he says, but as we see, Avdiivka has been ours for 3 months, and we're holding on. Holding Avdiivka for now, even as assault after assault eats away at Ukrainian defenses. And Jake, the commander of that drone unit, also told us he believes that his unit alone has destroyed between 40 and 50 pieces of Russian armor, so tanks and armored vehicles, and killed.
So you make it to the location, you know that there's a drone unit somewhere. It's like you gotta find them. Where are they? They could be in this building, that building, and it's just this game of cat and mouse. Launch bombs everywhere. Hope you hit the building they're in, and then I could only imagine being like a private, and you're like looking around, and then you're hearing sniper fire because you have snipers that are trying to protect the people piloting the drones.
Killed anywhere between 1,000 and 1,500 Russians, and yet they keep coming and threaten to overwhelm those defenses there in Avdiivka, also, of course, because of dwindling ammunition supplies.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden's fight for more Ukraine aid is still struggling to gain traction. President Biden continues to urge top lawmakers to approve his $60 billion aid request, but we are told the White House is very aware that time is running out.
Billions helping Israel.
For any new US military funding.
I mean, Israel could be invaded by like Hamas any moment. I mean, Israel doesn't have the capacity to hold the line. I mean, don't you think they're in a much more dire situation than Ukraine?
2024 presidential election. Pentagon officials have not held a single meeting since last month to decide what to send Ukraine because there is no money to fund the aid packages. CNN's Natasha Bertrand is now with more from the Pentagon. And Natasha, only this week...
Where did all that money go?
President Biden had met with House and Senate lawmakers to discuss this. Really, what was at stake here for Ukraine? Has that helped?
Next vid.
As Fred Peiken reports, is literally a matter of life and death for Ukrainians. And I do want to warn you, some of the images you're about to see are graphic.
A U.S.-provided Bradley infantry fighting vehicle almost single-handedly stopping a Russian assault near Avdiivka in southeastern Ukraine, pelting the Russians with tracer rounds from its powerful 25mm gun. Vladimir Putin's troops pinned down, unable to advance. This is just one element of Ukraine's efforts to hold Avdiivka, run from underground command centers in secret locations. The Ukrainians have given us access to their command bunker for this part of the front line. From here, they organized part of the defense of Avdiivka. It's rarely calm here, they say, the Russians assaulting nearly all the time. A Russian tank with a small group of troops shows up. The Ukrainians track their movements. And these two soldiers, probably from an already decimated unit, cowering in a trench where the Ukrainians have spotted them. They hit the Russians with a kamikaze drone, but they survive for now. The commander tells me Russian losses here are staggering. They use a lot of equipment, we destroy a lot of equipment, he says. A lot of infantry assaults, they expend people, they step over each other, don't provide assistance. It's true. There's a lot of infantry, equipment, and meat assaults. From the many drones monitoring the battlefield, we see the bodies of dead Russian soldiers frozen amidst their destroyed vehicles. The command post also directs artillery and rocket strikes.
If they ever make a Ukraine-Russian war movie, which we're probably going to see in like a few years, do you think they're going to put a lot of attention on the meat assaults?
Counter assaults with ground forces to clear trenches and stop the seemingly endless waves of Russian infantry attacks.
Okay, so if I direct a movie based on the Russian-Ukraine war, it's going to be in the perspective of a Russian soldier where his one brother or his cousin broke his arm to get out of service. His one brother and his nieces and nephews fled the country into like Georgia. And then his sister was arrested for speaking out against Putin online. And then he is in the front lines and stuff. The beginning of the movie, he's going to war, he breaks his leg. Then there's a period of a few months where he's trying to recover, but then he's sent out in the front lines again. And he's part of like one of these like meat brigades. And then that's
going to be the climax of the movie. He's in that one location. They know that there's a bunker where they're piloting the drones. You have the climax where all the drones are flying over, dropping the bombs and stuff, and he hears all the sniper fire. All his comrades are getting killed off one by one, and then he finally just surrenders, and the end of the movie, Ukrainians come and give him asylum. What do you think?
I was hoping he would break the other leg.
John Morgan needs to direct the first Russian-Ukrainian war film.
Man, I'd be better at directing a
Unfortunately,
film
they have a
than
lot of
you,
losses,
Gene.
he says, yet they do not stop. But Avdiivka will be ours. They will not succeed. But Ukraine's American-provided guns...
It says, nice of you to only show the Ukrainian perspective. How's it the I said it's a Russian soldier.
Could go mostly silent soon if Congress doesn't end...
Before you make your big movie, that's totally going to happen.
its impasse and pass additional military aid, President Biden says.
I think the vast majority of members of Congress support aid to Ukraine. The question is whether or not a small minority are going to hold it up. This could be a disaster.
And that could have major...
The war with China. Ukraine.
Effects for the Ukrainian troops fighting here. And Erica, of course, all that is already having effect on the Ukrainians as they're suffering increasing shortages of ammunition. They say right now the Russians have an advantage in manpower and in firepower, but the Ukrainians are also saying in most places they are able to hold the line. Erica?
Right, appreciate the reporting. Thank you. Out front now, retired Army Major General James Spider Marks. General, when you look...
Thanks, Fid.
The guys went on a mission, set up checkpoints, and said, if there is any movement in our direction, open fire. Later they
We shot our own in the back. POW confession.
started running away from
He looks like he needs to eat a meal or two. He seems like he's at like a notable calorie deficit.
their position, fleeing the fire. We told everyone else through the radio that our guys are running away, and the commander said, open fire on them. I asked, but it's our guys, why should we shoot them? He told, shoot, they must not be running away, they should not be afraid. So basically it is the same as it was during...
This is UATV, so this is like a Ukrainian platform. Do you think this is propaganda?
Could be.
How accurate or valid do you think this is?
Percentage-wise, it's probably, I don't know, 65% accurate.
You never show anything from the Russian perspective. It's all Western propaganda. Wow, Bill Hicks.
Damn. Bill Hicks is gay.
Bill Hicks has been talking to, like, Galen.
In starting times.
Maybe we don't know what we're talking about.
Barrier troops at the rear that shoot you if you return or run away from fire. That's the way it is, I'm telling you. They don't give you a chance to survive. I've escaped from the service 4 times, but they found me and made me go back to war. I voluntarily consent to be filmed and recorded. My name is Konstantin Valerievich Grigoriev. I was born in 1992 in Pischana, Starobilskaya, Donetsk region. After the military training, I escaped again. They searched for me over a month.
I mean, I do think what they're saying is valid. And I do think I don't think these are actors. I think they are legit POWs. Now, one thing I do think they're doing is it is selective sort of coverage where they're finding the worst stories imaginable, which it's still like pretty bad. But like, I think with most like you can find stories like in the US-Afghanistan war where you could find the most extreme cases of like a general being like, hey, just like I know they were a mercenary group, but Blackwater. And you could just have somebody interview, like, witnessing what Blackwater did and show, like, make it seem like, hey, this is what their policies are overall as a whole in its entirety, when these are just some of the most extreme cases. So I do think that most of the POWs probably don't have stories like this to tell. So they're just showing the ones that have horrific tales, but still, it's still pretty fucked up, the fact that they are able to just find a few of them that have this to say.
Eventually, I got caught and sent back to war. We don't go to jail for that anymore now. There is no such thing as going to jail for desertion. The punishment is entirely different.
Bill Hicks, haven't I been looking at it from both sides? I've been going in the perspective of Russian soldiers, like the fucked up stuff they're dealing with.
You get beaten up and sent back to war. Moreover, you have been sent to the front
Bill
line
Hicks, are you fucking trolling?
because you are guilty.
Try doing research on the Russian perspective before you make your big movie. That's totally going to happen.
You get punished that way if you escape against drunk regularly or do
Gene,
something
what?
like that. They
You
beat
would,
you up
like
and make
maybe
you
if I got involved, then we'd actually make this a real thing. You know, actually make a good film because
because
I can.
Shab's got good taste in movies.
the hottest place of the front line. If
I
you
could
survive there,
direct
they
a
send you to
movie,
even worse
Gene.
position.
You don't
If you
think I
survive
could do
there as
that?
well, then you can get an amnesty and live like a regular soldier. Beastliness.
You don't believe
That's
it,
why
Mitch?
I ran away. I surrendered because I was sick of this. They don't see us as human beings and didn't give us food or clothes. Everything we have, uniforms, shoes, backpacks, and everything else we buy at our own expense. They say that you have a salary, then.
Now, he's wearing blue. The Ukrainian colors are blue and yellow.
Yeah, he's a Crip.
You buy it. But to be able to get that salary, you need to at least survive until you can have it. Every day it just gets more and more terrifying. My mother died on the 1st of May, so they let me go to the funeral. I went there and decided that I wasn't going back. Everything was fine until the 15th of May. I hid at my friend's apartment in Donetsk. But they somehow found the address, tracked me down, and took me back. The same day they sent me to the basement. I spent the night in there, and in the evening they gave me a bulletproof vest, rifle, 4 magazines, 2 grenades, and a helmet. There were 3 other guys with me. Our mission was to run across the plantation, which was under constant fire, and occupy an empty house on the other side. I knew from the very beginning that this mission was impossible.
So either using him as a bullet shield.
As soon as we got to the plantation, the fire opened at us. The house that we had to take was not empty. The shooting battle was very harsh. Then the artillery shelling started, and AGS began to work. I was being shot at from both sides. Then mortars began to shoot. I decided to run towards the soldiers of the Ukrainian army. Even there was a minefield.
Well, Brian, Russia is not the aggressor here because NATO was encroaching on Russia's borders by accepting more and more NATO states in. So they had to take over like a fifth, a fourth of Ukraine because they were considering joining NATO. Yeah. Don't you agree with that, Chad?
I agree with everything, Gene.
Because NATO's clearly going to invade Russia someday.
I raised my gun above my head and surrendered. They shot at me first and then stopped. Told me to drop my weapons and ran up to me. They didn't hit me, just pushed down and handcuffed. All they did was threaten me with a gun, which is absolutely understandable. They brought me to some room where they asked who I was and things like that. They fed me and gave medical help. My army, the one I served in, is totally inoperable. It seems that it cannot win with such an attitude towards people, and I am not the only one who tried to escape. There are many others. They are all getting caught and sent back to the front line. They are also afraid. We have no safety, no backup. For example, on the day we were sent to the task, no one even had our bags, like it is supposed to be during such tactical movements. We were just sent to the slaughter, in the night in the middle of nowhere.
Dude, look at him. We didn't have this, we didn't have that. God. Look at how entitled he is.
Like cannon fodder, commanders don't count people at all. For example, when the newbies come, they could be sent to an assault right away, even if a man hasn't held a gun in his hands during his entire life. What?
I didn't get enough training, I didn't get enough backup, I didn't get enough supplies. Don't you think, Shab, he's a big baby?
You're a baby.
Are we even discussing if he's never fired a shot? It can be okay for people with combat experience, but not newcomers. However, for some reason, those with experience never go to the front line and never go on attacks. They stay in safe positions most of the time. Even our commanders are privates. The squad leader is a private. The platoon leader is a private. Is that normal? Those should be people with some experience and knowledge, but all they can do is just make us run forward like in 1941. We had cases when a whole company was sent across the field without cover. Commander said, the main...
I like what Skeppy says. And Brian's like, I forgot how evil NATO is, silly me. And Skeppy's like, we have to stop NATO because they're a threat to Russia. Okay, and why did Ukraine request to join NATO? No reason.
Main scene is to get to the trench. Eventually, 2 men made it to the trench but died shortly after, right in that trench. The whole company was put down. Machinery
Chad, listen to this.
But died
talking about the trench.
Make us run forward like in 1941. We had cases when a whole company was sent across the field without cover. Commander said, the main scene is to get to the trench. Eventually, 2 men made it to the trench but died shortly after, right in that trench. The whole...
They sent an entire company across the field with no cover just to take a trench. Only 2 men made it and died shortly after.
Company was put down. Machinery is what's truly important
So,
for them.
like, when I make the movie, that's got to be one of the images. It's just, you see one dude with a machine gun, all of them are charging, and then it's just, you hear the machine gun fire, and you see all the blood spraying, and then after, like, you got the one survivor who's peeking out and stuff after they took the trench, and he's the only one there. And it's just, he looks out, and the camera pans over. Like, no music.
and it's just you hear the cold sort of like wind wisping and stuff, and it's like kind of like it's sun's coming down, sunset. Then it pans out and it starts to play that kind of like dark harmonic sort of music.
And he gets
as he's
shot in the head.
taking it all in.
We
That's
don't
his
care
favorite
how many
thing.
people
Laugh
don't.
out loud.
We
What?
ate whatever we brought with us. Sometimes there is a can of stew per day for the two of us.
Dude, that's everyone's favorite thing, Bill Ick or Skeppy J. Everyone loves it when people agree with them.
That's not even close to enough for one soldier. 1.5 liters of water per day for 2 people. If you ever want to make yourself some tea, forget it. I was once sent to a position where I was supposed to be replaced within 24 hours. The shelling started, so I sat there for 10 days without food, water, or cigarettes. I kept on asking them through the radio, when will I be replaced? The only answer I got was that it wasn't possible at the moment, and I had to be patient. I was out there in the rain and nobody even gave me a cloak tent. Nothing. And after that they asked, why are the guns rusty? And I said, where I'm supposed to hide if I'm sitting in the rain. I was all wet myself and got pneumonia as a result. When I came back, they sent me to another post the next day.
No.
All I got was just one night.
Ammonia. I mean, that was like a death sentence for quite a while back in like World War I in the 1910s. So it's something like a third of all the soldiers that died in World War I died of disease, things like trench foot or gangrene. But imagine that. It's like you have to clean the you got to clean these guns and stuff because they need like proper maintenance, but you have to do it like out in like rainfall, and then you develop ammonia and end up dying. And that's like one of the scenes of like one of the secondary characters, your comrade. He's like out in the movie I'm gonna make. He's out like, you need to get back to work, clean. You had the douchey sergeant that's kind of like an antagonist, and then he's like cleaning the gun, and then he starts coughing. And it's like, something wrong? I don't know. It's probably just a cold. And then they're stuck in the middle of nowhere, and then he starts dying because he's dealing with untreated ammonia.
I like it. Let's make it, Gene.
Night of normal sleep and back to the position again. There's a shortage of people and resources, so they use everything to the max. Basically, they are just using people to the maximum of their abilities until they die. Even when a man can't walk anymore, they still send them on attacks, tasks, etc. We decided to get together and come up to our commander. We explained that we refuse to do certain tasks. Either we don't want to, or it is just unrealistic. He said, do you want even worse? Then you will go to Avdiivka. And that is how they solve everything. If you have done something wrong, they send you to Marinka. If you survived, the next point is Avdiivka. If you somehow survived there, then you can get an amnesty. That's their main way of punishment. I also remember some cases of people shooting themselves to escape, but the commanders found out it wasn't a battle wound and sent them straight to Avdiivka as a punishment. It is an extremely hot spot in there right now, so there are really 2 options here, either death or wounds. We are seen as second class. Even during attacks, those who are from LPR and DPR go first, and they go behind us. They are privileged in everything for some reason. I remember when new Russian soldiers came and the commander told us if a single Russian died...
Gene seems to be interested in making movies. Do you think you'd be interested in trying to make short films, Gene? Maybe. Thing is, it takes a lot of resources and time. I don't know, we do a podcast for several hours a week. The issue is you need to get a crew together.
We would all be dead. But if our man dies, it is okay and no one cares. For them, we are not real Russians. So it is clear that we are seen as second class. That is the only thing I understand very clearly. But when it comes to fighting, we are at the same level as them. We even had guys from Russia that served in the army and had experience in hot spots. But here they are more scared than we are. They don't know what to do, they panic. At the same time, our guys are more or less used to it. I know a man who fought in Syria. He said, I've been everywhere, but in Donbass, it's a living hell.
Yeah.
Scared than we are. They don't know what to do, they panic. At the same time, our guys are more or less used to it. I know a man who fought in Syria. He said, I've been everywhere, but in Donbass it is a living hell. Even in Syria, it is not as bad as it is here. There were also many cases of friendly fire, simply because there was no communication. Soldiers came from different sides, they both detected movement and started firing, especially at night. And later in the morning they realized they killed their own soldiers. Even the sniper killed his people for the same reason. He was just not warned that people were coming there. So he saw the movement, shot and killed 2 people from our unit.
That's the poor logistics, like that's communication logistics, and there you go. They didn't really communicate which unit was where, and then it resulted in their own troops getting killed.
That they would be passing here. And all that happens just because no one communicates, there is no interaction, and it is a big problem. They will be running out of people very soon, and will end up taking those with physical disabilities, beggars, etc. I know that for a fact. I got a deaf man in my unit. You can't even put him on the post. He's deaf and can't hear anything. Nevertheless, he serves in our army. There is also a man without a leg. Obviously, he can't run. How can he be on war? But they don't care.
Do you think that's like I can understand somebody who's deaf working in the military if they're like not on the front lines, but like some kind of active military personnel, do you think somebody who's deaf should be put in that situation or should be allowed to be put in that situation? I think that would cause a lot of complications.
No, certain areas, like if he's like a machine gunner or he's doing like heavy artillery and you got all those bombs and stuff. I mean, he's already deaf, so
I don't know,
yeah, the noise won't bother him so much. He could just concentrate.
But I still
on
think
the
you need to
shooting.
communicate, and I think it's going to be hard when people don't know sign language.
They'll figure it out.
I think it's hard to teach people like several people sign language that are in their unit and stuff. I think I don't know, when you're on the front lines and it's like you really got to make split-second decisions in the moment, and you got to be able to communicate with people as efficiently as possible. I think somebody's deaf, and you need to tell them, "Hey, these are the coordinates. You need to like fire at this location." I think somebody not knowing how to speak sign language being on standby might be a problem. I mean, I know a lot of them can read lips, so maybe they could do that efficiently, but I don't know. I don't know what the policies are. Crow, Google it. Deaf people like serving in the military.
As long as they can use these people somehow. There are many else people in the army who are over 55.
Showing boobs.
But yeah, Skeppy's like ableist genes, so yeah, I guess tank, like some like tank commander or pilot, like blind people should be allowed to be like F-15 pilots.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. That what's that movie with all this like where everyone's stupid except for the one guy, like the whole country.
Idiocracy.
Yeah, that's like some idiocracy stuff.
We should watch that again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think I don't know, maybe like the show or the show C, where in the future everyone's blind.
Yeah.
And you got Jason Momoa, who he's like one of the main protagonists, and he's like some like really skilled blind soldier. And it's like kind of like Daredevil. Maybe we need like a blind brigade. They're like these blind snipers, and they just kind of take in the environment.
Walk around with sticks.
Well, they don't walk around with sticks. It's just it's kind of like the blind archer, where they listen to the earth and they can like sense everyone's movement, and it's like as soon as this person like steps on a twig, they get pinned to a tree. It needs to be like that kind of fictional scenario. You got like some Omega blind sniper who has all their heightened senses, and they got to listen to the earth, and then you're sneaking across the trench and just you get sniped. It's like, oh, those are one of the blind regiment. They are one with the earth.
They should be
I like
discharged by now.
Trubisky's idea more. You got a blind guy out there just with a stick, just poking. But the plot twist is he's in a landfill, or minefield.
But they are still serving. I've even seen people who are 60 and older. If a person is determined to avoid this, he should try all the ways he can, including surrendering, as I did. I did not want to fight, so I surrendered. That was my last option because I'd already tried everything else. I tried to do this legally. I tried to reconfirm my health issues, but after their checkup, they said I was healthy. Even though I am not healthy at all. I've got a lot of concussions and wounds. Moreover, I didn't serve in the army before this, because I've got a heart condition. But as soon as the war started, I somehow became healthy. They need people, so they don't...
What was that one movie about like the blind swordsman? Like Zadachi or Zatachi or what's it called, Crow?
Is it like an actual movie or?
Yeah.
Okay, let me Google it real quick.
It's the blind swordsman, and it begins with a Z. Their name Zatachi, and maybe it's like that. It's Zatachi, Jason Momoa, and Daredevil. You need a unit of them, the blind trio.
Don't care.
His name is Zatoichi.
Zatoichi. The Black Samurai.
We'll call you healthy no matter what. I knew they...
So, we need to make there's the blind swordsman, Zatoichi. We need to make, what's a cool Ukrainian name? A Russian name.
Vladimir.
So we need to make the blind sniper Vladimir.
A guy in the service who came back
There-
after
there you
maneuver
go.
and had
Is
half
Gene
of
too
a
loud,
lung.
Bill
He told me
Hicks?
that just physically he couldn't fight.
No, I'm
was ready to
not.
help in other ways in the rear, but
Gene, why are you louder than everyone else?
they made him
No,
go
I'm
to the assault
not.
group. As a result, he was killed on the same day. Not a day passed after he was sent there, and it was expected because we could not run. It was difficult for him to move at all. However, some other guys with much smaller issues get released. It is all about corruption, I guess. For example, there was a guy who had
Oh, yeah,
2 teeth missing
Igor's
and needed
better
some
than
medical.
Vladimir.
Igor, the
Yep.
blind sniper. Igor. Or the blind marksman. Igor.
care related to that, and they quickly let him go. But the people who actually require medical help are still serving. They are not even allowed to go to rehabilitation either. Just think about that.
So that was in the show C, there was like an episode where you had all these blind archers guarding this building. And it was something where they would they would take an object, put it on a stick, stick it out, and then it gets littered with arrows. And it's just they can sense the slightest vibrations. It needs to be that, but instead of an archer, a sniper.
Rehabilitation is done in the military unit, not at home. They do everything to prevent you from going home and running away.
Next vid. Didn't we just watch this? Oh, they did the same thing again where it took me away.
The guys went on the
As Fred Peiken reports, is
A lot of these videos I don't even think were on my playlist. But we got a lot of commentary out of them.
What? Watch this.
Are you there, Crow?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you on camera?
Water. Russian was shooting.
Be.
When humanity destroys what is created, it always looks epic. For sure.
Dude, it always looks epic.
It is a dangerous journey to the Eastern Front. Using the cover of darkness, Ukrainian engineers of the 28th...
Oh, so there's All Quiet on the Western Front. What about All Quiet on the Eastern Front? That should probably be the name of my movie. It should be I don't know, the meat brigade. All Quiet on the Eastern Front, or the Meat Brigade on the Eastern Front.
Mechanized Brigade are on a mission to clear mines and build roads.
The Russians are there. This was the Russian positions, by the way. This summer, it was Russian position.
Our guide is Eugene from the devastated city of Mariupol.
So our guys had to assault like this on the open field. All of that we recaptured. 4 kilometers or 6 kilometers. It was lots of guys. Yes. But we gained high ground. So keep a distance a little bit, so we won't be killed by one shell. Because we received the military aid too late, while everybody was discussing, thinking, doubting, the Russians, they built...
God, why don't they just, fund their own military? Why do they keep asking for handouts?
A very solid...
Why are they doing that, Crow? Yeah.
I don't know.
Defensive line, like in World War I, you know? Sometimes it has concrete in it as well. So, it made impossible to quickly...
Okay, Shab. Shab still needs to put his earbud in.
What, baby boo?
Okay, Shab, we came up with an idea for the movie's title. So they mentioned the Eastern Front here.
Yeah.
So, meat grinder on the Eastern Front.
Meat grinder on the West Coast front.
That cost lots of life.
So, a movie's going to be released in a few years once they feel comfortable making a movie based on this war after everything's over. How much do you want to bet they're going to steal my ideas? We're going to see a movie that it's that exact scene that I described earlier. It's the exact premise.
I'm going to sell it to someone.
Dude, no. I'm going to have to make sure, timestamp this and everything and save it. So when that movie's released, it's like they stole my fucking idea.
The biggest danger here is the drones. The thing is that Russians start to produce drones on the factories. And we're doing it with the help of volunteers. This is different. It's like, an amateur cooperative of people against the whole
Okay,
manufacturing.
I'm going to listen to it right now to see the audio's like. I'm gonna have to listen to it on double speed.
Welcome to Hollywood.
See, Shad never speaks, so I'm waiting for him to talk. I'm not that much louder than Shad. Shad barely talks anyway. You don't want to hear him over me. I'm the one that provides all the dialogue and commentary.
They're rebuilding their economy.
I provide the funniness.
To the last
I'm funny, Gene.
They know that they will never finish.
Skeppy's like, oh yeah, nobody else could have thought of that. What? Like, the idea I had of he's got a cousin that, like, I don't know, broke their arm to avoid the draft, and then their one brother fled with his nieces and nephews into Georgia, and then he also has like a sister that was arrested for sedition. I don't know if they include all three of those things, including that scene that I described. I think that's quite the coincidence.
We can script everybody they could. We cannot afford that. This is the problem. We need to fight with quality against the quantity. But right now, it's almost impossible to do. As you can hear, this is a firefight. Maybe let's drop. We're not far from the... Maybe let's drop.
These trenches are in the eastern Donbass region, where the fighting has been fiercest.
Keep your head up.
They are about 100 miles north of Mariupol, where Eugene lived before the war.
My home was destroyed by Russians. It's a graveyard.
This one's all fucked up.
Sometimes I watch videos from Mariupol on Telegram.
It does?
I doubt that there are words to
Audio's all
describe this.
fucked up.
But this is the thing that will leave very deep scar inside everyone who suffered it.
No, it's one of those two earbuds.
Filmmaker
And this is
Jamie Roberts was on the front
BBC.
lines to give soldiers helmet-mounted cameras, allowing war to be captured from a unique and dangerous perspective.
Learn not to be deaf in one ear, Shad.
Russians are shooting us.
Shut up.
You hear?
The BBC team saw the cost in Ukrainian lives.
Gene's being
2
a
weeks ago, the
bigot,
man on the
right,
left,
Drunken
Konstantin,
Crow?
was killed by a grenade in this exact spot.
Ableist.
Mm-hmm. An ableist bigot.
Oh. That goes without saying. It's kind of mutually dependent to be an ableist and a bigot.
Shut up.
Maxine, call sign Palomar,
Okay.
is a lead engineer. His job is to build
Listen
roads
to him,
and to clear mines.
mansplaining us. We should call it Gene-splaining when Gene says shit like
Maxine,
that.
call sign Palomar, is a lead engineer. His job is to build roads and to clear mines.
Oh yeah.
It is dangerous work.
Imagine that job, building like building roads for like the trucks and vehicles to get through, but you also have to deal with like clearing the landmines. Maybe that's a job I could do. So he's an engineer. I could do that. I could work on building all the roads and pathways for all the vehicles while also managing the removal of all the mines.
Намагаємося зменшити, звести до мінімуму наші втрати, як 300, так 200. В будь-якому випадку вести бойові дії, вести війну. Одним словом.
They call this the road of life. It allows ammunition, food and troops to get to the front, and casualties and bodies to come the other way. Weather, constant use, and Russian shelling means it needs to be repaired almost every day.
We're standing basically on the front line.
Tell what they're saying.
But the road is here, so we need to make a road for them. I talked to my British friends and they say we're tired of war. How can you be tired of war when you never took part in it, when you live in a comfortable environment? The problem is that this war is not only about Ukraine, it's about the whole world. They don't realize that this thing is happening here, it might
Can you say that about most wars, that they're about the whole world?
happen at their homes.
I mean, they're going to affect the planet as a whole to some extent.
We now go into demine, or demining work. There are a few mines lying there, so Max needs to make a safe passage.
And that is something a lot of people don't think about. So that is something I don't really agree with when people are like, hey, it's not our battle. Why do we care? Why do we get involved? It's like, I think you should criticize the level of involvement, but we do live in a global economy. I mean, it's not like it's the like Renaissance or the Middle Ages where you can have like two kingdoms or dynasties fighting each other in one continental region, and then in your own little continental region, it has no effect whatsoever on the politics in that area. So in this day and age, it's like, hey, if fighting breaks out in the Far East, and these two notable like powers, like one takes over the other, like kind of like with Taiwan and their like silicon chip market or computer chip market. Yeah, that will have notable consequences for like the global economy and so forth. So it is sort of like people claiming, hey, it's not our problem at all. Well, it's kind of everyone's problem. And that is something where I do think globalism's the way to go, and I do think most of the world's nations should come forward and try to address this shit.
You're a globalist, Gene? A disgusting
I am a globalist.
Ew!
Damn, Bill Hicks! Why do you hate Ukraine, Bill Hicks?
Anti-tank mines like these require hundreds of pounds of pressure to set off. Despite that, this is dangerous work, although Max is one of the most experienced in the Ukrainian armed forces.
The whole field is mined. That one as well. Ukraine is the most mined country in the world now, so there will be lots of work for them years ahead, even after war.
And I do know you're not supposed to be using... It does technically go against the Geneva Convention to use mines. So it is considered a war crime.
We'll calm down. But we'll remember how it all went. Now,
Anti-tank mines or anti-personnel mines?
And we on the same place again.
I think mines in general.
Same mistakes we did.
Maybe it is just anti-personnel mines.
What's this?
With the
Look it up, Crow.
body of the mine, it can be fully deactivated.
On security position.
Why are you fighting now?
For the revenge.
Now, I know one thing that they'll do with, they'll use demolition drones to go in and drop charges, and then that will, like, detonate the mines and stuff. But I think one of the reasons they don't do that is because it's not going to destroy all the mines. So there could still be 2 or 3 that are still active, but then after it dealing with like a partial blast, that could actually like make it more sensitive and stuff. So instead of it needing 100 pounds of pressure, it will be easier to trigger. So then when people are trying to clear it out, just somebody just slightly nicking it will cause it to detonate.
We're loading these mines and quickly get...
The mines will not be destroyed, but redeployed as part of Ukraine's defensive lines. Without the cover of darkness, the return journey is even more dangerous.
When humanity destroys what it's created, it always looks epic. For sure.
Away from the front lines, Eugene takes the team to see the destroyed town of Svitohorsk.
This village was occupied. And you will see.
Dude, Bill Hicks, get in the voice chat. We need to hear your
Are you a religious person?
your defense for Russia.
He doesn't care about us. He wouldn't
get in here.
Defense for the kleptocracy.
The Ukraine-Russia drone warfare shows signs of escalation, with the US that's supplying arms to Ukraine now firmly in the picture. The latest is Russian media reports of a direct Russia-US clash, a Russian military jet downing an American surveillance drone. Reports in Russian media say it's MiG-31 chased and downed an American military drone, the RQ-4, as it carried out a surveillance mission over the Black Sea near Crimea. This drone is equipped with sophisticated phased array antenna radar, cameras and sensors that monitor maritime areas and coastal regions. US officials have dismissed the claims of an incident over the Black Sea. They say the US drone merely switched off its transponder and later landed safely in Italy. Russia's defense ministry, on the other hand, denies any contact with the US drone. It says the RQ-4 crashed into the sea due to a sharp maneuver during its flight. The development comes on the back of Ukraine's missile attack on Russian military positions in Crimea.
See? They declared war on us. They destroyed one of our drones. We got to attack them now.
Monday, US-supplied Atacms missiles were used there. Russia had warned it would retaliate strongly, even saying the conflict had entered its most dangerous escalation phase. The Kremlin had expressed intentions to counter US and NATO drones operating the Black Sea on intelligence gathering.
Bill Hicks says he's not a salesman. She never heard of the Maiden Revolution. Well, why don't you come on and tell us about
Triton drones have begun conducting intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions in recent weeks. If true, this report of a direct US-Russia clash on the Black Sea holds potentially huge consequences. For all the latest news, download the WeOn app and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Staying with the story, a Russia-Ukraine drone warfare shows signs of escalation, with the United States that's supplying arms to Ukraine now firmly in the picture.
Chabs away from keyboard.
The latest is Russian media reports of the direct Russia...
So what do you think's more efficient? Spy drones or spy balloons? Yeah, Crow?
Oh, that's a good question, because they both have their cons.
Yeah.
So with balloons, I mean, if it's the wrong weather pattern, you're not going to get very accurate or not even close to your target. With drones, it's like battery and like how far and everything. So I don't know.
Why doesn't Ukraine take a bunch of balloons and fill it with like explosives, or attach a bunch of explosives on them and just let them loose and let them fly within like Russian territory? Why don't they try that? Yep.
I'm sure that would be.
Well, that happened in World War II. Japan tried doing that with the U.S.
The U.S. flashed Russian military.
Yeah. Well, they did kill a couple people, and there was one balloon that got trapped in like some factory, and if it detonated, it could have like caused a lot of collateral and a lot of casualties. So they had a second batch of balloons that they were about to deploy. And they ended up not doing it because the U.S. tried to like they were censoring the media, so they made sure that no word of it got out in the papers. So there were like Japanese spies that were like living in American soil that were there to survey things to make sure to see what was going on, and they told them, well, they're not doing anything. Like, just don't bother to send the second batch. So I guess that was a case where censorship actually worked. And, yeah, we're talking about bomb balloons, Shab.
Military jet downed an American surveillance drone. Reports in Russian media say it's MiG-31 chased and downed an American military drone, the R-24, as it carries out surveillance missions over the Black Sea near Crimea. The drone is equipped with sophisticated phased array, antenna, radar, cameras, and sensors that monitor maritime areas and coastal regions as well. U.S. officials, however, dismissed the claims of an incident over the Black Sea. They say the U.S. drone...
Bill Hicks is being spicy tonight.
D2K and Sam.
Oh my god, Dirt's here.
What are you fine-looking gentlemen doing in a place like this on a night like this? Huh?
Just trying to get laid.
Why are you late, Dirt?
It's not working out.
You see, John, some inexplicable tragedy struck in my life. Now, I can't get into the details and specifics here, but we do have more breaking news from the White House lawn. It appears that aliens have landed on the White House lawn, John, and they're here with the sole intent of getting super fucked up and getting their alien dicks wet. So really the only thing we can do is bend over and worship our new overlords.
That sounds beautiful.
Now, Bill Hicks, I just looked up, what is it, the mundane protest movement, and it seems like this is from like 2013, so it seems like this is probably connected to when the Crimea crisis. So, are you shiddling a bunch of Russian propaganda, the Crimean crisis, where...
What the fuck, Bill Hicks?
Yeah. Are you saying you thought it was okay for Russia to annex Crimea?
Hey, what the fuck, Bill Hicks?
And later landed safely in Italy. Russia's defense ministry, on the other hand, denies any contact with the U.S. drone. It says RQ-4 crashed into the sea due to a sharp maneuver during its flight. The development comes on the back of Ukraine's missile attack on Russian military positions in Crimea on Monday. U.S.-supplied ATACMS missiles were used there. Russia had warned that it would retaliate strongly.
What? Is it Madan? Is that how you say it, Skeppy? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this foreign word.
Even saying that the conflict had entered the most dangerous escalatory phase. The Kremlin has expressed intentions to counter U.S. and NATO drones operating in the Black Sea on intelligence-gathering missions. The U.S. Air Force's MQ-4C, a Triton drone, have begun conducting intelligence.
All of these other languages, they need to learn to stop spelling things in a way where it's like their names will be spelled with like two U's. Why do you have fucking like two U's that don't even make like the or U sound?
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's like learn how to conform to our fucking language.
Yes.
Surveillance and reconnaissance missions in recent weeks. Now, if true, this report of a direct U.S.-Russia clash...
It reminds me of I think the movie was stupid, but Harold and Kumar. One of the only good jokes was like, they asked him what his name was, and I forget his name, and he's like, so what is that? Is that two U's?
On the Black Sea holds potentially huge...
Dirk doesn't find that funny.
No, I much preferred the cock meat sandwich joke, John.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
The cock meat sandwich.
Is that in the film at all?
Oh, that's
Harold and Kumar go to Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah.
We watched the first one because I watched it. I'm like, this is shit. So
you got to watch Harold and Kumar go to Guantanamo.
Oh, that's the good one.
That's the good one.
That's the good one. I remember I watched that movie, and they were so bad with the production that there's a part where they go up to the top of the hill, and then they take a glider and go off of the hill or the mountain, whatever. And if you pay attention, it straight goes from night to day, like within a second in the scenes there.
Look, there were budget restrictions.
So a cock sandwich. So you're saying that's funnier than
the cock meat sandwich? It's not a cock sandwich; it's a cock meat sandwich, John. Calm down.
What's
what they serve the prisoners at Guantanamo Bay, John. The cock meat sandwich.
Wow, that's hilarious.
It is funny.
Yeah, John, when they made a joke about ethnic names having two U's and together, fuck, dude, I nearly pissed myself.
Whoa, two U's, so funny, Jane. 2 U's.
I don't know. I think there's a level of sophistication there that you're not really.
2 U's.
Well, how would you spell Abdul, John? How would you spell
Abdul? I don't know.
That's what I thought.
I'd spell it with
the layer of the
3 U's.
top and the xenophobia there was kind of funny, and I also like the joke where they're in the prison and they have the one black cellmate who's like very articulate and stuff, and they're like, "What are you doing in here?" It's like, "Well, I'm black."
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, that's funny. Well, that's all he did. I mean, it makes sense. Fuck, that's funny.
For all the latest news, download the WeOn app and subscribe. The military and diplomatic fallout is ramping up following a Ukrainian strike on Russian-occupied Crimea that killed at least 5 people and wounded 150 others. Moscow says Ukraine used U.S.-made missiles in the attack, and American military specialists provided the tactical data. The Kremlin is now accusing Washington of, quote, waging
So you missed it, Dirt. We were going over Russia's new tactic of the meat grinder tactic. You know what that is?
No, I was curious to know. I'm glad you're going to inform me on that, because that's quite the thing to have in the title of this stream.
They take a bunch of untrained personnel because they have plenty of disposable troops, and they just throw them in the grinder. And there's one battle that they covered where 1,200 men all died at once, being mowed down by machine gun fodder to take a trench.
Hybrid war against Russia.
That's only because the actions of those monstrous Ukrainians, John. Right?
Yeah. Well, it's all for the greater good.
Retaliate.
Fire came from the sky, sand turned into blood. The fact that the U.S. is directly involved in this crime is beyond any doubt.
But those threats don't appear to be having an impact.
Now Russia's getting mad because they've loosened their agreements, their restrictions with Ukraine, where it's like, hey, we'll give you these weapons, this ammunition, but you can only use it against Russians on Ukrainian soil. So you can't launch artillery on tanks that are like on Russian soil. Now the U.S. and the other NATO states have given the okay to use their artillery against Russian tanks on Russian soil. So now Putin's beating his chest, and he's like, we blame America for these casualties and stuff. So now things are kind of getting into this red zone.
Western support for Ukraine. On Tuesday, the EU pledged another 1.4 billion euros to help the Ukrainians keep up the fight as Russia presses ahead with a major counter.
I don't know if you're being serious, Bill Hicks. I don't think that, you're claiming they voted to be annexed. If that's the case, then the right way to go about that is Russia should give sovereignty. And that's something you can legally do. You can sit there and be like, hey, any Ukrainian living in Crimea, we will grant you citizenship. That's the more diplomatic way of doing it than just going in and annexing that territory. And I mean, there's plenty of regions across the planet, like we've seen this in India, we've seen it in Afghanistan stuff, where you have certain demographic groups that feel neglected. They're in this little territory. I don't think the right way to go about it is for some foreign power to come in and just grab that land.
Well, I think what happened was, okay, so they took over Crimea, and to justify it, they were like, oh, hey, there's a lot of Russian or people that are more tied to the Russian culture and the language and everything.
Yeah. And that's a common land grab technique that countries use all over the planet. Like currently, it's Uzbekistan is trying to make that argument because when the Soviet Union collapsed, they drew up these awkward borders. So when you look at the ethnic groups of people who are Turkestani, Uzbekistani, and so forth, and those Central Eastern countries, you have a lot of the different ethnic groups on the different borders, And now there's a water crisis because they've drained the Aral Sea. So now it's like all of these countries are fighting over a lack of water. And one of the things is like they're trying to dam what's remaining of like the Aral Sea so they can use it for agriculture, but then they're fighting over, hey, if you dam that, you're going to cut off our supply. So one of the things that they're going to try to like claim is, hey, we got all these Uzbekistanis like in this middle geographical region that are living in your territory. We got to liberate them. And that's a very common excuse that countries use to annex territory. And that's typically always the case where on the borders you have a lot of people of one ethnic group that aren't from that particular like set of borders. And you see that like in Afghanistan. I know there's this one group of I forget what the ethnic group is called, but they border Pakistan. And currently, it's like Pakistan might use that as an excuse to go to war with Afghanistan, to grab that chunk of land. You see it going on in borders with like Pakistan and India. So it's just China, like they, they annexed Inner Mongolia, like in the Chinese Revolution. They use that excuse that like in Inner Mongolia, like there's all these like ethnic Chinese people, but then the problem is there's more ethnic Mongolians living in Inner Mongolia than Mongolia. But I mean that's the problem. It's like based on that logic, there's like hundreds of geographical regions that should be allowed to just annex themselves, or should just allow some other foreign power to come in and grab that land. And that's not the right way to go about that. I can understand, like, hey, here's a group of people living in this one set of borders. They feel neglected. They speak a different language. I think the right way to go about that is sort of like petitions for sovereignty and so forth, and to have certain like sovereignty movements. And if Russia wants to help with that, then they can help fund those sovereignty movements, or they can give citizenship to anybody that lives in those regions. But just abruptly going in and annexing a territory is the worst possible way to go about like addressing things. And then it's the same thing with the all the territories that they're annexing that are on the Russian border. Like that, they're like with Crimea, there's somewhat of a case because there was the popular vote there. With all the territories that are on the Russian-Ukraine border, most of the people living in those territories would not prefer to live like in Russia as opposed to Ukraine. There is I think it's like 30% or something, but even though that's a decent chunk, this is a scenario where then maybe they should move to Russia. And if Russia cares so much where they're willing to invest in a war, it probably would be cheaper for Russia to just be like, hey, you can move here and we'll give you some kind of temporary pay for 2 years or whatever while you settle in. That would probably be cheaper than funding a huge fucking war. And then all the sanctions that come with the war.
Offensive. We need to supply Ukraine with more.
What do you think, Dirt?
Well, I was holding on to a thought from earlier. Bill Hicks mentioned that, what's the problem with annexing a country that wants to be annexed? And again, if that's what happened in Crimea, I don't know. I was 14, 16. Don't remember what exactly that all kicked off. I do think that at first maybe there was some conflict, but if that's just, government versus government, the people wanted to be part of Russia, that's it. I do believe the majority of people in Ukraine do not want to join Russia.
Yeah. In the end, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, what do you think would be cheaper? I'm no expert, but I think it probably would be cheaper to, hey, if you want to move to Russia, move to Russia. If you view yourself as being more Russian than Ukrainian, and we'll give you subsidies and everything while you move in and get adjusted, we'll make it affordable for you, and that would cost less money to the Russian, and then those people can move there legally, integrate into their workforce, and contribute to the economy. That probably would be much less of a financial sink than going to war, dealing with all the tariffs and sanctions, and then all the money that goes into the war.
But then you can't rewrite the history books by changing borders, John. then you can't, then you don't really make that impact you're looking for.
Well, I think that, are we going to give all the land back to the Native Americans? Are we going to make every single reservation its own sovereign state? If Texas wants to secede, are we going to allow Texas to secede?
Why not?
Well, I think that they need to go about it diplomatically. I think that there needs to be secession movements, and I think that war should be something that is a last result, like something that's a last result or whatever. And I can understand national security, why, even though the borders were drawn up, so when the Soviet Union collapsed, they agreed on those borders. So you got to blame the previous governments for including that little chunk of land that probably should have been, I guess, ceded to Russia as opposed to Ukraine. But that's what they agreed on. So if they made an oopsie and then 20 years later, it's like, oh, maybe this little chunk of land probably would have been better if it was in Russia than Ukraine. Well, now the political climate has changed. And it's like there's kind of a significance to having access to this land that borders these particular regions, having control of the maritime borders surrounding it. So I can understand why it's in a lot of cases, they don't mind that country being a sovereign country, but they don't want this other country that they have a lot of issues with having control of that land that's at their borders. They at least want that buffer zone. So at the very least, Crimea should have become its own country as opposed to becoming a Russian state.
Air defenses and more support to the development of their own industrial capacities.
And that aid has been crucial as the stalemate continues along the 600-mile-long Eastern Front. But with Moscow stepping
Damn, everyone in the chat's being abusive. Evelyn's like, I don't want to see
up
these
its
guys.
offensive in recent days, we could be seeing more long-range missile strikes on Russian-controlled territory, especially if the Russians retaliate.
Evelyn, why are you so mean? No, just Evelyn's mean.
Every centimeter of our land is
You gotta
important
stop
to us.
saying whoa, Shabisky. That's the
Whoa!
Them pass the worst it
Yeah, he does always do that when there's a dip.
is for us. We have to hold on to every centimeter.
It's not clear if the Pentagon approved the strike on Crimea. President Biden has said multiple times that American missiles can only be used to hit Russia for defensive purposes. But both Russia and Ukraine consider Crimea part of their own territory. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox 32, Chicago.
And I mean, what do you think's going to happen? If peace talks, are they going to cede the land to Russia?
Oh, Russia's not going to walk away from this shit empty-handed.
Yeah, I mean, I almost do feel it probably would be better to bite the bullet and to just cede the land over and join NATO. Crimea, its own country, that's not what they wanted. Well, I mean, if that's the case, it's like I said, Bill Hicks, they already agreed upon those borders. So you got to blame the Russian officials and Ukrainian officials there. Okay, Shep, stop making stupid fucking faces. But
I was born this way.
In the end, that's at that point, it's just, hey, here's this one particular part of the United States, like in Florida. They want to be their own country. I can understand, with the Native American reservations. Why don't we just give them their sovereignty? Well, the problem is, what happens when now we have all these sovereign states that are all enclaved in America, and then they can allow Russia or China to come in and start setting up missiles and defenses, and then it's like you got that kind of national security. And I can understand why, any country on the planet wouldn't want to deal with that. And it's just keep the borders as they are. If people within those borders don't want to be part of Ukraine, and Russia really fucking cares, and that's the thing, I don't think Russia's motives are pure. I think Russia definitely wanted Crimea because, here, let me look up the map and stuff, because there's definitely a lot of benefits when it comes to the geography and maritime trade. Which it's obvious that that's why they fucking wanted it. And what's that, Dirt?
I was just going to say, before we get too far from it, okay, let's train of thought recollected. We're back on track. So let's say, again, I know it's kind of off topic here, but kind of, we're talking about secession and, people sovereignty. What if we let Texas secede under the conditions they don't allow foreign militaries to set up bases within their borders?
Well, I mean, will they abide by it? Like, that's one of the issues.
I guess, man, it'd be a shame to nuke Texas.
Wait, if they did that, if Texas was its own country, then wouldn't we have to build a wall around Texas as well? Or would we keep that? I don't know.
Yeah, it would be like a second buffer. Texas would become the new border. Yeah. Texas is the DMZ between North Korea and South Korea, except it's Texans.
But with the Texas secession movement, it was something where it was like less than like 1% of Texans actually wanted to secede.
Yeah, I sincerely don't fucking doubt that. They're political down there in Texas. They're all patriotic.
So here we go. It's another. So it gains them access to the Sea of Azov or whatever. Can't pronounce it, but this is most likely when people criticize them. This is definitely the big reason. I wonder why they want access to this peninsula that leads from the Black Sea to this other, like, notable sea that has, and now what does this allow them to do? Look at all, like, now they have control of this entire maritime region. It's sort of similar to, like, how Turkey in Istanbul, there's a strait that leads to the Black Sea, and that's why they're so like coveted by like the UN. And I know Britain still controls Gibraltar. Did you know that that's a region that's still under British jurisdiction?
Really? I didn't know that.
And Britain had control of the Suez Canal, and then you had the Suez Crisis. But I mean, it's very clear why Russia wanted it, and I don't think their motives were because they were bleeding hearts for the Crimean people.
Also, look at Crimea defensively as well. Like, it's I mean, they ended up taking it, but defensively they lost a lot of fucking troops just trying to take it. But they got a foothold and they fucking took it.
What? Did they lose a lot of troops taking it? I mean,
well, there's only a couple ways in if you're not going from if you're not doing a naval fucking assault. But I think they I think Ukraine actually blew up. I know it was trains or train tracks, and then maybe a bridge or two to try to stop them. But yeah, that didn't help.
I'm trying to look at here. I'll play more of the videos. Talk to Bill Hicks while he put this stuff on.
Yeah, the Bill Hicks.
You in love with Bill Hicks or something, Gene?
I am. I just
actually get commentary. This one's loud.
It's loud, and Xi Jinping, in a veiled attack, also slammed the West's claim over Beijing's involvement in the war. John, just in case you weren't reading that, so you could be informed of what we're actually discussing about.
Okay, so I guess China is also trying to pressure Russia to engage in a ceasefire. Okay, talk to the chat.
Well, based
Your
China.
chat.
Based China, dude.
Based.
It's based, dude.
Well, they
Based
like
on what?
they like the benefits that it has to their economy for like to engage in like I guess trade with Russia and the US. So they probably just want to go back to that. So as soon as the war stops, that's probably the big reason they. Okay, so the one ethnic group that I was thinking of from Afghanistan, they're known as the Pashtuns. The Pashtuns. So like this is an example. Okay, these were like an ethnic group of people that it's like they feel neglected by
Pakistan, and they're on the border of Pakistan, and you can see how they mostly originate from Afghanistan, but they're an ethnic group that bleeds into like Pakistan and stuff, and because of that, there's all these issues of them wanting to secede and so forth. And then you have the Taliban, or not Taliban, you have like ISIS getting involved, and ISIS is trying to support the people here, trying to get them to go against Pakistan. So, and then in Spain, what is it? It's Catalonia. I gotta look that up.
Caledonia?
Well, there one is a territory in France, like New Caledonia and Catalan, like they both sound the same.
Are you drunk?
Talk to the chat.
The Passions of the Christ.
You drunk, Dirt?
Not yet. I had a little bit of whiskey to calm my nerves before I got on, but I got a couple beers I'm working on here. Let's keep working on them.
What about you, Drunken Crow? Are you?
Yeah. I think I'm on my fourth one.
Can you guys believe that I have beers, but no one's tipping them, making me drink? I was thinking for sure people would do that.
What if they tip so you don't drink? Would you do that?
That'd be the dumbest thing they've ever done.
Gene, how many beers? What beer are you on, John?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He lost count.
He lost
That's
count.
crazy.
He's fucked up. Go, Gene. Go, Gene.
Well, this is another big issue. Like here's a chunk of land that it's like, are they span? And this is where you get into race semantics. When does one race begin? When does another race end? It's like then there's nationality versus ethnicity, and this is where every fucking country that you look at, you're gonna find that there's like these border ethnic groups, and it's just hey, they feel like they're more of their own ethnic group, or they feel like they're more part of France than Spain, and it's just, so how do you go about it? It's like you can have votes for secession, and I know that there were these like 10 years ago, there were these riots and protests that broke out in Catalonia because they delayed the like the votes, or I think it might have been, it wasn't because of COVID, it was like 10 years ago. But yeah, and it's just, you could make the argument that there's like 1,000 fucking examples of this across the planet, where it's like, should there be 1,000 wars because all of these different territories where there are these like bleed through like ethnic groups don't want to be part of the country? It's just, should France come in and just start annexing it? Because I think it's something like where they consider themselves to be more like ethnically related to France than to Spain.
No, I think Andorra should annex it. Andorra's too small.
Yeah, let them take it.
Andorra.
Andorra.
And
Andorras.
And Pandora. What?
And then what's the chat saying?
Oh,
they're saying you should take a dab.
Yeah, and this, yeah.
You should take a dab, John. They're saying John's faded. John should take a dab.
Gene faded.
Endless subdivision.
Yeah. So take a dab. Give the people what they want, Gene. Don't be a stupid fuck.
We take a dab at the meetup, John?
Okay, here's another one. So this is the big like clusterfuck.
That's the word that came to mind, clusterfuck.
Yeah. So it's Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan. So these are like, these four countries are currently butting heads over a water shortage crisis. And there's notable fears that this could break out into some notable military dispute. And then, like, what is it? It's the Uzbeks. So that particular, the Uzbekistani like ethnic group, they have a large chunk of their population in these surrounding territories, and I believe they have a greater military strength than the other three countries. So that's something that's currently going on. So you see the yellow down here, where that seems like it's more in Afghanistan, but you see it in Kyrgyzstan. So it's like, hey, there are all these regions like in the center here, where there are all these people that they view themselves as being Uzbekistani, and then I guess you see it here on the border with Turkmenistan. So it's just, do you think that's acceptable for Uzbekistan to do? To be like, hey, we have all these like like ethnic Uzbekistani, so it's okay for us to just branch out and start annexing these other territories. And do you think they're doing it because they really care about like the ethnic population in these other borders, or do you think they're doing it because of resources?
And do you think? No, I'm sorry. I just wanted
What's that?
I wanted to keep asking you questions without giving you the moment to answer. Say it, drunken. What up, baby?
No, so which one of these was Borat from? Because
I don't know.
Because
Kazakhstan.
Yeah, there we go. Kazakhstan. Okay, they
Kazakhstan's not really
it doesn't matter.
involved much in this dispute.
Doesn't matter. Kazakhstan gets the whole thing now. Because they have Borat.
Make him leader. Sacha Baron Cohen.
Very good.
So install him as leader. Can it be both?
So what's Bill Hicks saying?
Can it be both?
Can it be what?
Can it be both?
How can it be both?
I don't know, John. Why are you?
I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't know. Can what be both?
Can what be what? Bill Hicks, what?
Can how be why?
What do you want with me?
Very nice.
Where's the kid?
See, this is what happens when I stop talking. Like, all the dialogue fades.
You just interrupted me when I started talking about kittens.
What?
As soon as I started talking about kittens, you come back to
Maybe
interrupt
if I'm
you.
doing a little bit of homework on stream, you guys can.
When you're on
keep the chat
crack,
going.
when you're on
Yeah,
crack,
we were
like,
talking. We almost had a conversation.
when you're on crack like you are, Gene, it's like.
Well, time moves in slow motion
Like-
for John. That's how he can watch videos at double speed, and when we take a pause, like a natural pause between exchanging sentences, like normal humans do in conversation,
He's like,
John's
why haven't
why
you?
the fuck are you talking, bro?
What the fuck? It's been like 10 minutes or something. What the fuck? No,
John. Bill means can it be about the native people and the resources?
Well, but I mean, what do you honestly think? Because I don't honestly think that could be the case, but in most of these cases, I think that there's ulterior motives, and I think that the motives are land grabs and resource grabs. I think hey, there are these ethnic groups that we got to liberate. I think that's more of an excuse, and it's a very common excuse that's used in these scenarios where it's like with Russia. We showed you that map with like Crimea and how it's like sort of a strategic asset, and it's also like an asset when it comes to maritime trade. So, like, to me, it just seems like, hey, that's something they're using as justification. Yep.
Sorry, John. I was talking to the chat in the chat because you were talking while I was trying to talk to the chat, John. Yep.
Wait, why is Timmy using it as justification? Timmy's not even here.
What a jerk.
Yeah, I don't know where Timmy went.
Yeah. Wow. That fucking guy.
That fucking guy. Drunken Crow, why haven't you turned your camera on though, babe?
I was trying to look for an index just for the Central East, but I guess we just have to go with Asia. And
I want to see your beautiful face, Drunken.
I'm naked.
Good. That adds. Yeah, naked, drunken.
so here,
Crow.
so I guess Uzbekistan has the strongest military strength compared to those four countries. Then it's Turkmenistan, then Kyrgyzstan, and then was it Tajikistan? So,
Damn, you did have to do your homework, John. You scrolled through this whole fucking thing for that.
What? Well, I was trying to find one that just showed
it's okay.
the Central East.
You did a good job. That was a compliment, John, not an underhanded one either.
Okay, but
how can I vote to make them go higher?
I don't know. I don't think it works. I don't think you have the voting power. Okay, but I guess let's get back to Russia and Ukraine.
Summoned the U.S. ambassador to issue a formal warning. Expect.
What do people in the chat think? Who won? Because it's about winning. Gene projecting.
I won.
Yeah.
I won, guys. I won.
Or Gene?
Me.
This comes after an attack launched by Ukraine using U.S.-made weapons and following more than 2.5 years of war that began when Russia invaded Ukraine. Here's national correspondent Christine Frazau.
Sounds of laughter followed by panic at a beach in Sevastopol, Crimea, the site of a missile strike Sunday launched by Ukraine. Russian authorities say more than 150 people were injured and at least 4 killed, including 2 children. They're blaming the United States.
Washington is directly involved, not only by supplying the missiles, but also fully controlling their flight missions. The strike targeting civilians in Sevastopol will not go unanswered.
The U.S. State Department brushing off the threat with a reminder it was Russia that started the war in Ukraine in the first place.
We provide weapons to Ukraine.
They started it.
Sovereign territory against armed aggression. That includes in Crimea, which of course is part of Ukraine. And Russia could stop this war today.
Ryan said, dude, look at everyone trying to be all PC.
Pause.
New
Hold
reports
up.
Russia's
Wait a
considering
minute. Let me
violating.
put some Kush up in it. So run it back. Like, God damn it. I lose my train of thought so quick with a dumb fucking thing. I want to hear something that was said here that triggered my thought. Okay, it's back. It's back. I didn't even need to hear shit, John. So, yeah, I mean, if you were trying to convince the world stage that you were fighting a war of, attrition within your borders to a defensive war, I don't think a smart course of action is to bomb a beach where people are chilling.
How do you know there's people chilling there?
Because there's a video of the people chilling there when the
How do you know it's not propaganda?
It could be. You're right. It could be. We're looking at NBC here, so who knows?
Christine Frazau.
Maybe they were actually screaming at Godzilla coming up out of the sea.
The Hinduist Times and like the Indian Times and stuff. Do you think India is engaging in Ukraine propaganda?
I don't know.
Like, I think that once you start watching videos that you're getting your sources from Brazil and Guyana and like Uganda and all over the fucking planet, and it seems like when all of the world's media seems to be in the favor of this one country, I think maybe that says something. When all these countries that have completely different affiliations are all against Russia or against Israel, I think that kind of shows, yeah.
Look, when China steps up and is like, "Hey, Putin, let's just cut it out, buddy." You think
like the China Morning Post, and they're talking about war crimes for Russia? I mean, maybe it's like, I don't know. Maybe Russia's in the wrong here.
Sounds of laughter followed by panic at a beach in Sevastopol, Crimea, the site of a missile strike Sunday launched by Ukraine. Russian authorities say more than 150 people were injured and at least 4 killed, including 2 children, and are blaming the United States.
Washington is directly involved, not only by supplying the missiles, but also fully controlling their flight missions.
Where's the beach?
The strike targeting civilians in Sevastopol.
It was like
will not go
at the beginning of
The
the
U.S. State
video.
Department brushing off the threat with a reminder
Actually, they
it was
replayed
Russia
it
that
probably
started the war
20
in
seconds
Ukraine in the
ago.
first place.
We provide weapons to Ukraine so it can defend its sovereign territory against
But
armed
you're
aggression.
right.
That includes in
This
Crimea,
is a little more
which, of course, is part of
inland.
Ukraine, and Russia could stop this war today.
Instead, there are new fears of escalation, with new reports Russia's considering violating a treaty it signed and planning to launch a nuclear anti-satellite weapon into orbit. Also last week, signing
Jesus.
a defense pact.
Now, when people are like, like nuclear war, like, they'll never launch their nukes and stuff, it's just, there have been scenarios where there were like flocks of seagulls that they saw on like a radar, like in the United States, and they interpreted or the radar, the seagulls for these like Russian fighter jets that typically carry nuclear weapons. So they actually like went up to like one protocol of like, should we get the president on the line? There was in Hawaii that emergency like system where it was just some like bureaucrat who hit the wrong button, and then all the nuclear like sort of like alarms went off like throughout the state. Then there was in Norway, they launched a rocket that it was like some university to study like the Northern Lights. And they actually woke up the Russian president at the time, wasn't Putin, and they brought out like the infamous black briefcase that gives all the launch codes and stuff to the nukes because they misinterpreted it as a nuclear missile. And he said, "Let's wait and see what happens before we do anything." And it's just it's something like broken arrows. There's something like 50, 60 like nukes that have been lost. Just the US and Russia have lost either through like cargo accidents and stuff like that. One fell into an iceberg and got crammed in the iceberg and they've never found it. There's one that got lost in like Nebraska and they bought out all the land surrounding it, and they never found it. So, like, human just negligence and like human like sort of like oversight could result in just somebody making the wrong decision, pushing the wrong button. So a lot of people don't think about that people just being stupid could be the thing that results in the nukes flying.
North Korea and recently bringing one of its nuclear-powered submarines to Cuba, incredibly close to the United States. For its part, the U.S. is expected to announce another $150 million in munitions for Ukraine. And last week, the Pentagon gave Ukraine's military the green light to use long-range missiles provided by the U.S. to strike targets inside Russia.
The Russians right now are trying to pitch this both internationally and domestically, the war in Ukraine as one now increasingly between Russia and not Ukraine, but the West and especially the United States.
Seth Jones says there are two reasons for this. First, domestically, it helps
I just noticed the cat.
At a time his economy isn't doing great.
Yeah, dude, it was noticing
thousands
me.
of Russian soldiers are dying in the war, but also internationally to continue to bring in military aid from countries like China and Iran, who see the U.S. as an adversary. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
That's a beach, John.
Laughter followed by panic.
That's a beach, John.
Sevastopol, Crimea, the site of a missile strike Sunday.
Well,
That's a beach.
Russia attacked them.
Shab, does this video's audio?
With this. Yeah.
Does this video's audio play in your good ear, Shab?
No, it's in my.
Russian authorities
Or
say
now
more than
this is my
150
good
people were
ear.
injured and
At
least
first
four
it was my
killed,
bad ear.
including two
It's
children,
back and
after
forth.
blaming the United States.
Washington is directly involved, not only by supplying the missiles, but also fully controlling their flight.
It is quieter in your good ear.
Axl Rose guy looks exquisite. Which guy's that?
Missions.
You,
Strike
John.
targeting civilians and
You're that Axl Rose guy.
Yeah, you're
Look,
Axl
exquisite
Rose.
tonight,
Department
dude.
rushing off the threat. A reminder, it was
Damn,
Russia that
John.
started the war in Ukraine in the first place.
That's
We
what that
provide
dude,
weapons to Ukraine to
exquisite.
defend its sovereign territory against armed
I've
aggression.
never been called
That includes
exquisite
Crimea,
before.
which
I'm
is
the
part of
superior
Ukraine.
specimen.
And Russia could stop this war today.
Instead, there
Okay.
are new fears of escalation. With new reports, Russia's considering violating a treaty it signed and planning to launch a nuclear anti-satellite weapon into orbit. Also last week, signing a defense pact.
Yeah, I think putting nuclear satellite weapons in orbit, I think that's not a good way to de-escalate things. I think, like I said, it's not really good to be playing around with nuclear weapons.
With North Korea.
No, it's going to be okay, John, because we have Space Force, and they're going to take care of the nuclear satellites.
Well, people mock Space Force, but after reading into it, it seems like most of what their responsibility is just dealing with making sure that in a war, you want your satellites up and operating, and their job is just to make sure that that's happening. And it's to make sure, like, now they have more modern satellite weaponry to take down other satellites. So a lot of it is just making sure that the satellites are up and operational so they can follow through with their intended use if war does happen.
Well, why don't we just take out all the satellites and let's go back into the Dark Ages and
Yeah.
fight with sticks?
Expected to
I like that
announce
idea.
$150 million in munitions for
Well,
Ukraine.
I know on
That's a stick.
the
Technically.
Indian-Pakistan like border, they don't give them any firearms. They just give them batons and stuff. Maybe we need to take all the world's firearms, like all the nation's firearms, away from them. Any weapon that is above a stick is outlawed. And there you go. You're not allowed to have a military that's anything above like pikes and spears and so forth. Or not even that. That's too advanced. It has to be below Stone Age technology only. Can't be Bronze Age.
And last week, the Pentagon gave Ukraine's military the green light to use long-range missiles provided by the U.S. to strike targets inside Russia.
The Russians are trying to pitch this both internationally and domestically, the war in Ukraine as one now increasingly between Russia and not Ukraine, but the West and especially the United States.
Seth Jones says there are two reasons for this. First, domestically, it helps Putin at a time his economy isn't doing great and tens of thousands of Russian soldiers are dying in the war. But also internationally to continue to bring in military aid from countries like China and Iran, who see the U.S. as an adversary. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
North Korea will send troops to Ukraine in support of Russia, with it being the first nation to officially enter the war. The troops will reportedly arrive within a month, and they're expected to support Russian forces on the front line.
It's not good.
And they're expected to send...
So, like, we've been putting troops on the ground to give them training, and we've been giving them weapons. Now, North Korea, I think this is the first time North Korea has ever deployed its military outside of its own borders since, like, the Korean War.
Oh.
Yeah.
more troops as time goes on. But the U.S. responded by
Well, I
saying...
guess they weren't an established state then. But yeah, since it's been its own sovereign state, I think this is the first time they've ever actually sent their troops out on the front line. So let's see how that goes.
I think that if I were North Korean military personnel management, I would be questioning my choices on sending my forces to be cannon
And I
fodder.
mean, North Korea, like we did. What's that?
Sorry, I want to address what this guy just said. Do you really think North Korea gives a single fuck about any person living within its borders other than Kim Jong-un? You think they have any fucking misgivings about throwing their people to the front lines because Russia needs more for its meat grinder?
Yeah.
No, they do not. They don't. They're not thinking twice about it.
He probably heard that. Like, he was probably, like, reading an article, like, meat grinder tactics. It's like, you know, the cartoons where they, like, the old Looney Tunes cartoons where they get a grin that, like, goes up to their eyes. And it's like, ooh, I got an idea.
I wish I
like,
could
it's
do
probably
that.
Kim Jong-un. But
I'm going to draw my next profile picture with a smile like that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
when we did the worst prisons episode and we went over, like, Camp 22 and in North Korea and just how terrible their fucking prisons were, all the torture and like giving people nothing but corn and salt to like consume, and it's just everyone there's a skeleton with like a beer belly. And I mean, they would do things where they'd have a woman stand in place on her toes for like minutes, and if she didn't, they'd shoot her in the foot. So here, like, one of the things they'll do is they'll outsource labor to Russia and China, which at this point is just straight up slave labor, because they have like the 3-generation policy where your entire family, 3 generations older, 3 generations younger, all go to prison. So there are kids that are literally born in prison that don't even know why they're even in prison. They have like toddlers in prison in North Korea. So like, you probably have children that were born in these prisons that are some of these soldiers that are being put on the front lines. And North Korea, it's just like Russia. So here's the thing. Bill Hicks likes to support Russia. Russia likes to purchase slave labor from North Korea. What do you say about that?
Whoa, Bill Hicks.
We kind of do the same thing.
Wait, John, you're saying that there's toddlers in prison in North Korea?
Yeah.
And they're not shipping them to like Sony factories or like Nike factories in China?
Well, China, I will say this is where you have nuance and extremes. I'd say that if you're going to claim that something's slave labor, of course, people can argue, well, in Walmart, where they're forced to work there's nowhere else to work, and they're not paid a livable wage. Is that slave labor? And it's like, this is where you can play semantics. And it's like, okay, no country's prison system's perfect. So there's always going to be people working in prisons that probably shouldn't be in prison. But like in the United States, I do think that we have our privatized prison system, and like McDonald's, Walmart will exploit the cheap prison labor within the United States. And I'd say that's kind of like on a lot, like that's kind of slavery. It's up there. I'd say on the slave-o-meter, it's probably like a 4. I'd say China's factories. Yeah, like China, where they have their what's Dirk doing?
Kissing. He had to go be right back. He's saying.
But
aliens got him.
China, where they have like their Apple factories, where they have nets installed in the factories to stop the workers from committing suicide. I would say that would probably be like a 6, 7 on the slavery-o-meter. Like, Camp 22 is definitely like an 11 on a 10 point, like on a 10 scale slave-o-meter. So I'd say with like Russia and China both like exploiting that kind of like Camp 22, like concentration camp system that North Korea has, or they just like put any sort of like people who are guilty of political dissent. Like, there's a woman who was sent to one of those prisons because her house caught on fire. And she went in and rescued her kids. And you know why she was arrested and sent to one of these prison camps?
Why?
Oh, the portrait of King Jong-un or Il or whatever burned.
Yeah, so every house is required to have these portraits, these paintings of Kim Jong-un, Kim Jong-il, like the 3 leaders. And they have like state police that show up to people's houses on a regular basis for like inspections. And they'll come in and make sure that there aren't any dust mites or anything like that on the paintings. You're supposed to go out of your way to make sure that your little, like, Kim Jong-un, Kim Jong-il shrines are, like taken care of and stuff, and that you're bowing down to thee without a butthole. And because she didn't go in and rescue the paintings over her kids, her and her kids and her family were sent to prison camps for sedition.
True justice.
Yeah.
True justice.
Or an illegal war against Ukraine. And with this, South Korea will now begin sending weapons to Ukraine. While many see North Korea as a joke, I mean, this does change the situation on the ground. Right? All this time, Russia has said it needs to be a 1v1 with aid for each party being tolerated. But this has been seen as some as a swinging open of the gates for NATO intervention. Right? It's no longer France escalating when they talk about sending troops. It's France responding to the Russian escalation of North Koreans now fighting a war in Europe.
Is them
Russia-Ukraine
gold?
war has led people. This is probably a lot of preppers do this. The end of the world people will be like, oh, I'm going to buy a bunch of silver and gold. So, like, when the end of the world happens, I have gold. When currency is invaluable. And it's like, I don't think in a post-apocalyptic scenario, gold and silver is going to be stuff that people care about.
No, it's going to be...
Blade paper.
No, it's going to be like bullets or some sort of like commodity.
Yeah. Well, that, like, if you're going to, like, invest in, I guess, Fallout stock, post-apocalyptic stock, it should be not bottle caps, but it should be bullets. I mean, maybe that's... But then people are going to know that, like, hey, this person, they have their, like, prepper, like, bunker with all their bullets. We're going to go to their place to raid theirs. So you got to keep it secret. However, it's not unwise, like, if you feel like the economy is going to collapse, it is something where people will, like, withdraw their stocks and then invest the money in gold. Because in terms of, like, some sort of just economic investment, the price of gold stays constant. So if the value of the dollar is higher than it usually is, you can buy more gold. And then because the value of gold is always, like, constant and so forth, it has more, I guess, stability in terms of its value than the value of the dollar. So that is something where before the economy collapses, a lot of people will invest in gold. And that's not necessarily a stupid idea, but buying it as a way to, like, what happens when the post-apocalypse happens? That's stupid.
Just don't invest in diamonds.
Yes.
Tego złota kupowali wtedy bardzo dużo. Tego dnia mieliśmy dłuższe kolejki po złoto do naszego sklepu niż do piekarni po pączki.
Może tak, żeby było widać. Poczekaj sekundę. We do have some customers who are still have a feeling to have gold to protect themselves. We still have some customers who came to Poland to see the Warsaw, the city of their great-grandparents, and they say that they are alive only because of the gold, because their grandparents had a gold bar, a gold coin, and because of that they went away from the ghetto.
Byli ludzie, którzy woleli kupować drobne sztabki z tego względu, że mówili, że wtedy właśnie na wypadek wojny będą mogli za te sztabki kupić sobie bochenek chleba przysłowiowy, tak?
It seems like they're doing it for the right reasons.
Russian troops are reported to be making in the Ukrainian defense. Its army seems to be suffering massive soldier fatalities on the battlefield. The New York Times is reporting that May was particularly deadly for the Russian army in Ukraine. It says that according to U.S., British, and other Western intelligence agencies, more than 1,000 of Russian soldiers were injured or killed each day. The report adds that despite its losses, Russia is recruiting 25,000 to 30,000 new soldiers a month. U.S. officials say that this has allowed...
Well, you're saying food is way more valuable than gold, but the problem is food spoils. Like, that's, like, if you're going to hoard something, you can't really hoard... I mean, I guess you can hoard canned goods and so forth, maybe honey.
But you can't eat gold.
Oh, fair point.
Wave after wave of troops to Ukrainian defenses, hoping to overwhelm them and break through the trench lines. The article notes that this approach...
But the point is, you need money to buy food, at least in, like, a modern sort of, like, capitalistic society. So unless you're a farmer... or you want to grow your own food, which that's an option I think some people could exploit. There's certain food like potatoes and stuff that are pretty easy to grow, that yield a lot of calories and so forth. Dandelions apparently have more nutritional value than spinach or kale. So I mean, what's that?
You can also make wine from dandelions.
Yeah, and then there's things like chia seeds are very easy to, like, grow and cultivate and so forth. I mean, one of the things, I forget what it's called, where, like, once you pluck all the seeds and stuff off the plant, you have all the debris and stuff of like all the parts of the plant you don't want that aren't the seeds, and you put it in a like, God, what's it called?
Compost.
Well, it's like it's kind of like a grate or whatever, and you pretty much shake it or whatever, so the seeds go through the God, I don't know what it's called, but you got a
sifter.
Yeah, you got to use that kind of process, which could be kind of tedious, but it's something that like anyone can learn to do. So there are certain like crops that aren't that hard to cultivate. You can even do it inside your own home. So if you're growing food for 1 or 2 people, that is something. Buy some like potato like gardening for dummies books, and there you go.
Proved effective at times during the Russian army victories in many places like Bakhmut, eastern Ukraine. But Ukrainian and Western officials say that the tactics...
Maybe that's something that would be valuable in a post-apocalypse. I mean, a library.
Self-sufficiency? A library.
Having like a bunch of like survival, like, but like gardening for dummies, an idiot's guide to, I don't know, car repair or something. It's like I think
be the most valuable kind of book you could own in this day and age.
Been less successful this spring as Russia tried to take land near the city of Kharkiv. American officials say that Russia achieved a critical objective of
the anarchist cookbook.
And that's creating a buffer zone along the border to make it difficult for Ukrainians to strike into the country. But the drive did not threaten Kharkiv and was ultimately stopped by Ukrainian defenses. The article also notes that while Russian casualties have spiked at other times, especially during the assault on Avdiivka and Bakhmut, but the assaults on those cities were spread out over several months. The push in May, both outside of Kharkiv and along the eastern front, involved more intense periods of Russian wave attacks. British military intelligence analysts said that Russia's casualties in May, which they put at an average of 1,200 a day, were the highest since the war began. Russian soldiers have said on Telegram.
Oh, so what do you think, John? Which do you think would be more valuable in a post-apocalypse, food or drugs?
Food. I think foods come first, drugs come second.
Well, when I say valuable, I mean, dude, you are probably way more likely to roll up on some chia seeds than some fucking meth, dude.
Yeah.
That's
learn
just
to brew your
supply
own
and demand
alcohol
rule right there.
I mean, if you can brew some good dandelion wine, then you're set.
Like, dude, when that post-apocalypse hits, that Sudafed is a limited resource, John.
It's true.
What was that?
Mom. Give me a kiss.
Resuming production of intermediate-range missiles. The missile was earlier banned under Russia's now scrapped treaty with the U.S. As for Putin, this is a move against the U.S.'s move to deploy the missiles in both Europe and Asia. The Intermediate-Range Nuclear Forces Treaty came into effect in 1988. It banned ground-based nuclear and conventional missiles with a range of 500 to 5,500 kilometers and was regarded as an arms control landmark. The U.S. withdrew from the treaty in 2019, citing Russian violations as a major
Over the video? John, you're gaslighting us now, bro.
Yeah.
What do you want us to do? All right, drugs will be valuable.
This is proof right here. This is proof right here. You can't multitask. The Gene, how Gene messed that up.
Well,
yeah, talk to the chat while you're reading whatever you're reading. Do it.
Well, I never said that anybody the human brain isn't capable of multitasking.
No,
it does interfere with your.
My point was that you just proved it because you fucked up with trying to multitask. You totally fucked up. Okay, you ruined it. Show's over, guys. Gene fucked it up. Okay, it's good knowing you guys.
Yeah, this will be the last episode. Sorry, the meetup's canceled. Gene's just gonna take that money and put it with the rest of it, and see you next year.
Dude, over at my parents' house, a pigeon made a nest over on like one of their outside shelf things. Should I steal one of the eggs and incubate it?
Are you really gonna take care of a fucking?
No, I'm gonna let it go.
Pigeon? Yeah, when it's a newborn that can't fucking feed itself.
I'll be like, fly.
Caring for hatchling.
What?
Huh?
Is he talking about like trying to like care for a hatchling?
No, he's talking about caring for the egg and then leaving it up to God after that.
I bet another bird will come along and adopt it if I just leave it.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack.
It's not like they won't smash the egg if they smell like human skin.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, they will reject it, and some birds will reject.
I do think that in most cases they don't reject it. I do think that's like a misconception that's passed around.
Yeah, plus the bird's not going to be able to adopt something it can't even move. It can't pick it up and go to put it in a nest or anything. It's just good.
Well, that's how baby bird. I mean, some animals will adopt like other animals that are
Sure, but I don't
parentless
see a
or-
bird doing that. That was my joke.
Birds are pretty smart.
I see a
so-
bird doing that if I took an egg and I placed it in its nest when it wasn't looking.
Yeah, well, you're a kookaburra.
But
Well, I mean, I could
or
see
a bird. I added a little
some-
baby bird to its
dude,
nest.
some species of birds are freakishly smart. So I could see if there's a baby bird that's like crying, and there aren't any other like birds around. I could see like a mother crow.
Damn,
or
I gotta
something.
shut this thing up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look it up because there are animal like I know a lot of large cats do that and so forth. Look it up.
I'd say
I'm looking
probably
it up.
if that's true,
Yeah.
it's more likely to be the really bigger, smarter birds rather than the average.
Bigger
just-
birds.
Yeah,
Yes,
like
some birds will adopt other baby
Ostriches?
birds, including
Yeah.
birds of
No,
different
no.
species.
Including
For
birds of
example,
different species.
Chipping sparrows have been observed feeding young cowbirds, which are known as brood parasites because they lay their eggs in other birds' nests. Like that's what I was thinking, like a cuckoo. I said
Yeah.
kookaburra, but
Yeah,
you're saying I'm right?
yes.
Yay!
But I think there's one species that it's the brooding parasite or whatever. But as soon as it hatches, it'll kill the rest of the babies.
That's the cuckoo.
Yo,
I said kookaburra, but that's a different.
Pushes them all out of the nest.
Cuckoo bird, they'll put in the nest, it hatches instinctively, will push all the other eggs out of the nest, and then it's kind of funny because then you'll see that it's like doesn't even fit in the nest. And it's like 2 times the size of the parents, and they're still feeding it and stuff. Here, let me find a
And you were talking about how birds are smart.
That is smart and been like evil
no-
or something. I don't
Machiavellian.
know. Yeah, Machiavellian. I don't know.
No, it's just lazy. They're fucking absentee parents, bro. They want to fucking make the egg, but they don't want to raise it.
Yeah, and they do it in a way where they don't even know that they're raising somebody else's kid.
That's crazy.
It's like going to the hospital and seeing where they keep all the newborns and then unliving the newborn in Minecraft and then putting your baby in. It's like, oh, there you go.
Or you go to pick out your baby, and then when it grows up, it's Asian, and you're just like, that's my kid.
Are you
Yeah.
drunk?
I'm trying to find a
Well,
video
haven't you
where-
turned your camera on yet?
Show yourself.
It's
I command you,
cold.
demon, in the name
We like
of the Lord
seeing
Christ.
you.
Show yourself.
We like seeing you. It adds to the show.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, you're great. Everyone wants to see you.
Look, you're fucking up the vibe, dude.
Yeah,
Everybody
bro.
else, we're moving. We
Show
got
us
stuff
your
going on.
nips.
Anyway,
Shabby's
let's
got
get to
Donald
the
Trump dancing behind it.
Next topic. So, can these Gen Z rebels with Myanmar's brutal civil war or win?
A Gen Z guerrilla army fighting and dying for democracy. They're outgunned by Myanmar's ruthless military dictatorship. But it's the regime that's in retreat. Towns, border posts, even cities are falling after an unprecedented rebel offensive. We're traveling secretly into Myanmar to visit newly liberated territory.
They retreat.
Meeting young rebels building their own weapons in jungle camps. Just as Myanmar's brutal army tries to regain its lost ground.
Oh shit!
A rare glimpse of a deadly conflict ignored by most of the world.
Well, we got Israel to worry about. We got to support them in their endeavor.
Wait, but what? Why does them being Gen Z have to do with anything? Because like when I think
It's clickbait. This is what happens to the youth of a nation when they're thrust into fucking do or die.
Yeah, we associate
So-
Gen Z with the young adults, and it's just kind of like, hey, I'm Gen Z, or my sister, my nephew's Gen Z.
yeah, but if
We're
you're
in Karenni State.
part of a different generation, you're like, I heard Gen Z fighting in the Burmese Civil War. I'm like, what are they doing? Yeah, they're fighting. Are they taking like TikToks as well?
No,
Like,
well, I think it's because we associate that, like, in America, like, yeah, which every generation does it, which, they looked at Gen X like they're a bunch of ne'er-do-wells. Like, yeah, they're a bunch of bad kids who don't listen to authority, which it's weird because older adults will do the same thing with, like, Gen Z. Like, I'll see videos where kids are in a fight, and they're like, oh, it's just how the days we live in. It's giving kids a trophy. It's like, so kids are engaging in fights in schools because we're giving kids trophies, even though statistically, violence amongst youth has been declining pretty significantly per decade. And like violence amongst youth has declined by over 80% since the 90s. And I presented these statistics to people who make those comments, and they're like, laugh out loud, you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, do you? So do you have any statistics to counter this? No reply. But it's just, yeah, people are stupid when it comes to that, but I think that's where the clickbait is. You think of like, yeah, these American kids, they're just in front of their smartphones and they wouldn't be able to do this.
Along Myanmar's eastern border.
Which I think I'm technically Gen Z.
90% of it
That's
is
terrible.
now.
I think I'm.
What year were you born?
95.
It makes you, well.
I'm a cusper, so I'm. Some sources say I'm 1 year too old to be Gen Z. Some sources say I'm 1 year too young to be.
Fuck this arbitrary bullshit.
Dude. Yeah, it is stupid.
This is just another element of the class war, the culture war, to divide us.
It's tribalism. It's the human nature where it's just
They're trying to divide us, John. It's all about us and them trying to make us fight.
I don't think it's some higher up trying to divide people. I think it's just people in general doing this because people like putting others in groups. No, it's the in-group bias. And I have pointed that out. It's like if you're a year apart from somebody, you could be 1 year too old to be in their generation. They could be 1 year too young to be in your generation. And then somebody who's like 20 years older than you, because it's the same thing, you're technically in the same generation.
Can I say something? Richard Wilkins, I've never seen you post in our chat before, but welcome. You're cool. YouTube made me approve that message you just sent. You by calling people dumb. Richard Wilkins, you might have to go to live chat because it was just that fucking contentious.
Chat. Oh, there we go, Richard Wilkins. People that long generations together are the dumbest. Yeah. It's like
yeah, and YouTube made me approve that comment because it was just so heinous.
But it is just a way to, like, people like putting others in groups, and you see it with, like, in Gaza, they have voted Hamas in office, and they talk about everyone living in a set of borders as if they're one hive mind or one entity, which people just in general, it's like we evolved to be tribal. It's us versus them, that group, this group, and lots of people aren't really mindful of the fact that they do it. And I think that's just some kind of primal urge that people have, and they even do it with age groups.
Held by the resistance. This is its largest city, Loikor.
Yeah. Still, I want to stir up drama, so when people fight over, like, hey, I'm Team Xbox, you're Team PlayStation, I happen to own this console, I use Apple, you use Windows, like, I'm this political party, you're that political party, I don't pay attention to politics at all, but I happen to be registered under this person, and, like, so I'm going to freak out because somebody's on the opposite side. We need a movement where it's, like, people who are left-handed, people who are right-handed, and we really need to, like, hate the, like, we really need to just have this complete and total disdain towards those damn fucking lefties being all different.
No, what we really...
Special scissors.
Talking about left-handed people? Yeah,
they're
fuck
the worst.
left-handed people.
Like, every left-handed person I met was a complete and total scumfuck.
Yeah,
Worst
Hitler
people ever.
Hitler was left-handed. Stalin, left-handed.
There is actually a correlation.
Jeffrey Epstein, left-handed.
Exactly.
Is this a coincidence?
Pablo
The
Escobar,
left-hand path.
left-handed.
No,
Jim Jones, left-handed.
Left-handedness does in the, like, for serial killers, most of them are left-handed.
Okay, we were just joking, Crow, but now you're taking this too far. I mean,
No, seriously.
It's always got to come down to some actual bigotry with you, Crow. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I am not joking. I am not joking.
We're sorry to any lefties out there. Don't
Yeah,
listen to
sorry
this.
you lefties. Damn
A
lefties.
lefty dude murdered his family when he was younger. That's why he hates them. You shouldn't generalize, Crow. Not all left-handed people are serial killers.
No, but most serial killers are left-handed. So I mean,
Wow,
you're a bigot. You're a
correlation,
bigot.
causation,
Bigot.
causation, correlation, whatever.
Fighters from the
Bad
Korean
person.
Nationalities Defense Force. They're
I bet
showing
Drunken
us
Crow's
just how
left-handed.
much of the city
Only
they now
when I jerk
control.
off.
Just to address the chat, because John likes when I do that sometimes.
Regime snipers.
Anyone who prefers crayons over colored pencils eats crayons.
Oh, crayon eaters.
Yep. Colored
Yes.
pencil.
Yeah, that's weird.
Nationality.
Yeah.
You're weird.
Defense Force. They're showing us just how much of the city they now control.
I mean, crayons probably taste better than colored pencils.
Now, if we're talking about consumption, then yeah, I'm team crayon all the way. How are you gonna chew? How you gonna choke down the
I don't know. The wood probably tastes good once you get past it. Okay, never mind.
Round is risky. Wearing bulletproof vests. Cobra, the local commander,
or
wears
next to
flip-flops
nothing.
and shorts.
Yeah, god damn.
Now, in World War I in the trenches, they had like the messengers because they pretty much the only form of like non-conventional communication they had were telephones. But because of that, they were very finicky. Where instead of radios, they would have like these telephone cables that were like installed throughout the trenches, but they could easily snap or get damaged. So they hardly ever work. So they had runners where they pretty much had to take messages from one commander to another, and they had to run throughout the trenches and stuff, like getting like bombarded with like machine gun fire and everything. So do you think that might cause some shell shock, some PTSD?
Well, that's what happened to, or that's what Hitler was. Hitler was a messenger during World War I.
Messengers are Nazis.
So this is very good cover. Resistance fighters swept through Loikor last year during a loosely coordinated nationwide offensive that saw 55 towns fall into rebel hands.
Now, they're rebels, so they're... Ooh, God. I was about to joke, but...
6 months on.
So imagine that. You're just walking by. It's not even a corpse. You just see a skull there.
Well, look at the boots. Look at the helmet. I mean, those are like brand spanking new. And then this one's all the skull's just bone, no flesh.
Do you think this is propaganda? Do you think they just put that skull there?
Soldiers still lie in the streets.
I don't know. How long does it take for a body to completely decompose?
Google it.
Positions that.
Well, it's not about it decomposing. Yeah, it's not about it decomposing. It's about how quickly bugs are going to eat it. More like, that's going to happen way quicker than the decomposition.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, that's part of
decomposition. That's pretty much.
They actually, your ass, John or Shab, they got you there. That is part of decomposition.
I thought decomposition was just the breakdown
semantic
of the body.
Yeah, but part of it is bacteria, bugs, like eating away at it.
It's a part of the natural cycle. It is.
Okay.
In any environment, if you leave something dead, some kind of bug is going to pretty much get in and find it.
Or organism.
Or Shabisky.
They'll take full control of.
If Shabisky don't get to it first, really.
The regime have put down a handful of locations. The closest is only 100 meters away from us. For now in Loikor, it's a tense stalemate.
In front of that guy, it's me.
Cobra, a martial arts fighter turned rebel commander, says they need more weapons and bullets if they're to seize full control of the city.
What did they have?
Now, the United States has given them some weapons and training, but you know what Russia's been doing in this part of the globe? They've been giving bombers to the government, to the junta, the coup.
Like planes.
And, yeah, they've been giving planes, and they've been flying over towns and bombing towns. And remember that video we saw where they had a bomb shelter in a preschool, and you had all the kids in the bomb shelter? And it's like, and then in East Africa, like all the ECOWAS countries are fighting, and you have like Niger that is trying to like secede due to like a recent coup from that union, so there's going to be chances a war is going to break out, and France, with all their personnel, because those are a bunch of African Franc countries, are getting involved, and then Russia's coming in, the Wagner group's coming in to give like like Nigeria, like the sides that were part of the coup and everything, they're giving them training, and then you have like the U.S. and NATO giving training and stuff to like Ukraine, giving them weapons and supply, and then North Korea's coming and giving ground troops to Russia, and then in Israel, it's like you have China and Russia giving training to Hamas and Hezbollah and weapons, and it's almost like the Cold War never ended.
It just warmed up.
Well,
they have like jet fighter. They have big track, like they have tank. A lot of they have a lot of big motor, and then we only have the spirit. Yeah, we have a spirit. That's why we're fighting.
I need to find that one video where they were talking to like the medics, and it shows all the horrific shit that they're dealing with, and it's like, how do you cope? And they said at the end of the day, we just have to have a good cry. We got to cry it out at the end of the day, and then like wake up and soldier through.
Do it all again, yeah. Fucking A, dude. It's insane.
The revolution didn't begin as an armed insurgency.
Humans are really good at getting along with each other. It's not like human beings naturally put people in groups over stupid shit, like what OS they use or what their generation is, and then treat other groups like they're not even human.
Against a military coup that brought an end to a brief period of democratic rule. A bloody crackdown forced protesters to flee to the jungles, joining forces with ethnic militias who've long fought for greater autonomy. This is who they're fighting against, a reviled military regime supported by Russia and China that seized power.
Russia and China, they're evil. Why are they always supporting the wrong side? To be fair, we're supporting Israel.
3 years ago. The rebels are funded by donations. The regime has a $2 billion defense budget. The resistance might not have fighter jets, but they are creating their own air force, customizing commercial drones.
It's where they are a rebel group, and they're taking back ground and territory, so here, I gotta look it up. Fuck the chat.
What?
So
you ever heard about a fish that people eat after letting it rot in the sun for months to a year?
No.
Maggot infested.
Stay on topic.
That was in the chat, motherfucker.
That was in the chat.
Yes.
Damn. Yeah, shut up, Gene. Let us do our job.
Look, all right, I'm gonna go on a diatribe. Fuck you. I'll pull up the picture of my fucking self. John, have you ever seen Axl Rose?
No.
You don't know what Axl Rose looks like?
No.
Do you know who he is?
No.
He's the front man of famous band Guns N' Roses. I need to save an image that's not
okay.
But look, it's funny because low key, if I find a picture of Axl Rose in like the 90s,
does he look like me?
Yes. Here. Well, look, you're gonna be look, John, don't get a big head about this, but I do see why someone would look at you and say,
"Let me see."
I'm trying to pull it up. I'm not sharing my screen. I'm just gonna pull it up on my camera. Hold up. But everything I save is a WebMP file. Just look up Axl Rose, AXL Rose. Just fucking look him up, John. We'll put 90s because you're gonna see old Axl Rose. You're gonna see. Oh wait, right there, second picture. That works there. Look at it. Look at you, John.
Yeah.
But he's not losing his hair.
Maybe he is.
Yeah, look. Why do you think he wears the bandana, Crow?
I don't know. Look
Checkmate.
At him. Look at him when he's old.
Look, see. All right, second picture down from the left. Right there with him singing in that microphone. Over one, up one. Left one, up one. Left.
One, up one.
Yeah. That's you, John.
Nah, I don't think so.
That's you in 20 years.
Well, hey, she mentioned that I looked like some musician that has like some average moderate appearance. They didn't say anything about you. You guys are all ugly fucks.
Damn, John. God.
Damn.
Taylor said I look like
what is it, Leonardo DiCaprio? They kind of look like Leonardo DiCaprio.
And there it looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
So it's like a Pokemon. First step is Gene, then it's Axl Rose, then it's Leo. All right, that makes sense.
Leo only dates 26-year-olds.
Okay.
I look like Harriet Tubman. Anyways.
Harriet Tubman?
I think this is okay. So this is a map of like all the incidents. Here, I'm trying to find a map of. You got me all distracted. Maybe you shouldn't talk to the chat.
Poop and pee.
They say if that rotten fish don't got maggots, it's not quality, John.
True.
Sorry, you're right. Maybe I shouldn't talk to the chat.
Is it? I think he might be wrong. Is it fish or is it cheese? Because I think it's cheese.
I don't know. I never heard about the maggots, but I think it's like a Finnish thing.
Okay, so back on topic. Here we go. So the blue is all the land that's pretty much under rebel control. The red is under the military, like junta control. And they've shown that their military has planes. They have bomber. But they're using commercial-esque drones. And like we've seen countless videos, documentaries where it's like they're Gen Z using these drones to like fly in bombs, and stuff to destroy tanks, destroy military personnel. And then you have Ukraine. And you look at how outnumbered Ukraine. We just saw that, like the meat grinder tactics, they're bombing indiscriminately, but they just have like a handful of snipers and then a handful of dudes operating drones in a building. And they're using like just, hey, let's fly in this drone with the yields of a C4 charge to detonate this Russian platoon that's coming by. Like you see how it's just one drone can come in, destroy a unit. Israel has one of the most advanced, well-funded, and sophisticated militaries on the planet. If a bunch of rebels, or like Ukraine, where they're heavily outnumbered and stuff, and their military spending is way below Russia, are able to do all of that with drone technology, why is Israel not able to do the same thing? To some extent, I mean, do you think I'm wrong? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I kind of feel that if they utilized modern drone technology, they'd probably be able to deal with Hamas in a manner that results in half the number of casualties, a third of the number of casualties. Do you think I'm wrong?
I don't know, but I don't know much about this case with the Myanmar thing. So, like, rebels good, government bad. Is that right?
Yeah, they formed a military. Well, they formed a military coup, and they illegally seized control of the government and arrested the president, who she was elected like through the popular vote. So essentially, the military didn't like the results, so they decided to take control of the country. And
citizens are now fighting that military. Yeah. Okay.
So
that's crazy.
Yeah. But what do people think? Based on my analysis here, do people think that I don't know what I'm talking about and it's not efficient for Israel to use drones against Hamas? Or am I just like, or do I have a good point? That if a bunch of rebels are able to fight back the government and stuff, and they're using drone technology to, like, they're using commercial camera drones, attaching charges to them and using that to fight against a government that has a bunch of, like, Russian, Chinese, like, planes that are gifted to them. Don't you think that maybe Israel could, like, make better yet? Like, I think Israel has more resources than the rebels in Burma.
Well, John, your opinion doesn't have enough maggots, so it's not quality.
And I know that Ukraine, it's like their military strength and spending is notably below Israel's. Israel has they're 10, 15 tiers above them in terms of like the military strength index. And in terms of like all of the funding they get through like from the US, like throughout the last few decades, and
the amount of money they spend on their military. It's just there's no fucking way they don't have the means to, I guess, like follow through with the kind of operations that I'm talking about.
In an underground bunker on a secret base, the units show off their most recent successes. Striking dozens of targets across the country every month, drones have become one of the most effective and deadly tools for the under-equipped rebels. Above ground in a makeshift workshop, Kokant is repairing one of the unit's most powerful models. It's meant to be used for spraying crops. Now it's being fitted with mortars.
We need from the airstrike, like an enemy use the airstrike also.
But you don't have planes?
Yeah, we don't have planes.
You have these?
Yeah, we only have the drone.
Behind him, a 3D printer is producing weapon parts using templates found online. This is a revolution powered by innovation and idealism.
Fuck, man. That's, hey. I mean, that's just to show you that, I mean, before all this shit, there was a level of quality of life in Myanmar that fucking Palestine was never afforded.
Kokant is repairing one of the unit's most powerful models.
You'll see them doing this kind of shit in Palestine. They got bottle rockets.
Their own air force,
that's an
customizing commercial drones.
There he is. Damn. Crow shows up with that cigarette in his mouth every time.
On a secret base, the units show off their most recent successes. Striking dozens of targets across the country every month, drones have become one of the most effective and deadly tools for the under-equipped rebels. Above ground in a makeshift workshop, Kokant is repairing one of the unit's most powerful models. It's meant to be used for spraying crops. Now it's being fitted with mortars.
We need from the airstrike, like an enemy use the airstrike also.
But you don't have planes?
Yeah, we don't have planes.
You have these?
Yeah, we only have the drone.
Behind him, a 3D printer is producing weapon parts using templates found online.
Okay, so they're using templates online, 3D printers that like any person can purchase for a few $100 and use in their garage, and like these are a bunch of like backyard garage tools that they're using to build all this equipment, stuff that we could get on Amazon. And I don't know, gotta take hints from them if the Civil War Revolution.
Don't get any ideas now.
I already know how to do this stuff. I knew about this shit. But don't you think that, again, the IDF probably has much more like sophisticated, much more efficient resources than these rebels? They don't have to use a tool shed. They could use much more advanced 3D printing and like these heavily funded factories. And it's like they wouldn't have to use commercial drones that you get on Amazon. They have their own fucking models that are some of the most advanced military tech on the fucking planet. And it's just and then again, they have to like they're restricted to the kind of programming that these like drones have. And like Israel has things like the Lavender program, where do you remember what that is, Dirt?
Not off the top, but I know you.
That's where it uses facial recognition. They'll use it. They'll claim that they just target military personnel, but they target journalists and stuff. And they know who the person's family is. You hacks into surveillance footage and stuff, street cameras, and it knows where they are or what their daily routine is, where they spend their time, and then it also knows who all their family is, people associated with them, and then it's able to create like some outline of what is the best time of day where them and all of their relatives are together to send in the strike. And it's programmed where it can kill up to 45 additional targets for that one target. So you're going for this one journalist, 45 additional people can die in the crossfire. So they have AI that does that. So it's just, you look at how, again, they don't have to rely on off-the-shelf material. They have proprietary hardware and software that has billions of dollars of military funding behind it, and they have to rely on dumb bombs.
They want to keep their money.
Again, am I missing something? What am I fucking missing?
This is a revolution powered by innovation and idealism. Kokant used to work in digital marketing in Yangon before joining peaceful protests.
We just request to them, give back our life.
I don't know, he looks like a gang member. Maybe he is a criminal. He's fighting against the government.
Give back our future. But they didn't listen. They want everything in Myanmar, you know. That is not fair. Because we don't want it. We don't want it. We want the freedom.
Suddenly, the sound of explosions send us running for cover. Artillery shells land close by.
How close was that, do you think?
Not really too far.
Once the threat is cleared, the drone unit begin preparing for their next mission by test flying their newly repaired drone. They're hoping to strike the military's remaining strongholds in Loikor. So far, the jamming system has prevented them operating inside the city, but the commander tells me they think they've just discovered a way past it.
What's your mission going to be?
It's going to be the drone strike to the largest command center in the Ukrainian state. So we have very narrow chance to do it right now, and we have to, give everything we have to make it successful.
Before they leave, Kokant shows us his tattoos. Revolution is literally carved across his hands. His body, a tribute to his struggle for freedom. A peaceful future.
Okay, this is like the third dude that I've seen one of these videos that has the president's tattoo on their chest or body.
He's willing to kill and die for. The unit are heading out to Loikor.
Which, in this case, I don't think it's the same as people having like Trump tattooed or Biden tattooed on their body.
I don't think it is, John.
I'm saying that was the president that was elected into office, and they have her like tattooed on their body. So I think it's kind of like, it's not really political football. It's just, this was the person who won the popular vote, who was elected into office.
Yeah.
There's more symbolism behind it.
No, yeah. I didn't look at that and see something corny. Like, I get that. Like, at that point, like that, like, that's, people cared enough to vote in that country where they had the right to vote, and someone else decided, no, the fuck you don't, and they're going to war over it. So, yeah, it's whatever. If you commemorate however the fuck you want.
Well, here's the thing, Dirt. We, like, the rebels in the January 6th riots, they came very close to annexing the entire country. They almost did it.
Just shut up.
This military
one foul swoop. In one foul swoop, it all could have been done. We were moments away from total devastation.
Look at what the junta did in Burma. 300 rednecks. I mean, they almost did the same thing that this entire fucking military did. Yeah.
Almost.
For now, Myanmar's army still controls the skies, carrying out thousands of strikes. And it's often ordinary civilians who they target.
With the military largely pinned back to their bases, they've been lashing out at areas they can't control with airstrikes. This was one on a school that was packed with children at the time. You can still see their drawings up on the wall there, their textbooks scattered across the floor.
I'm glad he said drawings and not,
Yeah, I kind of felt like he was going to say something else.
Schools and hospitals, but
you can see their bodies strung along the side here, guts everywhere still, scavengers eating them.
Well, if it was a school in Gaza, there'd be at least 20 like child corpses laying around, or at least 20 limbs from kids laying around.
Amongst the victims, Dorhe Blumu's 13-year-old son. His younger siblings survived, but are too afraid to go back to school.
Now, I was gonna say that, like, they're kind of, the junta's not as bad as that. Yeah, it's like, I can't really say that because they've sent troops into towns to burn the towns down and gather up everyone and shoot down the entire town and gun squads. So, yeah, I'd say they're kind of on the same level.
We drive through neighborhoods reduced to rubble in a resistant stronghold south of Loikor. Despite the regime's atrocities, the resistance has received no international assistance. What they do have is genuine popular support. At a rebel training camp, we meet the latest batch of young recruits. In just 1 month's time, they'll be sent into battle. Their weapons and ammunition,
Look at them fighting against the government.
largely bought on the black market. Overseeing them is Commander Maui, nicknamed after a Disney character. He used to be an organic farmer. Now he helps
A Disney character? Who's Maui?
lead a force of around 10,000
Oh,
men
is
and
he
women.
the fucking shit? What's the?
Yeah, it's I can't think of Moana.
Oh, yeah, the Moana. Yeah.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, I know because my niece she would say Goanna.
Yeah, that's the
Put on Goanna.
the Rock character, right? The
No, wait, is it? He's played by The Rock?
I think so.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know
That's
that.
racist. All these Burmese people saying that Burmese guy looks like some non-white dude from a Disney movie.
Frustrated there hasn't been more international support for your struggle?
They are kind of like forgotten us. Even like we are fighting same value, same society, which is democracy. We are not asking for something different. We are just like the people in America, the people in Europe. We are the same. We all are human.
Do you think you can do it by yourself?
We, the people of Myanmar, are not waiting. With or without international support, we must go. We must end this war.
But this war doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon. The resistance control more than half the country. The regime holds its biggest cities and is trying to win back lost territory.
Now, how long do you think this war is going to go on compared to Ukraine? Because they've been going on around the same time.
You're right. You're right. So that's the thing. So notice this, John, and we definitely haven't covered them to the same extent, but note how much I recall about the fucking Ukraine conflict, but I was like, wait, why did this start? You know?
We've covered this a decent amount.
We have, but not to the extent as the Ukraine. But I completely forgot what this fucking what kicked this off, because the Russia and Ukraine shit happened at the same time. So all I knew is this was happening simultaneously. I didn't even fucking remember why this was happening.
Yeah.
Well, I think this conflict is going to go on for either years or going to be shorter because of there's no outside or no funding from the outside. So it could go yet. So it could go longer because there is no outside funding. And
well, there is. Russia's been giving funding and support, and China to the government.
Oh no, not the government. I'm talking about the rebels.
I don't think that's true, because I have seen stories where they've shown that, like, not nearly to the same extent as like Ukraine, but they've gone in and they've given training to the troops.
Training, and it's like donations and whatnot. So yeah, you can count that, but I mean
it's pretty minuscule. I agree.
Yeah. So it's either gonna be their spirit that keeps them fighting longer, or they're just gonna get snuffed out because they're not getting. Yeah, you got training and donations and whatnot, but
they're seizing ground, and unlike Ukraine, where it's been a stalemate and it's been like slightly inching back, like victories measured in inches. Here you see this notable progression of like the rebels like inching in on the city and stuff. So, or not inching in, like notably approaching like the remaining territories of the government. But
over the course of our trip, we see a change unfold on the back.
Yeah, it was before, but they did happen within the same, like they happened several months apart from one another.
Battlefield.
We're on our way to Loikor again. In just the week that we've been here, there's been a shift in dynamics, and around 600 soldiers from the military, accompanied by tanks, trying to break through resistance positions to the north of the city and make their way into it.
At the rebel base, we find the drone unit.
Hi. How you doing?
They've just retreated here after being redeployed to try hold back the regime's advance on Loikor.
These few days have been very rough, and we've been covering two front lines.
Kant, the commander, shows me videos of what happened. After repeatedly striking the military, the regime's own drone unit begins hunting them. The rebels are chased by 3 different drones. Explosions ring out.
Oh shit!
They hide beneath trees.
But Burma, this is even if this ends, I do think this is like the 4th or 5th civil war that they've had since their independence. So they were a colony of Britain. So it's just another good example of how colonialism fucked up this region. Because Vietnam and like Cambodia, like after they were given independence, Pol Pot took control of Cambodia. The killing fields and the Khmer Rouge happened. The Vietnam War happened. Then you had Burma, where they've had 4 or 5 civil wars. Then with India and Pakistan, you have all of that conflict at the borders. It's just one big fucking clusterfuck.
The attack lasts 2 terrifying hours.
And, I mean, you could say that this is systemic from the colonialism. And then when we were covering what was going on with, like, President Modi or Prime Minister Modi in India, what they were doing to all of, like, the, like, religious minorities, especially the Muslims near the Pakistani border, that was kind of like an offset of like colonialism. what's going on in west, like northwest, like Africa, that's due to French colonialism in that region. Palestine and Israel, that's due to like British colonialism, which followed like colonialism from the Ottoman Empire. So all of these current conflicts are pretty much due to just that down, or that kind of Rube Goldberg sort of like trickle down effect of the colonial age.
Somehow, they all emerge unhurt, eventually retreating to Loikor. Now in the city, as regime reinforcements close in, there's been an upsurge in fighting. We're travelling to an industrial zone on the city's edge. A counter-offensive looks imminent, and the regime troops stationed here are already growing bolder. The resistance fighters, though, remain defiant.
With
a fresh battle for Loikor on the horizon, the drone unit has been called into action. They identify troop movements. It's a large military outpost, maybe 80 soldiers inside. So they decide to launch an attack. They're going to use the drone they tested a few days ago, and one of their largest bombs. With the regime now on the front foot, this would be a significant success for the rebels. The unit has never managed to get past the army's jammers in Loikor before. Kant, the commander, watches on from a smaller scouting drone. The attack drone seems to be flying steadily, but then something goes wrong.
What controller is that? Do you think that's just for the?
Yeah, that's
Well,
not.
it's Gen Z. I mean,
They showed it. It has the screen and everything. But yeah, no, that's a
it came in the
PlayStation
box.
controller.
Nah, dude. If anything, that's an N64 modified.
Yeah.
They
probably
manage to
made
fly
it
the drone back
themselves.
to base and start
It's a
preparing for
Wii
another
U.
attempt. But then
So
they hear
Wii.
something flying above us.
So the scouting airplane is coming. You guys can drive and lead.
Kant, the drone commander, just told us that their position is being compromised. They're expecting heavy incoming artillery fire, and we have to leave straight away.
The young rebels are brave and have achieved more than many ever expected. But this is still a David versus Goliath struggle. Deep inside the hills of Karenni State. A reminder of the bloody price they're paying. 18-year-old Benedetto was killed in Loikor yesterday, less than a year after signing up. He dropped out of school to join the resistance. A local boy from a humble farming family. He'll be buried
They
in a
actually
cemetery
showed his
that already
body,
holds
too.
the graves of dozens of resistance
didn't
fighters.
see it.
But then
Oh yeah,
they hit
it was like
Oh yeah, John. Oh, let me see that real quick.
the
Oh my
brave
God,
and
taken
more
it.
I
than many
missed
ever
it. I missed
expected.
it.
But this is still a David
I
versus
want
Goliath struggle.
to take in all the
Deep inside the
gravity of
hills
the
of Karenni
situation.
State. A reminder of the bloody price they're paying.
Right here.
18-year-old Benedetto was killed in
Phil.
Loikor yesterday, less than a year after signing up. He dropped out of school to join the
Did you see it?
resistance.
He didn't even get to finish school.
A local boy from a humble farming family. He'll be buried in a cemetery that already holds the graves of dozens of resistance fighters.
You lost a lot of men?
Yes, we lost a lot of men.
Cobra, the commander from Loikor, served with many of them.
When you see all the sacrifices so many young people are making, does it make you think perhaps we should stop fighting?
We should not stop because of, you will see, all of these guys give their life. We are fighting for our future, fighting for our young age, we will keep going for sure.
There are prayers
At
and
least they're
tears
Christian.
as Benedetto is laid to rest in the ground. His dreams for a new future that so many young men and women here are fighting for will live on.
Now, they're fighting their civil war when our civil war breaks out. How many of our youth do you think are going to be determined like them?
Nah, bro, I'm chilling and playing
To be
Minecraft.
fair, okay, I'm being serious here. It's like usually in the Northeast, the libtard states, that's where you have a lot of the college-educated, like white-collar youth. So those are probably going to be the ones that know how to, I don't know, learn how to use surveillance technology and operate a 3D printer and take these commercial drones and find a way to encrypt messages and communication under bunkers and fly in the commercial drone to the rednecks with their rifles. So I don't know. I kind of think that those libtards up north, I kind of find that they probably wouldn't even really need to bear arms and go out on the front lines. I think that the rednecks are going to be driving in their Confederate trucks, and then oh shit, a drone just bombed 40 of their men.
Well, John, if you got enough rednecks to take over an airport, you got, a lot of planes to use if you take over an airport.
I'm going to join I'm joining the war if it happens. And I'm going to present my, canister, tear gas sort of robot model. And it's just, they do what you said. They take over the airport, put in all the drones that have, the... infrared, they have the, what is it, the LiDAR?
LiDAR.
Yeah, and I'm going to have those drones that go in, it shoots all the tear gas canisters, and you have all the hillbillies with their, rifles, and then send in the kamikaze drones to fly next to them and just detonate. The ones that have the really small charges where it just mangles one person.
You would do that on Minecraft? Yeah.
Yeah, Minecraft is a town in Baltimore or Maryland.
And I mean, they have gun drones that can fire they only fire a small amount of rounds, but it's that's the thing. In a situation like that, you could fly some of them in, and if you have the area maced in fucking tear gas, and they're all bumbling around with their rifles. It's just, you can see them with the LiDAR and stuff, and then you can just shoot them, snipe them out with all the drones.
Look, see, you're so right, Brian. A U.S. Civil War doesn't make sense. How would you differentiate? So it's funny. All right, Brian, are you still a patron? Next movie night, I get to choose. Next time, it's John's. This uptime is John's choice. But next time, we're gonna watch a little movie called Civil War. Just came out recently.
Okay. Did you watch that?
I did.
I was fucking. Oh, okay. I hadn't seen it. I thought the trailer.
Let's watch it, John.
Did you actually think it was good?
I'd like for you to hold your reservations. I would hesitate to say good. I mean,
I'll say allied with each other in the war.
Excuse me?
That is fucking stupid.
Just look. Just watch the. Who cares? We just watch the movie.
Well,
or you use fiction, John.
It doesn't make
fiction,
John.
us.
It's Texas and California. I agree with John. It's Texas and California.
The movie did a couple things that surprised me, John, and I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. I want you to watch it.
Yeah, baby.
But anyways, so yeah, it'd be very hard to determine in a U.S. Civil War who the fuck is who. What side are you on, buddy? I looked you up on Facebook, but your stuff's private. I don't know nothing about you, boy. Let me see your liked pages. You Biden boy or what? So I don't know. How the fuck are you really going to determine that? I live in what would technically be considered a purple area. So for me, an American Civil War would be fucking nuts. They call it a battleground state in the election. I don't want to see what that looks like if people are actually foaming at the mouth ready to kill one another over stupid social issues, because that's what they distract us with. And people are foaming at the mouth and ready to kill each other over it. So crazy.
Every time I leave my home when the Civil War breaks out, I'm gonna wear my bulletproof tear gas canister vest. And then if somebody's holding me at gunpoint, wait, what shot are you? I'm just gonna click, spray the area. I'm gonna be ready. See, I am the good guy. I'm not gonna have lethal weapons. And then I'm gonna have my tasers on standby.
Taser drones. You have taser drones.
I'm gonna replace my prescription glasses with smart glasses, so that way when the tear gas goes off, I'm gonna be able to see through the gas. And there you go.
Wait, could you see through farts too?
Dude, what kind of farts are you dumping where you can't see through them, Crow? What the fuck?
Back on topic.
Yeah, what the fuck? I always chroma key my farts.
A Myanmar military jet circles a primary school. After seizing power in a coup, they're trying to crush an uprising, demanding democracy.
the video I was talking
When they
about.
think it's safe, they run. But the plane circles back.
This is so shitty. Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
It's all right. If they get bombed, they're in a hole already. So.
Okay.
Oh my god, Crow, shut the fuck up, dude.
Oh my god, Crow.
Let's just take. Okay, let's
took
just take.
that.
You can always
Oh my
count on
God.
Crow to say the most insensitive fucking shit.
Across Myanmar, the military is
Wow.
carrying out airstrikes.
He's a bad bird.
On the ground, they're struggling to crush the resistance. So they've taken this fight against their own people to the air.
Air Force မရှိတော့ဘူးဆိုလို့ရှင်တော့စစ်ကောင်စီကကြာဆုံးမှုအတွက်အများကြီးဖြစ်သွားပြီ
The military is increasingly isolated by Western sanctions, but it's Russia that's providing them with deadly air power.
See, we support like Israel with like their campaign bombing children, and then they support Myanmar in their like child bombing campaign.
It's a pyramid scheme.
Airstrikes are now a daily occurrence for the people of Myanmar. More than 200 attacks have been reported since January. Monasteries, hospitals, churches, and schools have been hit. 7 of his friends were killed.
7 of his fucking friends.
Soldiers took their bodies away and burnt them.
Motherfucker.
The deadliest attack in April killed more than 170 people.
It's like, dude, just pause. I'm
Captain
sorry.
Territorial
I gotta
was a
be
pilot.
dirt for a moment here, bro. How the fuck are you that person that presses the button that launches this bomb that kills these kids and you don't fucking shed a tear, bro? How does that thing fucking? How do you exist?
Well, they probably, when they're dropping the bombs, they're not looking at the kids directly. It's just their.
Well, no
bunch of-
fucking shit. But how do you live knowing that you made that fucking?
That's the
did
thing. It's the disinhibition effect. It's the fact that it's kind of like online when people fuck with others and it's like they're not really human on the other end of the screen. People don't really think about that. And this is something like in war where it's just you're pushing a button. It's happening from a remote distance. It's like if they saw this, if they saw all these kids, they probably would have a hard time pushing the button unless they're a sadistic fuck. A lot of them, it's the fact that these are your coordinates. What they're looking at on the monitor is just like some kind of like access grid and everything. And there you go. Like go to this XYZ access, drop the bombs here. And they're not looking at all these children, all these people in the eyes, and that's the effect it has.
And it would be different, like yeah, they can totally do that and have like no remorse or whatever. But if they were to go in personally, like in like a group or whatever, and then mow down these kids in the school, yeah, I would question that. But
but that's also happened. Maybe I should find videos of that where they've gone into villages and they've lined up all the women and the children. And they've even done cases where they've kept half of them alive or a few of them alive to spread the word. So they've had kids watch them gun down everyone in the village and then light the village on fire. So there's been soldiers that have done that. And some of it is like your sergeant tells you to do it. The rest of the squad pulls the trigger. What do? You get shot in the back of the head if you don't do it. Do you pull a lever?
Air Force for 18 years.
ကျွန်တော်ကလေမောင်းကျင်တယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာဒီတစ်ချက်ပဲရှိတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘာမှမရှိဘူးစစ်တပ်ထဲကိုစပြီးတော့မှဒီဘိုလောင်းဖြစ်နေရွေးချယ်ခံရတဲ့အချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့မိသားစုတွေမဟုတ်ဘူးနော်ပတ်ဝန်းကျင်တစ်နေ့လုံးကပါကျွန်တော်တို့အတွက်ခုံကြတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့နဲ့ပတ်သက်တဲ့လူတွေအားလုံးကခုံကြတယ်နောက်ပြီးရင်ဒီချီကျူးစကားတွေပြောကြတယ်ပေါ့နော်
Everything changed for him when General Min Aung Hlaing seized power in February 2021, ousting the elected government.
အာဏာသိမ်းမှုစဖြစ်တဲ့အချိန်မှာလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့လုံးဝဒီမှားယွင်းတဲ့အလုပ်တစ်ခုလုပ်လိုက်ပြီဆိုတာစိတ်ထဲကနေမှချက်ချင်းတမ်းပြီးတည်တယ်ဒါဟာကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကို
It sparked a mass uprising demanding democracy be restored. The military responded with a violent crackdown.
အာဏာသိမ်းတဲ့အချိန်မှာတည့်ရဲ့ အာဏာတွေပြန်ရပြီပါဝါတွေပြန်ရပြီဆိုပြီးတော့မှဒီကျေနပ်ပြီးတော့မှဒီဟာကိုကိုရောစိတ်ကောနှစ်ခုဆုံးပါပြီးလုပ်နေတဲ့တစ်ဖွဲ့ရှိတယ်နောက်တစ်ဖွဲ့ကကျတော့ကျွန်တော်တက်ကိုတစ္ဆာဖောက်ပြီးတော့မှအပြင်ကိုထွက်မယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အပြင်ကလူတွေကနေမှဒီလူတွေကကျွန်တော်တစ္ဆာဖောက်ပြီးပါကွာဆိုမှပြစ်ပယ်ထားပြီးတော့မှဒီရုံးကန်ရမယ့်အခြေအနေကိုလည်းသူတို့အနေနဲ့ကြောက်တယ်သူတို့ကဒီအမိတ်အောက်မှာအကုန်လိုက်လုပ်ရတဲ့လူတွေဖြစ်သွားတယ်အဲ့နှစ်ဖွဲ့လုံးကမီးရှို့တာ
Just followed orders. I was just following orders.
လုပ်တဲ့လူကန်းစားတစ်ခုတည်းလို့ဖြစ်သွားတာ
Captain Ang knew he couldn't stay and started planning to defect.
ပြည်သူလူတွေအားလုံးကိုတက်တက်ခဲ့တယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းတွေ့နေ
Well, here's an example when it comes to pulling the lever, or not the pulling the lever. That this is a good example of like there are people that defect. There are people that in Nazi Germany, it's like they did hide the Jewish refugees